Chapter 159. Rustle, 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 there was a constant whistling sound in the surroundings. At the same time, a strong gloomy aura followed, accompanied by a thick, nauseating smell of blood. When Su Yan felt this aura, he could not help but be startled. He turned around and saw the scene in front of him. Su Yan could not help but let out a low roar. His hair had already exploded due to fear. Blood spiders, countless blood spiders. They were densely packed and filled the entire passageway. In this world of martial artists, where the strong preyed on the weak, one had to face some dangers almost every day. Every day, one had to contend with life and death. Su Yan was even more so. In such a life and death situation, naturally, he was more courageous than others. However, when Su Yan looked at the densely packed blood spiders, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Whoosh! At this moment, a blood spider suddenly pounced on Su Yan. When the blood spider touched Su Yan's clothes, the white robe on Su Yan's body instantly turned into a huge hole. Su Yan was shocked again. Seeing another spider pouncing on him, he suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly operated the cultivation method in his body. A majestic spiritual energy instantly burst out and rushed towards the blood spiders. At the same time, the molten green lotus fire that he had just absorbed burst out and burned the blood spiders. Although the molten green lotus fire had not really grown into a heaven fire. But after all, it was the embryonic form of a heaven fire and had the effect of burning everything. Moreover, these blood spiders seemed to be flammable. The moment the heaven fire corroded them, all the blood spiders burned and immediately turned into a blood-red sea of fire. The blood spiders burned in the sea of fire, emitting a fishy smell. There were also countless blood spiders burning in the heaven fire. Bang! Then, there was a wailing sound. Not only that, the blood spiders continued to pounce on Su Yan in the burning flames. What a stubborn beast! In the midst of the burning flames, the densely packed blood spiders immediately lost their imposing manner. The fear in Su Yan's heart also lessened by quite a bit. Now that he saw these blood spiders actually daring to pounce on him. The anger in Su Yan's body surged as he roared. Suddenly, a majestic wave of spiritual energy surged out from another saint vein. In an instant, the blood spiders that were pouncing over fell back into the sea of fire. It was being eroded by the green lotus core fire. Looking at the burning sea of fire, Su Yan's fear also disappeared. However, looking at the densely packed blood spiders, he couldn't help but frown. He muttered to himself, "There are so many blood spiders. How did they reproduce? What is this place? Why are there so many blood spiders here?" Su Yan continued to mutter to himself. His heart was also filled with countless doubts. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had subdued the green lotus core fire. If Su Yan hadn't subdued the green lotus core fire, he would have died. Surrounded by these blood spiders, it would have been difficult for him to escape death. Although the combat power of these blood spiders was mediocre, there were many of them. Furthermore, each blood spider had a corrosive effect. As long as one touched it, one's body would turn into pus. Without the help of the green lotus core fire, it would have been difficult for him to escape with just his spiritual energy. Thinking about how he would have died from being contaminated by these blood spiders and turned into a pool of blood, Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had subdued the green lotus core fire. While rejoicing, Su Yan looked at the sea of blood and couldn't help but frown. From the moment he arrived at this place, the dangers had never stopped. First, there was the fantasy world. In the fantasy world, everything was so real. If Su Yan didn't know Lin Hualo's character well, he would have been trapped in the fantasy world. After all, Su Yan already had feelings for Lin Hualu. If Su Yan didn't know Lin Hualo's character well, he would have been trapped in the fantasy world. In addition to the fantasy world, he encountered the heavenly fire. although the heavenly fire was a rare treasure in the world. However, the existence of this rare treasure also represented the danger. If the green lotus core fire had really become a heavenly fire and had spiritual consciousness, Su Yan wouldn't be able to escape death if he wanted to devour it. In these dangers, Su Yan also had a trace of rejoicing. Now that he was attacked by so many blood spiders, Su Yan couldn't help but doubt the danger of this place again. There are 3 dangerous places in the 5 counties, the Hengduan mountain range, the East Sea, and the Myriad Ghost Cave. This place is so dangerous, I'm afraid it's not inferior to the 3 dangerous places, Su Yan murmured. He didn't think that this was actually one of the 3 dangerous places, the Myriad Ghost Cave. First the fantasy world, then this group of blood spiders. I don't know what dangers there will be ahead. Su Yan looked at the road ahead and narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were like torches, without a trace of fear. Instead, he was looking forward to the dangers that could appear in front of him. Of course, this wasn't because Su Yan was a masochist, but because Su Yan knew that the more dangerous the place was, the higher the chance of rare treasures existing. For example, although the Hengduan mountain range was full of dangers, there were all kinds of monsters and rare herbs that grew in the Hengduan mountain range. All of them were rare treasures that everyone pursued. In the East Sea, the sea monsters that lived in the East Sea and the Pearl of the East Sea were all rare treasures that warriors wanted to obtain. Among these, there was also a truth to the world. Where rare treasures were born, there was bound to be danger. Perhaps this was a gift from God to the world, but at the same time, it was also a warning to the world that God's gift was only given to the strong. It also seemed to be telling the world that this was a world of the strong. Only by ignoring the dangers and only by having strength could one accept God's gift and stand at the peak. Su Yan stood there, not feeling a trace of fear because of the dangers that appeared one after another. His eyes suddenly flashed and burst out with a light of determination. He looked at the falling sea of fire and walked forward resolutely. This time, it wasn't just to find a way out. At the same time, Su Yan also wanted to see what kind of treasure was hidden under this danger. The moment the blood spider's burning sea of fire descended, Su Yan's eyes flashed and he took a step forward. While this unswerving determination, Su Yan was also much more cautious than before. The cultivation method in his body was operating quickly and he was constantly on guard against everything around him. Although Su Yan was looking forward to seeing what kind of rare treasure was hidden here, he didn't want to give up his life here for the treasure. Just as Su Yan stepped into the ashes of the blood spiders that had been burned by the green lotus core fire, Su Yan suddenly felt a foul stench assaulting his nose. Su Yan had already seen this stench before. However, when he inhaled this stench, Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. The blood in his body seemed to be suppressed in an instant. A huge pain spread throughout Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly circulated his qi and held his breath. This stench is poisonous. At the same time, Su Yan also reacted. There was poison in this stench. Unfortunately, it was too late. This poisonous gas had already invaded Su Yan's body and was constantly eroding Su Yan's blood. No matter how hard Su Yan tried to circulate his qi to resist, it was futile. On the contrary, when Su Yan circulated his qi, this poisonous gas became even more rampant and wantonly eroded inside Su Yan's body. What a powerful poisonous gas! While Su Yan was shocked, he gradually felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. At the same time, the 2 legs that supported his body were getting weaker and weaker. His whole body fell into a state of weakness. No matter how Su Yan struggled, it was still futile. Su Yan's body became weaker and weaker. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I, Su, am a dignified sword saint. I didn't die in the scheme of the Su family, I didn't die in the well of the hidden sword tomb, and I didn't die in the pursuit of the ancient Yu sect in the hidden demon region. Am I going to die in this unknown place? Su Yan muttered to himself. Plop, his body suddenly became weak and he couldn't support himself. He fell to the ground. The moment he fell to the ground, the remains of the blood spider's corpse still contained the poison of the blood spider. In an instant, Su Yan bit Su Yan's white robe and another burst of pain invaded Su Yan's body. Although Su Yan wanted to resist, he was powerless. He could only watch the poison of the blood spider's corpse corrode his body. Roar! At this moment, there was a loud noise. Suddenly, another blood spider jumped out from the darkness in front of him. This blood spider was bigger than any of the ones he had seen before. It was the size of a person. Its two bulging eyes were even uglier. They were like copper bells, emitting a deep green light. Its 8 claws supported its fat body, and one could clearly see the foul-smelling venom flowing under its fat belly. When Su Yan saw it, his heart shook. He instinctively wanted to grab his spiritual sword. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't have the strength to do so. He could only watch the blood spider slowly approach him. It seems that I'm really going to die here today. Su Yan looked at the giant blood spider slowly approaching him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Roar! The blood spider looked at the blood spider's corpse on the ground and angrily let out a low roar. At the same time, the huge eyes emitting green light suddenly looked at Su Yan with a ferocious gaze. It was obviously angry that Su Yan had killed its disciple. Roar! The blood spider roared again and let out a shrill cry. Its 8 legs moved together and quickly pounced on Su Yan. Chapter 160. As the blood spider pounced on him, the stench hit him in the face. Su Yan couldn't help but feel his insides churn. However, he didn't even have the strength to vomit. Only his chest continued to churn. He wanted to vomit, but he couldn't. The blood vessels in his body also started to tremble. A wave of nausea that he had never felt before exploded in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan wanted to growl and resist, but he didn't have any strength. He could only curse in his heart, "Damn blood spider, why is it so smelly?" Amidst the stench, the blood spider pouncing on Su Yan looked at Su Yan and growled angrily. It opened its mouth and bit at Su Yan. This blood spider was clearly much smarter than the small blood spiders from before. It seemed to have intelligence. When it saw Su Yan's miserable expression, it didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Su Yan. Instead, it wanted to slowly torture Su Yan to death. It opened its mouth and a green liquid immediately dripped onto Su Yan's body. The moment the green venom dripped onto Su Yan's body, the white robe on Su Yan's body burned as if it had been set on fire. A large hole was burned in it. At the same time, the venom seeped into Su Yan's skin. At the moment when the venom slid in, Su Yan's entire body stiffened at the same time, and he couldn't move at all. Su Yan was stunned. He wanted to struggle, he wanted to roar, he wanted to vent the nausea in his heart. However, Su Yan could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the 8 long claws of the gigantic blood spider wriggled on his body. The stench from its body continued to corrode Su Yan's body. This made Su Yan feel an unprecedented disgust. At this moment, Su Yan even wanted the blood spider to stab him to death. After all, this was an unprecedented disgust. Su Yan felt as if all his internal organs were being turned over, but he couldn't vomit them out. Under this constant disgust, Su Yan quickly became numb. Looking at the disgusting giant blood spider, Su Yan's mind was spinning rapidly. I've clearly been poisoned. This venom is so strong that it can instantly corrode all my blood vessels, making me unable to move. Then what do I have to do to recover my strength? What do I have to do? Su Yan kept roaring in his heart. He was not willing to submit to this monster. Su Yan. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, he could not muster up even a little bit of strength. The cultivation technique in his body seemed to have been sealed. No matter how hard Su Yan struggled, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. Am I really going to die here? Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was a bitter smile. Even the muscles on his face couldn't twitch. It was just a bitter smile that appeared in Su Yan's heart. Under the constant corrosion of the blood spider's venom, Su Yan's consciousness became more and more muddled. His eyelids also became heavier and heavier. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Su Yan kept warning himself. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the venom from spreading in his body. He still couldn't stop the fatigue from spreading. Roar! When the blood spider saw that Su Yan's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, it let out another low roar. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Su Yan. Su Yan's gaze drifted as he watched the blood spider biting towards him. He wanted to block it, but his body did not have the slightest bit of strength. Only the last bit of faith in his heart filled his heart. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Plop! At this moment, there was a sudden loud sound. A black shadow flashed by. The blood spider that was about to bite Su Yan was suddenly sent flying. Roar! The blood spider let out a low roar in pain. Su Yan, who was about to fall asleep, also shook. At the same time, he cast his gaze towards the black figure. Su Yan's hair stood on end once again. Densely packed feet, an extremely ugly black body, and waves of strong stench emitted from its body. Su Yan's hair stood on end. A 1,000-legged centipede. It's a 1,000-legged centipede. At this moment, there was another rustling sound. When Su Yan heard this voice, he seemed to have realized something. Fear immediately appeared in his eyes, and wherever he looked, his eyes instantly widened. Countless small 1,000-legged centipedes were crawling towards Su Yan. Looking at these centipedes, Su Yan's scalp began to tingle. He prayed in his heart, "Please don't crawl over here. Please don't crawl over here." Unfortunately, these 1,000-legged centipedes didn't listen to Su Yan. They kept crawling towards Su Yan. In an instant, they were all over Su Yan's body. Not only were there centipedes on Su Yan's face, but they were also densely packed. Su Yan closed his eyes. He wanted to scream and vent the disgust in his heart. Unfortunately, his body still couldn't move. Not only that, when the 1,000-legged centipedes crawled over, they left behind a strong poison that instantly entered Su Yan's body. A sharp pain exploded in Su Yan's body once again. Su Yan endured the pain. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't have enough strength. He could only watch helplessly. Pudong, at this moment, there was another loud sound. Su Yan looked over and felt like dying. Suddenly, there was another densely packed green thing crawling towards him. 7-colored demonic snakes. A dense swarm of 7-colored demonic snakes crawled towards Su Yan. Su Yan was dumbfounded. His whole body was numb from the fear. Looking at the 7-colored demonic beasts crawling on his body, he didn't feel anything at all. His face was ashen. At the same time, there was another sound. The densely packed toads croaked and jumped toward him. The green-haired heavenly toad is here too. What day is it today? Why are all the poisonous creatures in the world here? Su Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only watch these poisonous creatures wreak havoc on his body. Su Yan didn't know how much poison was left in his body. His whole body was numb and he gradually lost consciousness. The venomous creatures gathered around Su Yan's body and a great battle broke out. Blood-red spider, 1,000-legged centipedes, 7-colored demonic snakes, green-haired heavenly toads. Small against small, big against big. Soon, the blood-red spider was the only one left standing. It was bitten to death by the other 3 venomous creatures. Its corpse fell onto Su Yan's body and the remaining venom flowed into Su Yan's body. After a while, the 1,000-legged centipede, 7-colored demonic snake, and green-haired heavenly toad were all injured. Countless corpses fell on Su Yan's body. The poison on their bodies was also constantly eroding Su Yan. Su Yan's body was constantly eroded by the poison. Fortunately, he still lost consciousness and didn't feel any fear. Only the poison was constantly eroding his body. The battle between the four poisonous creatures became more and more intense. No one knew how long it had been. The four poisonous creatures all died here, filling the entire passage. Su Yan's entire face was covered by countless thousand-legged centipede, seven-colored demonic snake, and green-haired heavenly toad. His body was also eroded by their poison. The four different poisons in the world eroded Su Yan's body and fought with each other. Su Yan's body from the previous great pain, under the entanglement of the four poisonous creatures, some subtle changes slowly occurred. Soon, Su Yan's body also recovered a bit of strength. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth and breathed. Suddenly, he sucked in a thousand-legged centipede. Before Su Yan could react to what had happened, he let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately jumped up. Looking at the ground and the densely packed corpses of the four poisonous creatures on his body, Su Yan felt his hair stand on end. He did not even have the time to think about how his body had recovered its strength. Su Yan screamed again and quickly ran forward. Disgusting, too disgusting. Su Yan thought of the densely packed four poisonous creatures, and his whole body felt a chill. Especially when he thought of those poisonous creatures crawling over his body, Su Yan's scalp became numb. His whole body fell into a burst of unhappiness. He kept running, hoping to use the wind to blow away the residual nausea on his body. While Su Yan was running, a pool suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. Water. When Su Yan saw the pool, he was overjoyed. Without thinking, he jumped into the pool. The cold lake water washed Su Yan's body. The comfortable feeling spread all over his body. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh and let out a carefree smile. The nausea that surged from his heart slowly decreased. Su Yan also began to recover his divine sense. Thinking of the appearance of the blood spider, Su Yan operated his cultivation method and found that he had recovered his strength. Su Yan was surprised. Wasn't I severely poisoned? How come it's all good now? Su Yan thought about it and soon understood. He smiled and said, "It seems that the four deadly poisons have invaded my body. Fighting poison with poison, this is good for me." Su Yan thought and couldn't help but laugh. He looked up and shouted, "It seems that the heavens don't want me to die, the heavens don't want me to die." Su Yan laughed for a while. In order to confirm that the venom was fighting poison with poison, he was fine. In the pool, he operated his cultivation method and checked the situation of his body. After confirming that he was fine, Su Yan was relieved. At the moment when Su Yan was about to stop operating his cultivation method, Su Yan suddenly found that under his dantian, there was still the venom of the four poisonous creatures. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He hurriedly operated his cultivation method to dissolve it. At the moment when the spirit energy was transmitted, suddenly, the poison invaded and turned into Su Yan's cultivation method. Like spirit energy, it burst out. What the hell is going on? Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. His face changed greatly and he hurriedly stopped operating his cultivation method. But the cultivation method was like crazy. Not only did it not stop, but it also crazily rotated. Chapter 161. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was horrified. He wanted to stop the circulation of the cultivation technique, but no matter how hard he tried, the cultivation technique could not be stopped. It continued to circulate, and the remaining poison of the four poisons in his body also surged into Su Yan's cultivation technique in an instant. In an instant, there was a burst of powerful spiritual energy. Su Yan was shocked again. What the hell is going on? To be honest, after such a long time, Su Yan had not understood the mystery of the Virokana colored glazed sword manual since he started to choose it. Previously, Su Yan had discovered that the Virokana-colored glazed sword manual could absorb sword essence. Absorb sword essence. Su Yan thought of this, and his mind suddenly jolted. The Virokana-colored glazed sword manual can absorb sword essence, but can it also absorb these poisons? As Su Yan thought of this, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He quickly jumped up from the pool, and without caring about the circulation of the cultivation technique in his body, he quickly ran back to the place where the 4 poisons were. In his heart, Su Yan was no longer afraid of these poisons. He sat on the spot and circulated the cultivation technique quickly. The poisons that appeared on the ground instantly flowed into Su Yan's body. The moment the poisons entered, Su Yan first felt a tremor in the blood vessels all over his body and a sharp pain. But the moment the poison of another poison entered Su Yan's body, the pain disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a carefree feeling. At the same time, as the Virokana-colored glazed sword manual circulated, spiritual energy surged out continuously and instantly entered Su Yan's Saint Meridian. Su Yan was now a saint with 2 meridians. When Su Yan comprehended the first meridian, he observed the birth of the scorching sun magical sword in the sword-casting furnace set up by Cho Bo. And the second Saint Meridian was formed by Su Yan swallowing the molten green lotus fire. Now, when Su Yan was absorbing the poisons, a strange idea suddenly appeared in his mind. With the help of these poisons, he could form a Saint Meridian. Those who cultivated holy bloodlines. Every time he condensed a Saint Meridian, he had to comprehend something to be able to do so. However, every Saint Meridian expert was a Saint Meridian with 9 Saint Meridians. The Saint Meridian in their body was still the same as the first Saint Meridian. For example, Su Yan had condensed the sword in 10th Saint Meridian for the first time. If Su Yan wanted to form a new Saint Meridian, the second Saint Meridian would definitely have something to do with swords. However, Su Yan discovered that his Saint Meridian did not need to condense a Saint Meridian related to the sword. Take Su Yan's 2 Saint Veins for example. The first was the SwordWill Saint Meridian. The second was the Heavenly Fire Sacred Vein. Then the third one, absorbing the poisonous gas in the surroundings, under the circulation of the Great Sun-colored glazed sword sutra, it continuously transformed into spiritual energy. Su Yan's eyes immediately lit up with a scorching light. I have the SwordWill Saint Meridian and the Heavenly Fire Sacred Vein in my body. Does that mean I can condense a poisonous Saint Meridian now? Su Yan thought as he closed his eyes. The Great Sun-colored glazed sword sutra continued to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings and transform it into spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy was condensed, there were also countless poisonous gas. Although the poisonous gas had no effect on Su Yan now, when the poisonous gas flowed through his blood vessels, it caused a huge pain. It was as if his body was being torn apart and it instantly spread throughout Su Yan's body. Ah! Su Yan could not help but let out a low roar. The pain caused by the poisonous gas tearing through his blood vessels made Su Yan's entire body tremble. The cultivation method in his body also trembled. The pain of tearing his blood vessels was much more intense than when the 2 dragons entered his eyes and blood entered his body. However, Su Yan knew that if he could not endure the pain, all his efforts would be in vain. Not only would all his efforts be in vain, but his other Saint Meridians would also be destroyed. Moreover, the poisonous gas still opened a hole in his blood vessels. Now Su Yan had no choice but to persevere and create another Saint Meridian. Su Yan had never seen or heard of this method of creating a Saint Meridian in the ancient books. In the present world, Su Yan had seen many experts with Saint Meridians, but none of them were as strange as this. Su Yan had met Xiang Tianba, who could be said to be the strongest expert with Saint Meridians. Xiang Tianba was not on good terms with Su Yan. However, Su Yan had never denied that Xiang Tianba was a genius. He was a disciple of the Immortal Sword Peak in the Hidden Sword Tomb and the youngest expert with Saint Meridians. He was also the strongest expert with Saint Meridians. Moreover, when Xiang Tianba condensed the celestial phenomenon in the sword well, if it had not been for Su Yan's interference, Xiang Tianba would have become a celestial phenomenon emperor. With Xiang Tianba's qualifications, it was very likely that he would become the strongest celestial phenomenon emperor of the new generation with his cultivation. Of course, all of this was the result of Su Yan's absence. From the moment Xiang Tianba wanted to kill Su Yan, everything changed. In the end, he died in the myriad sword vortex, which made Su Yan one less strong competitor. However, Su Yan had to admire Xiang Tianba for being the strongest expert with Saint Meridians. But even so, when Su Yan felt the power of Xiang Tianba's Saint Meridians, he clearly knew that even if Xiang Tianba was the strongest expert with Saint Meridians, all Saint Meridians were still the same kind of power. Now, Su Yan was only a saint with 2 Saint Meridians, which was already a different kind of power. Su Yan did not know if there had been any almighty who had reached this level in his previous life. However, Su Yan knew that as far as he knew, this kind of method of condensing Saint Meridians could definitely be called the first person in history. Of course, this was also because Su Yan had not yet stepped out of the boundless commandery. While enjoying the great pain of the poisonous gas in his body, Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Others cultivate the life Dao and the soul Dao, but I cultivate the Dao of the human heart. It is different from others, so no matter what, I have to condense this third poison meridian." Su Yan shouted with a cold face. No matter how much pain he felt in his body, he did not make a sound. Only the cultivation method was operating rapidly, constantly attacking the various Saint Meridians in his body. At the same time, Su Yan's Saint Meridians immediately bloomed. The third Saint Meridian tore open in Su Yan's flesh and blood, and the poisonous gas left by the 4 poisonous creatures around quickly spun and poured into Su Yan's body. Under the conversion of the sun-colored glaze sword sutra, it turned into poisonous spiritual qi and poured into Su Yan's Saint Meridian. Su Yan felt this majestic power, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. He shouted, "Third Saint Meridian, open." Pudong, a loud sound suddenly exploded, and a majestic wave of spiritual energy surged up. The poisonous gas in the surroundings instantly filled the air and revolved around Su Yan's body. Just one of the 4 great poisonous creatures in the world was enough to take the life of a supremacy spirit sea. Not to mention Su Yan, a mere Saint Meridian saint. However, this time, because of the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra, and because of the 4 great poisonous creatures using poison to fight poison, it was actually useless against Su Yan. Instead, it condensed in Su Yan's flames and turned into poisonous spiritual energy. It turned into Su Yan's third Saint Meridian. At the moment when the poisonous gas rushed out, Su Yan felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Countless amounts of poisonous gas rushed into Su Yan's body. Following that, Su Yan's entire body exploded, emitting a bewitching aura. Su Yan knew that success or failure depended on this move. Poisonous Saint Meridian, condense. Su Yan shouted out loudly as he forcefully endured the tearing pain in his body. His entire body was trembling, but he continued to control the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, causing the surrounding poison gas that had entered his body to condense around his body. A dark green Saint Meridian slowly condensed in Su Yan's body under his efforts. The pain also spread, and a strange majestic power gushed up. Su Yan looked at the Saint Meridian and couldn't help but smile. Did I succeed? At this moment, Su Yan only felt his vision go black, and he fainted. Every cultivator knew that every time a Saint Meridian was opened or formed, there would be a fatal pain. Many people couldn't bear the pain and ended up suffering qi deviation when opening or forming a Saint Meridian. Moreover, Su Yan had condensed a poisonous Saint Meridian, which broke the rules. This was a unique cultivation method. This unique method, the poisonous Saint Meridian, also made Su Yan's pain hundreds of times more than ordinary people. The fact that Su Yan could endure it was enough to show that Su Yan's perseverance was extraordinary. Su Yan only fainted now that he had successfully condensed a Saint Meridian. This was also because Su Yan's endurance had reached its limit. Although Su Yan was unconscious, Su Yan's mouth was full of joy from advancing to a 3-meridian saint. It was not until a day later that Su Yan slowly recovered and opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, before Su Yan could feel the joy of advancing to a 3-meridian saint, he was already frightened by the scene in front of him. At a glance, the ground was covered with blood-red spiders, 7-colored demon snakes, green-haired sky toads, and 1,000-legged centipedes, which made one's scalp tingle. Su Yan had condensed a poisonous Saint Meridian, so he was immune to any severe pain. Moreover, these corpses had lost their toxicity. However, the countless corpses still made Su Yan's scalp tingle. Moreover, these corpses were emitting a nauseating smell. Su Yan yelled and hurriedly ran towards the pool. He jumped into the pool without hesitation. Under the cleansing of the cold water, Su Yan felt a wave of comfort, and the creepy feeling lessened a little. Su Yan's face was filled with joy from advancing to a 3-meridian saint. At the same time, Su Yan was full of expectations for the newly condensed poisonous Saint Meridian and wanted to test its power. Immediately, Su Yan operated his cultivation method and a powerful spiritual energy was emitted. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual energy surged up. This spiritual energy was different from the usual spiritual energy. It was dark green in color and spread in the pool. Countless blood bubbles suddenly appeared in the cold water. Chapter 162. Now that I'm a 3-pulse saint, one is the SwordWill Saint Meridian, the second is the Heavenly Fire Saint Meridian, and the third is the Poison Saint Meridian. I wonder what the 4th Saint Meridian will be. Su Yan was enjoying the joy of advancing to a 3-pulse saint. At the same time, he was confused. Su Yan had embarked on a different path of Saint Meridians from ordinary people. Ordinary people formed Saint Meridians from a single Saint Meridian. It was difficult for them to find their own Saint Meridian when they were at the peak of the life-soul realm. If they found a Saint Meridian, forming a Saint Meridian was just a matter of cultivation. As long as they had sufficient spiritual energy, they could form a Saint Meridian at any time. However, Su Yan was different. Su Yan had embarked on an unusual path. Every Saint Meridian was different. Every time Su Yan formed a Saint Meridian, he had to make a new choice. He had to search for the source of his Saint Meridian, just like when he had just advanced from the life-soul realm to the Saint Meridian realm. Every time he searched, it would naturally be much more difficult for Su Yan to form a Saint Meridian. Thinking about it, Su Yan could not help but smile bitterly. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. After all, forming different Saint Meridians would give Su Yan unexpected effects when he fought against experts of the same level in the future. However, this would also make Su Yan's cultivation path more difficult. No matter what, at least I've successfully formed a 3rd Saint Meridian. Su Yan thought and soon forgot his confusion. Instead, he recalled the time since he had stepped into this place. In just a few days, Su Yan had advanced from a 1-pulse saint to a 3-pulse saint. If such a rapid advancement were to spread to the world and the hidden demon region, it would definitely cause a sensation. Ordinary people might not be able to form a single pulse in a few years or even decades. However, Su Yan had formed 2 pulses in just a few days. How could such a cultivation speed not be amazing? Of course, Su Yan knew that the reason why he was able to condense these 2 meridians in such a short period of time was inseparable from this dangerous place. When Su Yan had devoured the heavenly fire, the boundless power of the heavenly fire had forcibly split open a Saint Meridian in his body, allowing him to form a Saint Meridian. As for the 3rd Saint Meridian, it was because Su Yan had survived the calamity that he had gotten the opportunity to obtain it. 1,000-legged centipedes, green-furred heavenly toads, 7-colored demonic snakes, and blood-colored spiders were all extremely poisonous creatures in the world. The venom released by one of them was enough to kill a venerable spirit sea expert. Not to mention that there were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of these 4 poisonous creatures gathered together. The amount of poison it emitted was enough to drown an entire city. However, Who would have thought that when the four poisonous creatures gathered together, not only did they not kill Su Yan, but they also achieved an unprecedented effect, allowing Su Yan to successfully form a third poisonous Saint Meridian. Of course, Su Yan also knew that if it were anywhere else, it would be impossible for him to form a poisonous Saint Meridian. This was because even if he did not die from the poison, there would not be enough poison for him to absorb. There was only this place. Only the gathering of tens of thousands of these four poisonous creatures, the constant flow of poison, and the intense pain that was enough to drown an entire city, or even devour a continent, allowed Su Yan to successfully form a Saint Meridian. It could be said that all these conditions were indispensable. At the same time, Su Yan also knew that all these conditions were inseparable from the effects of his cultivation method. If the Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture could not absorb the sword essence, convert the heavenly fire, or turn the poison gas into spiritual chi, then everything would be in vain. The Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture is so mysterious, I wonder how many memories are left behind. Su Yan muttered to himself, rotating the Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture. After thinking for a long time, he still could not think of a reason. He could only secretly admire the mighty person who created the Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture in his heart. While admiring the mighty person, Su Yan looked at the front of the passage, and a burning light flowed in his eyes again. He smiled slightly and said, "Although this place is dangerous, it is indeed my blessed land. It is precisely because of this dangerous place that I can become a saint with 3 veins in a few days." Su Yan looked at the passage in front of him, his eyes burning like torches. He was even more interested in what was in front of the passage. Immediately, Su Yan yelled out loudly. He activated the cultivation method in his body and a wave of spiritual chi surged out. His entire body immediately leaped out of the pool. In an instant, he took a step forward and did not care about the pool of water behind him that exploded into countless splashes due to his strength. The moment Su Yan used his strength to explode the pool, it immediately formed a powerful whirlpool. It suddenly spun and a strange power surged out from the pool. Su Yan was now only thinking about what was in front of the passage. He did not notice that behind him, just as Su Yan was taking a step. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from behind Su Yan. This dragon roar was domineering and majestic, and in the roar, there was suddenly a powerful force. Su Yan could not help but tremble, and in an instant reacted, hurriedly turning back. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Yan was completely stunned. Dragon! Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. It was a huge dragon, but Su Yan soon discovered that it was not a real dragon, but a bone dragon. No flesh or blood could be seen on the gigantic dragon's body, only the eerie white bones. The whole dragon's head was just a skeleton. But even so, the eerie white bones still exuded the powerful majesty of the dragon clan, especially when the dragon's head looked at Su Yan. Under the empty eyes of the dragon without eyeballs, there was a coquettish aura. Su Yan could not help but tremble. Dragons were like divine beasts, and even the super-powerful human beings might not be a match for dragons. Although Su Yan had just condensed his 3rd holy vein, he was only a holy vein expert. Now, in front of the divine dragon beast, only death would await him. Su Yan was afraid for a moment, and at the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. He thought to himself, how can there be a bone dragon here? If I encounter such a divine beast, I will definitely die. I just don't know if my bone dragon does not have the majesty of a divine beast. Obviously, Su Yan was thinking too much. The moment the bone dragon looked at Su Yan, it suddenly roared, and in an instant, a powerful force was emitted from the roar. This powerful force was not something that Su Yan could resist. Su Yan felt the blood in his body tremble, and his whole body was sent flying. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the huge dragon's body rotated and was about to attack Su Yan. Su Yan's heart trembled when he saw the bone dragon's attack. Although he knew that he had no power to resist the bone dragon, it was obviously not Su Yan's style to let Su Yan wait for death. The moment the bone dragon attacked, Su Yan's sun-colored glazed sword scripture quickly circulated, and at the same time, his blood-red eyes suddenly shrank, and a red light burst out. Suddenly, the bone dragon's speed slowed down a lot in Su Yan's eyes. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Although the bone dragon's speed was much slower than Su Yan's, it was still as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it was in front of Su Yan. The huge dragon's head tried to swallow Su Yan. It emitted a strong wind, and Su Yan could not help but roar, "Ah!" Unfortunately, it did not happen. In the face of this powerful bone dragon, Su Yan had no power to resist. He could only use his hands to protect himself and watch this scene with wide eyes. Just as the bone dragon was about to swallow Su Yan, it stopped in front of Su Yan. The white dragon's huge, empty eyes stared at Su Yan. It looked at Su Yan and emitted a strong sense of resentment. However, when the bone dragon saw Su Yan's eyes, its resentment slowly subsided. Su Yan looked at the bone dragon in horror, but he quickly recovered. He frowned and thought to himself, "Why didn't this bone dragon devour me? Is it because of my blood dragon pupil?" During his time in the Hengduan Mountains, Su Yan knew that the blood dragon pupil had a suppressive effect on monster beasts. However, Su Yan knew that this was only effective against some low-level monstrous beasts. It had no effect at all against some high-level monstrous beasts, just like how it had no effect against the bone dragon. If he used it rashly, the deputy general manager would use it. After all, the world of powerhouses could only accommodate one person. Therefore, when Su Yan saw the bone dragon just now, he had never thought of using his blood dragon pupil to restrain it. Now that he saw the bone dragon suddenly stop, his heart was full of doubts. Could this bone dragon be related to the blood dragon pupil? Su Yan stared at the bone dragon dumbfoundedly. He did not dare to move. He could only guess in his heart why the bone dragon suddenly stopped. Before Su Yan could understand, the bone dragon, which had been staring at Su Yan, suddenly jumped up and let out a trembling and mournful wail. Su Yan was shocked and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Su Yan was only a saint now. How could he escape the bone dragon's speed? When the bone dragon saw that Su Yan wanted to escape, it roared and rushed toward Su Yan. Before Su Yan could react, the bone dragon's body directly drilled into Su Yan's body. In an instant, Su Yan felt a huge pain in his body. His face was twisted because of the pain. Su Yan turned his head and was instantly shocked. He saw that the bone dragon had drilled into Su Yan's body. At the same time, a tearing pain spread throughout Su Yan's body. Su Yan instinctively wanted to use qi to resist. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, he could not summon any qi. He could only enjoy this boundless pain. Chapter 163. A tearing pain came from his back. Despite Su Yan's willpower, he still let out a blood-curdling scream. This sound echoed throughout the entire passage. It was so shocking and so miserable. Pain, excruciating pain, this kind of pain was far more painful than when the two dragons entered his eyes and blood entered his body. Because of the pain, Su Yan's entire body was trembling. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his eyes were emitting a bewitching red. However, the bone dragon did not stop because of Su Yan's pain. Its huge body directly drilled into Su Yan's body. Even though Su Yan's willpower was amazing, under this great pain, he also wandered between unconsciousness and consciousness several times. Because of the pain, Su Yan had just fainted. However, the moment he fainted, Su Yan woke up again because of the pain. In this endless pain, all of his beliefs and willpower seemed to be destroyed. At that moment, Su Yan even thought of death. Along the way, no matter how dangerous Su Yan had been through, even if he was forced into a desperate situation, Su Yan had never thought of fending for himself. He had never given up resisting. However, the great pain coming from his back now made Su Yan think of death. Only death could free him from all of this. Ah! Su Yan let out a low roar and immediately slapped his own body with both of his palms. No! No! Just as Su Yan raised his palms, Su Yan's unswerving willpower immediately sprouted and stopped Su Yan. Why not? As long as I slap you, you will be free of this pain. At the same time, another voice urged Su Yan to kill himself. Soon, two voices appeared in Su Yan's mind, arguing. Su Yan, slap yourself. Once you slap yourself, you will be free. No, Su Yan, you have to hold on. You still have so many unfulfilled beliefs. The two voices of dispute reverberated in Su Yan's mind. Ah! Su Yan groaned in discomfort. In the end, his will to live prevailed. I can't die. I can't die. Su Yan roared, and his whole body suddenly erupted with a powerful force. Su Yan's arms spread out as he roared towards the sky. The majestic aura emitted from his body soared into the sky, and the huge bone dragon's body also drilled into Su Yan's body. Roar! Su Yan raised his head and issued a dragon-like roar. Then, his entire body went soft, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. The bone dragon's body, which was dozens of times larger than Su Yan, entered Su Yan's body and disappeared. Only Su Yan was left lying quietly on the ground. An unknown amount of time had passed. Su Yan still hadn't woken up. Only his body was undergoing subtle changes. A white bone slowly appeared on his head. The white bone grew longer and longer with the passage of time. Gradually, it grew into a horn on Su Yan's head. Above the water chestnut horn, there was a faint majestic aura. After the water chestnut grew, a few more days passed before Su Yan, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Su Yan opened his eyes and looked at the top of his head. He didn't rush to stand up. Instead, he recalled the memories of the past few days that he was in a coma. In these memories, Su Yan understood many things. Just as Su Yan had expected, this bone dragon was related to his blood dragon pupil. This bone dragon was the skeleton of one of the dragons in his blood dragon pupil. It was also because of the existence of this blood dragon pupil that Su Yan didn't lose his life to the bone dragon's huge mouth. Not only did he not lose his life, but he also obtained the bone dragon. The dragon bones refined his body, making his muscles and bones 100 times stronger than before. This time, Su Yan could be said to have hit the jackpot. However, Su Yan wasn't happy at all. This was because from the information left behind by the bone dragon, Su Yan knew of the existence of this place. This place was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Although the 10,000 Ghosts Cave was as famous as the Hengduan Mountain and the East Sea, it was one of the 3 most dangerous places. However, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave was ranked first among the 3 most dangerous places. Not only that, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave had never appeared in a fixed place. Only those who were unlucky, or perhaps fated, could see the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. 10,000 Ghosts Cave. I really didn't expect this place to be the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Su Yan thought of the description of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave in the ancient books and couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, this bitter smile quickly disappeared. Su Yan's scarlet eyes suddenly turned and shot out a bright light. So what if it's the 10,000 Ghosts Cave? I, Su Yan, have entered this place and obtained the inheritance of the bone dragon. Why should I be afraid? When Su Yan thought of this, he suddenly felt enlightened. Previously, when Su Yan had just learned about the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, he was stunned by the ferocious reputation of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave left in the world. However, now that he came back to his senses, Su Yan also understood. Not to mention that he now knew that this place was the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Even if he didn't know it was the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, there was no reason not to explore it. Moreover, Su Yan had already broken through the illusion realm and was chased by the 4 poisonous creatures. Apart from the memories of the 10,000 ghosts cave in his heart, Su Yan was more concerned about the water caltrop on his head. From the memories left behind by the bone dragon, Su Yan understood that this was because he had received the inheritance of the bone dragon and grew the water caltrop. A person grew the water caltrop of a dragon. Su Yan walked to the side of the pool and looked at his reflection in the pool. He looked at the water caltrop and was worried at first. Then, he touched the water caltrop and couldn't help but smile. This water caltrop is not ugly on my head. Moreover, I want to go to the monster palace. If I have this water caltrop, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The reason why the monster palace only existed in the East Sea was that it rarely went in and out of the East Sea. It was precisely because the monster palace was self-contained. All of the disciples in the Supreme Demon Palace were monstrous beasts. No, to be more precise, they were all monstrous beasts that had cultivated into spirits and turned into human form. Therefore, there was a condition to join the monster palace. That was, the disciples who entered the monster palace had to have the blood of monsters in their bodies. No matter what kind of monster it was, as long as they had the blood of monsters. Of course, this was the most basic condition. It was impossible for a real monster to join the monster palace. At that time, Su Yan wanted to avoid the pursuit of the Guyu sect and hide in the monster palace. Su Yan didn't know how to disguise himself as a monster. Now that the bone dragon had entered his body and suddenly grew water caltrops, it solved a lot of Su Yan's problems. Su Yan thought about the water caltrops that suddenly grew water caltrops and didn't care about it anymore. He muttered to himself, this time, there won't be any problems entering the monster palace. As he spoke, Su Yan looked in front of the passage. His eyes immediately emitted a bright light. Since this is the 10,000 ghost cave, then if I want to leave this place, I have to break the 10,000 ghost seal. I just don't know where the 10,000 ghost seal is. Previously, Su Yan didn't know that this was the 10,000 ghost cave. He only knew that if he wanted to leave this place, there was only one way. Now that Su Yan knew that this was the 10,000 ghost cave, he naturally knew. The strongest place in the 10,000 ghost cave, the 10,000 ghost seal. If a person wanted to enter the 10,000 ghost cave, they had to break the 10,000 ghost seal in order to leave. Legend has it that no one has ever broken this seal. I, Su Yan, don't believe this. Since Su Yan knew about the 10,000 ghost seal, he naturally knew how powerful it was. There were records of the 10,000 ghost cave in the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak in the Hidden Sword Tomb. The 10,000 ghost cave was ranked as the first of the 3 danger zones. Not only was it because the 10,000 ghost cave was unpredictable, but it was also because of the 10,000 ghost seal. It was said that for hundreds of years, no one had been able to successfully break the 10,000 ghost seal and leave safely. Su Yan didn't believe this at all. His eyes were like torches as he suddenly stepped forward. Su Yan had just advanced to a 3-vein saint expert and his body had been refined by the bone dragon. His physique had been greatly improved compared to before. With a single stride, he swiftly rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. Since he knew the way out, Su Yan naturally didn't want to waste any more time. Of course, as he quickly moved forward, Su Yan was constantly on guard against everything around him. After all, this was one of the 3 danger zones. Fortunately, although Su Yan encountered some dangers along the way, they weren't life-threatening. Su Yan successfully solved the problems. Not only that, but Su Yan also gained a lot of benefits. Of course, these benefits couldn't be compared to the benefits that the Green Lotus Core Fire and the 4 poisons brought to Su Yan. It was just some spiritual herbs and some elixirs. Although they were expensive, Su Yan didn't care. What Su Yan was most concerned about now was the 10,000 ghost seal. It wasn't that Su Yan was anxious to get out of here, but that Su Yan was looking forward to the 10,000 ghost soul pearl under the 10,000 ghost seal. Although Su Yan had never seen the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl before, Su Yan didn't take it. The 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl contained the souls of 10,000 ghosts and had the effect of reviving the dead. Su Yan didn't have anyone he wanted to help now. However, the effect of the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl alone was enough to make people jealous. After all, such a treasure was worth at least a few 100 million spiritual stones in the world. Moreover, it was priceless. A few 100 million spiritual stones. Su Yan's heart was trembling as he thought about it. One must know that Su Yan was currently penniless. If he could obtain this 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl, he would no longer need to worry about spiritual stones in the future. Not only that. After leaving the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan knew more about the benefits of spiritual stones. Especially after learning the way of sword forging from Uncle Cho, Su Yan understood the importance of spiritual stones. If one wanted to forge a good sword, spirit stones were an indispensable resource. Of course, if it was only a few 100 million spiritual stones, it wouldn't be enough to make Su Yan so excited. After all, Su Yan wasn't a greedy person. What really made Su Yan excited was the spiritual power contained in the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl. Su Yan, who had just advanced to a 3-vein saint, was still worrying about how to condense the 4th saint vein. After knowing that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave, Su Yan's blood immediately surged as if there was a mysterious force guiding him. Chapter 164. This was a very mysterious force that was guiding him. When Su Yan found out about the 10,000 Ghost Ceiling formation, a strong desire flowed out of his body. This strong desire far surpassed the temptation of the hundreds of millions of spirit stones. The combination of the two naturally made Su Yan worship it in his heart. Along the way, Su Yan went straight down, constantly clearing the obstacles in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The further he went, the greater the danger he had to face. However, after Su Yan had walked for a while, Su Yan suddenly realized that the 10,000 Ghost Cave seemed to be missing a dangerous place. Su Yan had walked for almost an hour and still hadn't encountered any danger. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was like a peaceful place without any danger. If Su Yan didn't know where this place was, then he wouldn't have bothered. But now, Su Yan knew that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was the first of the 3 dangerous places. Here, every inch of land was filled with danger. Every step was filled with hidden danger. However, everything was calm and tranquil. Su Yan could not help but feel suspicious. Did I go the wrong way? Su Yan frowned. After thinking for a while, he realized that something was not right. Along the way, he did not find a second way out. Su Yan carefully observed his surroundings. His eyes instantly widened as he looked at a small corpse on the ground. Su Yan suddenly understood, I'm not the only one in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The further Su Yan went, the more small corpses he saw. His eyes were filled with surprise. Although the small corpses on the ground were the size of mosquitoes, Su Yan wasn't unfamiliar with them. They were sky silkworm plague bugs. Although the sky silkworm plague bugs were small, they were extremely poisonous. Once targeted, even a spiritual sea realm cultivator would find it hard to deal with them. More importantly, the sky silkworm plague bugs didn't fear death. Every time they attacked, they came in groups. Even a peak spiritual sea realm cultivator wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if surrounded by the sky silkworm plague bugs. But now, these heavenly silkworm plague bugs had all died on the ground. How could this not surprise Su Yan? After all, along the way, Su Yan had never heard any sounds of fighting, nor did he feel any spirit chi fluctuations. This was also what surprised Su Yan. At the same time, looking at the corpses and abnormal phenomena on the ground, Su Yan was even more certain that there was more than one person in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Everyone knew about the existence of the 10,000 Ghosts Soul Pearl in the 10,000 Ghosts Cavern. However, very few people were willing to enter the Myriad Ghost Cavern to obtain the Myriad Ghost Soul Bead. After all, the Myriad Ghost Cavern was the first of the 3 great danger zones. The dangers within were endless. How many people would be willing to risk their lives for it? Not only that, but more importantly, the Myriad Ghost Cave was ever-changing. No one knew where it would appear. Only the fated, or the unlucky, could step into the Myriad Ghost Cave. When Su Yan found out that this was the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, he was immediately tempted by the 10,000 Ghosts Soul Pearl. Actually, this was just something that Su Yan had no choice but to do. After all, Su Yan was already in the Myriad Ghost Cave. If Su Yan was not in the Myriad Ghost Cave, Su Yan would definitely not enter the Myriad Ghost Cave for the 10,000 Ghosts Soul Pearl. This was what confused Su Yan the most. Based on the fighting, it seems that there is more than one person. Moreover, they are well prepared. They did not enter rashly like I did. Su Yan continued forward, looking at the traces of battle on the ground, as well as the corpses of some of the deadly creatures that had died. He continued to speculate. If these people did not enter rashly, then they must have entered of their own accord. As Su Yan thought to himself, his eyes flashed with surprise. Just who could find the Myriad Ghost Cave and dare to enter? As Su Yan thought to himself, he unconsciously began to look forward to this group of people. Of course, Su Yan also became more cautious. After all, from the corpses that kept appearing along the way, Su Yan knew that these people who came in were definitely not ordinary people. Now, he still didn't know the identity of these people, and he still didn't know if they were enemies or friends. Naturally, he had to be careful. Because almost all the obstacles on the road had been cleared, Su Yan was able to walk smoothly, which saved him a lot of time. He just kept walking forward. As he walked forward, there was only one path, so he was not afraid of getting lost. After Su Yan walked like this for nearly half a day, the entire passage suddenly changed, becoming countless paths. Each path was the same, pitch black, and he could not see what was ahead. Not only that, but the traces of fighting and corpses that he saw along the way had all disappeared. This caused Su Yan to fall into confusion. Why are there suddenly so many paths? Just which path is the exit? Su Yan looked at the countless paths in front of him and could not help but frown slightly. This passage didn't just represent the exit, it also represented the location of the 10,000 Ghost Seal. Only by choosing the correct path could one reach the 10,000 Ghost Seal and walk out of here. If he chose the wrong path. Su Yan frowned again. He did not know what would happen if he chose the wrong path. After all, the Myriad Ghost Cave had always been a mysterious existence, and there were only a few records about it. Just now, there was only one path, so it was fine. Now that he was suddenly faced with so many paths, Su Yan was confused. Although Su Yan had the intention of randomly choosing a path to try, due to the fearsome reputation of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Su Yan did not dare to wander around carelessly. He could only slowly observe the strange phenomena in front of each path, trying to determine the correct path. Unfortunately, there were too many paths here. Su Yan spent an hour and only checked a few paths. If this continued, he did not know how long it would take for him to truly find a way out. This is not a good way to go after all, Su Yan frowned and muttered to himself as he looked at the path in front of him, trying to find a fast way. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. Su Yan's heart trembled. At the same time, he quickly reacted. The spirit chi in his body surged as he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly. His eyes emitted a bright light as he scanned the surroundings. As his gaze turned, Su Yan saw a graceful purple figure descending from the sky. Su Yan focused his eyes and quickly realized that this figure was probably the person who had entered the Myriad Ghost Cave on their own accord. He thought about how these people had come all the way here as if they had overcome all obstacles. Su Yan was not in a hurry to go forward. Instead, he was careful and hid in the path he had come out from. At the moment when Su Yan dodged, a few figures immediately entered his sight. Aside from the owner of the purple and lithe figure who had just landed, there were also 2 other young women. Both of them were dressed in white and were equally pretty. However, at the moment they landed, their pretty faces looked at the young woman in purple who had landed first. Both of them had worried looks on their faces. With a wave of their hands, a majestic spirit chi surged. The 2 of them rushed toward the girl in purple at the same time and asked nervously, "Young Palace Master, are you okay?" The girl in purple steadied herself with the help of the 2 girls in white. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine." At this moment, Su Yan was able to clearly see the face of this purple-clothed young lady. She had a perfect oval face, a pair of clear eyes, and emitted an alluring aura. Her red lips were slightly parted, and there seemed to be a fragrance drifting out. As for those tightly furrowed smooth eyebrows, at first glance, it gave rise to a desire to protect her. Su Yan's mind shook when he saw this. Immediately, the image of the forever proud and aloof red figure on the heavenly sword peak of the hidden sword tomb flashed across his mind. He could not help but smile bitterly. When he looked at the young lady in purple again, he was no longer as excited as before. "Young Palace Master, what should we do now?" The 2 people around the girl in purple looked at her and spoke in an extremely respectful tone. Obviously, they were the maids of the girl in purple. From this, it could be seen that the girl in purple had a noble status. When the girl in purple heard the words of the 2 maids, she frowned slightly and looked up at something. After a moment of silence, she opened her red lips and said softly, "The 10,000 ghost seal has been opened. Even if we want to go out, I'm afraid it's too late." When the 2 maids heard the girl's words, they also frowned slightly. They looked up for a while and one of them said, "Young Palace Master, why don't you hide first and let the 2 of us open this 10,000 ghost seal?" As the 2 maids spoke, they began to circulate their cultivation methods. Suddenly, a surge of majestic spirit chi surged out. When the powerful spirit chi came, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Emperor Tianxiang. She has reached the strength of an Emperor Tianxiang at such a young age. While Su Yan was surprised, he hid himself even more tightly. Although Su Yan had jumped 2 levels after coming to the 10,000 ghost cave, Su Yan was now only a saint with 3 bloodlines. If he encountered an Emperor Tianxiang, he would not be able to resist at all. Although these people looked delicate, he did not know whether they were friends or foes. It's better to be careful. As Su Yan muttered to himself in his heart, he took a few more steps back. However, when he saw the 3 of them raising their heads to look, he was extremely interested in what they were looking at. He could not help but whisper to himself, "The 3 of them are constantly raising their heads to look. Could there be something extraordinary above?" While Su Yan was puzzled, he heard the girl in purple say, "That's not right. Sister Ping, Sister Ju, the strength of this 10,000 ghost seal is far beyond our imagination. Even the 3 of us might not be able to open it, let alone the 2 of you." But, when the 2 maids, who were called Sister Ping and Sister Ju, heard the girl in purple's words, there was obvious anxiety on their faces. Chapter 165. As the purple-clothed girl spoke, she suddenly opened her hands and a strong spiritual aura spread out. Su Yan looked at the strong spiritual aura and was shocked again. A heavenly emperor, she is also a heavenly emperor. This girl is probably younger than me. How can she have such strength? Although Su Yan didn't admit that he was a proud son of the heavens, he wasn't a genius either. However, Su Yan had always been confident in his cultivation. Along the way, Su Yan had not seen many people of his age who were stronger than him. Now, he suddenly saw a girl who was younger than him but stronger than him. How could Su Yan not be shocked? "Young Palace Master, you can't." Before Su Yan could recover from the shock, he heard the 2 maids cry out and hurriedly stood in front of the purple-clothed girl. "Young Palace Master, you are not yet 18 years old. If you use the Supreme Demon's secret method, I'm afraid, before the maid could finish speaking, the purple-clad young lady shook her head and said, "Elder Sister Ju, Elder Sister Ping, the two of you shouldn't try to persuade me. This time, we entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave because the two of you disobeyed Mother's orders. If I caused the two of you to lose your lives here, how would I, Chu Ling, feel?" Su Yan heard the girl's words and couldn't help but be shocked. From the conversation between the three people just now, Su Yan already knew that the purple-clothed girl was obviously the two maids. Moreover, the two maids had been respectfully calling her young palace master. Obviously, this girl's status in the sect was quite high. Now, this girl was willing to use a secret method for the sake of the two maids. This made Su Yan feel moved. Looking at the purple-clothed girl's graceful body, he could not help but recite her name. Chu Linger. Chu Linger. Not a bad name. Just then, at the place where Chu Linger was, a loud noise suddenly surged. A hurricane came, and the clothes of the purple-clothed girl and the two maids fluttered. At the same time, the two maids activated their cultivation methods and a majestic spiritual aura followed. At the moment of the loud noise, the two of them flashed and blocked the purple-clothed girl Chu Linger. "Sister Ju, Sister Ping, you," before Chu Linger could speak, the two maids immediately said, "Young Palace Master, the two of us were born to serve the Monster Palace. Today, it is our honor to break through the 10,000 Ghosts seal with Young Palace Master. How can we let Young Palace Master use the Supreme Demon's secret method for the two of us?" Although the three of them were all emperors of heaven. However, judging from the spiritual aura fluctuations, it was obvious that the strength of the two maids was much higher than that of the purple-clothed girl. However, because Su Yan was only a saint with 3 bloodlines, he could know that the 3 of them were emperors of heaven, but he could not see their specific strength. While the 2 maids were talking, they looked at each other. The moment a majestic spiritual aura surged, the purple-clothed girl's entire body was immediately blasted away. At the same time, the 2 maids, with the tip of their feet, the 2 of them spun up at the same time and rushed straight into the sky. No, the purple-clothed girl was blasted out. Seeing the 2 of them rushing up, she shouted sadly. Su Yan could not see the outside scene because he was hiding in the passage, so he did not know what was going on. However, from the conversation of the 3 of them, Su Yan guessed something. He also knew the identity of the 3 of them. The 3 of them belonged to the Monster Palace. Thinking of the Monster Palace, Su Yan was less surprised and shocked by the strength of the 3 of them. After all, the Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. It was normal for there to be such young talents. Not only that, but Su Yan also knew that the 3 of them were probably facing the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan did not know why the seal of 10,000 ghosts existed above this, but Su Yan was sure that the 3 of them were definitely not a match for the seal of 10,000 ghosts, which was why they were in such a situation. The 3 of them were all emperors of heaven, but the 3 of them were not a match for the seal of 10,000 ghosts even if they joined forces. Su Yan could not help but gasp. He secretly rejoiced, the 3 emperors of heaven were not a match for the seal of 10,000 ghosts. How could I, a little saint of the holy bloodline, resist it? Fortunately, the 3 of them came in. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died here. How could I talk about the soul pearl of 10,000 ghosts and spirit stones? While Su Yan was thinking, he heard the purple-clothed girl jump up and shout, "Sister Ju, Sister Ping, I know you two are doing this for my own good. However, since today's matter was caused by me, Chu Linger will naturally not leave the 2 of you behind and drag out an ignoble existence." As Chu Linger spoke, her graceful body suddenly rotated. As her purple dress fluttered, it was very beautiful. Su Yan's heart could not help but skip a beat. At this moment, the 2 maidservants shouted in mid-air, "Young Palace Master, don't. If you activate the Taiyao secret method, the 2 of us will kill ourselves here today." When the voice fell, no one knew what had happened. Chu Linger, who was spinning, stopped. She cried, Sister Ju, Sister Ping, why are you two doing this? With your strength, you are definitely not a match for the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Only if I activate the Taiyao secret method and cooperate with the Taiyao classic method can I resist it. No, young palace master, you can't do this. The two maidservants shouted anxiously in mid-air again. When Chu Linger heard the words of the two maidservants, she raised her head. More and more tears flowed down her face, making Su Yan's heart ache. At this moment, Chu Linger gritted her teeth, jumped up and shouted, Sister Ju, Sister Ping, since you two don't allow me to use the Taiyao secret method, fine. Today, I will fight against the seal of 10,000 ghosts with you too. As she spoke, Chu Linger was unusually decisive. As her spiritual qi surged, it surged up into the void. The three figures all disappeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. His mind was working quickly. These three people are obviously from the Monster Palace. According to the maidservant, Chu Linger is the young palace master of the Monster Palace. Should I help or not? If I can save these three people, it will definitely help me enter the Monster Palace. The three of them are emperors of heaven. If they can't deal with it, how can I? If I don't help, the three of them will be killed by the seal of 10,000 ghosts, and I won't be able to get out. But if I help, the three of them won't acknowledge my kindness. With the three of them, it will be easy for them to kill me. Su Yan looked at the empty space in front of him. His eyes were confused. After all, this decision was too difficult. If the three of them weren't as strong as him, Su Yan would have already taken action. After all, if he wanted to get out of the 10,000 ghosts cave, he had to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts. The difficult part was that the three of them were stronger than Su Yan. When the time came, they would open the seal of 10,000 ghosts together. If the three of them didn't acknowledge Su Yan's kindness, then even if Su Yan had 100 lives, it would be impossible for him to escape the pursuit of the three emperors of heaven in the 10,000 ghosts cave. Should I help or not? Su Yan's heart was in a dilemma. Just as he was in a dilemma, a delicate snort came from mid-air. This delicate snort was accompanied by the anxious shouts of the two maidservants. At the same time, a purple-clothed figure appeared in front of Su Yan. The moment the graceful body landed, the devastatingly beautiful face was facing Su Yan. Looking at the beautiful face, the clear eyes that made people unable to look straight at it, there was also a trace of pear blossoms. All of a sudden, all of the hesitation and confusion were removed from Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. The moment a red light surged, the cultivation method in his body was activated. His body rushed out like an angry beast, directly flying towards Chu Linger and catching Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan suddenly appear, she was stunned. Probably because her injuries were too serious, she fainted. At this close distance, Su Yan saw Chu Linger's face clearly. She was even more beautiful than when he saw her in the passageway. However, Su Yan was not moved, because Su Yan's mind had already imprinted the red-clothed figure on the sky sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan's sudden appearance obviously stunned the two maidservants in mid-air. Just as they were stunned, the two maidservants were suddenly entangled by the 1,000-ghost seal, and there was a wail. Hearing this wail, Su Yan could not help but frown. He carefully placed Chu Linger on the ground, and then looked up at the void. Just now, Su Yan had been in the passageway, listening to the conversation between the three of them. He had been puzzled about what was happening in mid-air. Now that he looked up, Su Yan's body suddenly trembled when he saw it clearly. The moment he raised his head, he could hear countless whistling sounds in his ears. Waves of chilly wind drifted towards him, causing him to involuntarily feel a chill in his heart. Not only that, the continuous whistling sounds were like the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves. It was several hundred times louder than the whistling sounds of Su Yan's ghost howl sword, causing ripples in the hearts of those who heard it. The 1,000-ghost seal is indeed powerful. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this, but he quickly recovered and muttered to himself. He saw that the two maidservants were entangled in a black fog. Obviously, this black fog was a lone soul in the 1,000 Ghost Seal. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate. His eyes flashed, and a red light floated up. He grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and rushed into the air. The moment he approached, Su Yan felt the power of the 1,000 Ghost Seal. If it was just Su Yan's strength, he might not even be able to stop a lone soul black fog, let alone 10,000 ghosts. 1,000 Ghost Seal, I want to see how powerful you are. Since Su Yan had chosen to stand out, he was no longer of any use. His eyes condensed into a bright light, and he stood on the sword dragon, slashing at the lone soul black fog. In an instant, the ghost howl sword flashed with a cold light, splitting the lone soul black fog, entangling the other maidservant. Chapter 166. Su Yan did not have time to look at the two falling maids, because the countless black fog of lonely souls in front of him had already pounced on Su Yan. The black fog of lonely souls was unpredictable. As long as a lonely soul touched his body, he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Moreover, the black fog of lonely souls could also absorb the spiritual power in the warrior's body. Not to mention that there were so many of them. The 10,000 Ghost Seal. Now Su Yan truly understood why this formation was called the 10,000 Ghost Seal. With so many ghosts, if it was not called the 10,000 Ghost Seal, it would not be worthy of this name. The power of this formation will always surpass all the formations I have broken in the past. Su Yan looked at the black fog that was constantly attacking, his eyes flashing. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. This formation could not be broken even by the joint attack of the 3 emperors of heaven phase. Su Yan was not arrogant enough to think that he could break the 10,000 Ghost Seal by himself. However, Su Yan's character made it so that the stronger the opponent, the more Su Yan's potential could be stimulated. Just like now, Su Yan knew that he was not the opponent of the 10,000 Ghost Seal, but his eyes were still like torches, without the slightest intention of retreating. Su Yan knew that today, he would either fight or die. There were only 2 choices. 10,000 Ghost Seal, I want to see how powerful you are. Su Yan instantly split open the black fog of lonely souls. In an instant, he let out a low roar and jumped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand instantly emitted a shrill sound, which combined with the wailing of the ghosts. 10,000 Ghost Seal. Then taste my 10,000 Ghost Rush. Su Yan shouted coldly and jumped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand followed and slashed out horizontally. Suddenly, it turned into a huge black fog and attacked to the side. Sword technique. This was the second sword technique that Su Yan used in conjunction with the ghost howl sword, 10,000 Ghosts Rush. In the blink of an eye, the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves turned into a black fog and spread out. The black fog that was surrounding Su Yan suddenly exploded under this huge amount of spiritual energy and exploded to the side, creating a loud sound. The 2 female servants, who were still standing on the ground, were shocked when they saw Su Yan's move. One of them looked at Su Yan and muttered, "Who is this kid? He's only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he release such a sharp sword technique?" The 3 of them were all celestial emperors, so they naturally knew Su Yan's strength with a single glance. Hearing this person's words, the other person also echoed, "Since this child can enter this myriad ghosts cave, he is definitely not an ordinary person. It's just that we don't know how exactly he came in." "Yes." The other person nodded and looked at Su Yan. "No matter what, the 2 of us and the young palace master are indebted to this child for saving our lives today. Now, although this child's attack is sharp, it's obvious that his strength is not enough to break the myriad ghost seal. Let us give him a hand." As this person spoke, the spiritual chi in his body surged and he was about to go forward to help Su Yan. However, he was pulled back by the other female servant. "Sister Ping, don't be anxious. Let's see what else this child can do." Hearing this person's words, Sister Ping was stunned. Then, she frowned and looked at her. Xiao Ju, you mean? The female servant called Xiao Ju nodded and revealed a wicked smile. You see that this child has abundant spiritual qi. Obviously, he can still resist. Let's see how much more he can do now. The female servant called Sister Ping looked at Su Yan, who was fighting with the myriad ghost seal in the air, and nodded. She stopped circulating her cultivation technique and looked meaningfully at Su Yan fighting with the myriad ghost seal. Damn it! Why aren't these people helping? Of course, Su Yan did not know what the two female servants were thinking. He was using all his strength to fight against the myriad ghost seal. When he did not see the two female servants coming to help, he was secretly anxious and did not shout. For Su Yan, coming out to help these people was a gamble to begin with. He was betting that these people would be willing to join hands with him because of the favor he had shown them. If these people did not help and wanted to kill him, then Su Yan could only admit that he was unlucky. Of course, Su Yan now knew that his greatest enemy was the myriad ghost seal in front of him. As the saying goes, if you don't try, you won't know. When he was not fighting against the myriad ghost seal, Su Yan was only thinking about the myriad ghost's soul bead. He even wanted to use the myriad ghost's soul bead to exchange for spiritual stones. He even wanted to open his fourth Saint Meridian. Now that he was facing the 10,000 ghost sealing array, Su Yan finally understood how foolish and ignorant he was. Since the 10,000 ghosts cave was the most dangerous of the three, how could the 10,000 ghost sealing array be something that ordinary people could deal with? Of course, even if Su Yan knew this, Su Yan did not have any intention of giving up. Su Yan knew that giving up was equivalent to death. Only by working hard would he have a chance. Su Yan did his best to resist the myriad ghost seal. The black fog of the lonely ghosts surrounded him, and the spiritual energy in his three Saint Meridians kept surging out. When the two maids on the ground saw this scene, they were also surprised. This child's explosive power is indeed shocking. I'm afraid we are not his match in this realm, Xiao Ju said softly. Yes. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan and nodded continuously. Looking at this person's age, he seems to be around the same age as young Palace Master. His strength is indeed shocking. It is a pity that this person doesn't look like someone from our Supreme Demon Palace. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. No. When Sister Ping said this, the other servant, Xiao Ju, immediately shook her head. Sister Ping, look at this person's head. He has two horns. Sister Ping didn't look carefully just now, but when she heard Xiao Ju's words, she took a closer look and immediately noticed the two horns on Su Yan's head. Hey, this person has two horns on his head. Could he really be from our Supreme Demon Palace? But why haven't I heard of someone like this in Monster Palace? Xiao Ju shook her head and said with a smile, Sister Ping, this person has horns on his head. I'm afraid that he has the bloodline of a demonic beast from our Supreme Demon Palace. However, this does not mean that he is a member of our Supreme Demon Palace. After all, there are many people with the bloodline of a demonic beast in this world who have not joined our Supreme Demon Palace. When she heard Xiao Ju's words, Sister Ping suddenly understood. She said, Xiao Ju, are you saying that this person is a rogue cultivator? Yes. Xiao Ju nodded and smiled. Sister Ping, this person has the blood of a monster, and he is so strong. If he joins our Monster Palace, do you think it will be a good thing for Monster Palace? Sister Ping also smiled slightly. She looked meaningfully at Chu Ling, on the ground and said meaningfully, that is indeed the case. Moreover, looking at this child's delicate appearance, perhaps he can become the palace master of our Supreme Demon Palace in the future. As the two of them chatted, they looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They ignored the fact that they were still in a dangerous situation and laughed heartily. Xiao Ju stopped laughing first. She said, Sister Ping, since we have the same idea, shouldn't we help him now? Yes. Sister Ping nodded and looked at Su Yan. She was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Oh no, Xiao Ju, hurry and help him." When the maid, Xiao Ju, heard Sister Ping's words, she was startled. She looked towards the sky and was shocked. The black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts turned into a huge cloud of fog and rushed toward Su Yan. It surrounded Su Yan's entire body. It was as fast as lightning, making whistling sounds. Sister Ping and Xiao Ju had dealt with the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts before. Even the two of them, Emperors of Heaven Phase, found it difficult to deal with a single wisp of the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Now that the black fog was all over the place, Su Yan could only face one path, death. The two of them wanted to save him. Unfortunately, the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts was too fast. It spun and surrounded Su Yan. When the two of them were looking at Su Yan earlier, they saw the strength that Su Yan had displayed. The more they looked at Su Yan, the more satisfied they were with Su Yan. Now that they saw that Su Yan was going to die in the black fog, the two of them blamed themselves. If the two of them had acted earlier, they might not have been able to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts, but at least they would not have let Su Yan fall into it. Now that Su Yan was surrounded by the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts and could not be seen, the two of them blamed themselves deeply. "Young man, although I don't know who you are, Sister Ping swears today that I will avenge you." While blaming herself, Sister Ping clenched her teeth and secretly swore. She suddenly jumped up and emitted a majestic amount of spirit force. At the same time, Xiao Ju also jumped up and shouted, "Today, I will bury this seal of 10,000 ghosts with you." Pudong, just as the two of them jumped up, a loud sound burst out. Suddenly, a red light flashed and the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts that surrounded Su Yan suddenly exploded and scattered in all directions. Su Yan's body suddenly appeared in front of the two maids again. When the two maids saw Su Yan being surrounded by the black fog, they thought that Su Yan would definitely die. Now that they saw Su Yan's body again, they could not help but be stunned. When he saw the red light surging on Su Yan's body, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. At the same time, his admiration for Su Yan in his heart increased. However, the two of them did not talk anymore. They jumped up and each took out their own magic treasure to help Su Yan resist the seal of 10,000 ghosts. The red light on Su Yan's body slowly receded. This red light was none other than the invincible golden body that Su Yan had obtained from the Su family's #1 inheritance. The moment the red light dissipated, Su Yan was gasping for breath because of the huge consumption of spirit qi. However, seeing the two maids coming to help, Su Yan also felt relieved. Looking at the two maids who came to help after a while, he couldn't help but scold, finally willing to come to help. Of course, Su Yan was cursing, but he was not chatting like the two of them. Chapter 167. This 10,000 ghost seal is indeed extraordinary, far more powerful than I imagined. With the help of the two maids, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 10,000 ghost seal, he frowned, but he did not relax like the two maids. Su Yan had come all this way, although he was not old, but it could be said that he had experienced hundreds of battles. At such a critical juncture, how could Su Yan be in a daze like the two maids? Although the 10,000 ghost seal was powerful enough and had many changes, no one knew what kind of changes it would undergo next time. But Su Yan knew that no matter what, sitting still and waiting for death would always lead to death. No matter how strong the opponent was, no matter how strong the formation was, as long as he fought to the end, there was still a glimmer of hope. 10,000 Ghost Whale. Su Yan looked at the black fog that was constantly entangling the lonely souls, and with a shout, the ghost howl sword in his hand slashed out horizontally at the same time, using the sword technique to complement the ghost howl sword. This sword technique was not very powerful, but because it was a sword technique that complemented the ghost howl sword. Now that it was unleashed by Su Yan, its power was naturally astonishing. At the moment when the sword was swung, there was suddenly a loud ghost howl, the sword light flashed, and a powerful spiritual power was emitted from the ghost howl sword, suddenly turning into a thick black chi. In the void, the black chi instantly condensed into a huge ghost head, and attacked the lonely souls. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Such a huge power was released from the hands of a three-bloodline saint. The two maids were stunned again. They admired Su Yan from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, they couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yan saw that the two maids were in a daze again, and couldn't help but shout, "What are you two still thinking about? Hurry up and attack." At such a critical juncture, the two maids were in a daze several times. As he shouted out, Su Yan's anger involuntarily increased. His stern face emitted a powerful and imposing aura that had never been seen before. Even though the two maids were both emperors of heaven, the two of them were stronger than Su Yan. As long as they wanted to, they could take Su Yan's life with a wave of their hands. However, at this moment, in the face of Su Yan's shout, he was stunned. The two maids weren't angry at all. Instead, they were startled. At the same time, they couldn't help but blush. However, they reacted quickly. He saw a mass of orphaned souls turn into a huge machete and attack him. The two of them shouted at the same time. At this moment, the full power of Emperor Xianxia erupted. Powerful spiritual chi surged, and the two of them immediately turned into streaks of light that surged forward. When he saw the two attack, Su Yan did not hesitate. He patted his storage bag and swiftly retrieved a soul-gathering pill and swallowed it. Just now, the invincible golden body still consumed a lot of the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. In addition, he had used the sword technique twice in a row. Su Yan's spiritual energy at this moment was not enough to support him for too long. After all, Su Yan was only a three-meridian saint. The invincible golden body and the sword technique were all ultimate moves that consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Swallowing another soul-gathering pill only restored a little bit of spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was not enough for the next battle. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. While resisting the black fog of orphaned souls, he pondered. This 10,000 ghost seal is so powerful. No matter how we kill these orphaned souls, it still doesn't help. If this continues, even if we don't die in the hands of these orphaned souls, I'm afraid that we will die from the depletion of spiritual energy. Su Yan muttered to himself, and his frown deepened. No, I have to find a way to break it. Su Yan waved his hand and split open a cloud of orphaned souls. His body suddenly jumped up and looked at the entire 10,000 ghost seal, which was rotating like a universe. And the black fog of lonely souls was being emitted from the surroundings of those universes. Since the 10,000 ghost seal is a formation, it naturally has a formation eye and a way to break it. Su Yan frowned. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes and spread out, observing the entire 10,000 ghost seal formation. All of a sudden, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He saw a bright spot among the countless lonely souls. Could this be the formation eye? Su Yan looked at the bright spot, and his frown deepened. After all, the 10,000 ghost seal formation was too strange. Su Yan didn't dare to determine whether this was the formation eye or not. As Su Yan hesitated, he saw that the attacks of the two maids were getting weaker and weaker. Obviously, even if they had the strength of Emperor Xianxia, facing the endless 10,000 ghost seal formation, they would still run out of spiritual qi. Forget it. If I continue to fight like this, I won't be able to escape death. Why not give it a try? Su Yan looked at the two maids and immediately made up his mind. Spiritual qi suddenly burst out from his body, and he clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. The long sword was like a black snake surging out. Spiritual qi surged out and the sword hummed. In an instant, it was like a surging wave rolling out. Su Yan's body was blocked by the black fog of the lonely souls, and a path was immediately opened. Rumble rumble. The moment Su Yan moved forward, more and more orphan souls pounced on him, giving up on the two maids. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel happy. I guessed right. This bright spot is probably the formation eye of the 10,000 ghost seal. Otherwise, these orphan souls wouldn't give up on the two maids and attack me. Because the lonely souls in black fog had all gone to attack Su Yan, the two female servants let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Yan continue to rush up, the two of them looked at each other in confusion. What is he doing? Xiao Ju asked. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan's figure, and at the same time, frowned. She looked carefully, and suddenly her eyes flashed. She said in surprise, could it be that he found the formation eye? The two of them didn't see the bright spot. It wasn't because the bright spot didn't exist, but because it was mysterious. The reason Su Yan could see it was because Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, which no one in the world could resist. It was because of the blood dragon pupil that Su Yan was able to see the formation of the 10,000 ghost seal. Of course, Su Yan didn't know this. Ju Ping and Xiao Ju didn't know either. Sister Ping was only guessing based on her experience. Since it was a formation, there must be a formation eye. Since there was a formation eye, there must be a way to break it. Although there were all kinds of strange formations in the world, these were all eternal principles. As a cultivator, they were all able to understand this principle. The two monster palace maids had been resisting, and they were also looking for the formation eye. But because they were surrounded by the orphan souls, they couldn't find the formation flame. Now that she saw Su Yan rushing forward, Sister Ping immediately deduced from her accumulated experience that Su Yan had most likely found the array core of the lone soul black fog. Of course, this was only her conjecture. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan's advancing body. She turned to Xiao Ju and said, Xiao Ju, do you dare to trust this young man one more time? When Xiao Ju heard her words, she could not help but be stunned. She turned back to look at Su Yan as a gentle smile appeared on her face. Sister Ping, if it wasn't for this young man, I'm afraid both of us would have died here today. Although he's only a saint with 3 bloodlines, I'm afraid he's our savior. Since he's our savior, why can't we trust him? Sister Ping nodded in satisfaction when she heard Xiao Ju's words. She looked at Su Yan's advancing body and the orphan souls blocking Su Yan's path. Sister Ping couldn't help but shout, okay, Xiao Ju, since both of us choose to trust this young man, we'll help him break the 10,000 ghost seal today. Okay. Xiao Ju also shouted out. At the same time, the spiritual aura on the two of them exploded as they leaped into the air and charged towards Su Yan. The two of them didn't go past Su Yan. Instead, they helped Su Yan block. Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw their actions. When Sister Ping saw Su Yan's gaze, she smiled faintly and said, young man, I don't know if you've discovered the array core, but today, Ju Ping and I will be here to assist you. Xiao Ju looked at Su Yan and nodded. The strong naturally had the pride of the strong. Since Tianxiang emperors were emperors, their strength surpassed saints in terms of status and status. Now, 2 Tianxiang emperors were willing to help a saint with 3 bloodlines. Moreover, they didn't have any relationship with each other. If this spread, people would think it was a joke. Even Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the maid's words. However, Su Yan reacted quickly and nodded. His eyes flashed with determination. The sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly revolved and the spiritual chi in his body burst out. Seal of 1,000 ghosts. Let's see how strong you are. Su Yan shouted as he stepped on the sword dragon. The Buddha sword in his hand immediately emitted a bright light. At the same time, a sword cry shook the area. That's right. When Su Yan thought that the bright light was the formation eye, he had already switched the ghost howl sword for the pagoda sword. It wasn't because the pagoda sword was stronger than the ghost howl sword. It was because the ghost howl sword was similar to the ghost howl sword. Naturally, it couldn't restrain the ghost howl sword. However, the pagoda sword was different. The moment Su Yan leaped up, his spirit chi circulated and the Buddha sword flashed with a golden light. In an instant, it pierced through the lonely soul black fog. Although the light could not harm the lonely soul black fog, although the ghost howl sword couldn't damage the ghost howl sword, it was enough to see the pagoda sword penetrate the ghost howl sword. Su Yan didn't care if the two maids could see anything from the pagoda sword. Now that the two maids were here to help him, Su Yan completely trusted them. With their help, Su Yan could see the ghost howl sword. Su Yan wholeheartedly rushed towards the bright spot, completely ignoring the black fog that was attacking him from the side. Chapter 168. Su Yan had absolute trust in the two monster palace maids. He didn't care about the lone soul black fog that was constantly attacking him. He looked at the faint light emitting from the barrier and focused all of his mind power on it. However, there were too many lone soul black fog in the 10,000 ghost seal. Even with the help of the two monster palace maids, there were still many lone soul black fog blocking Su Yan's path. Moreover, these lonely souls and black fog were much more powerful than the ones Su Yan and the others had faced earlier. They emitted a sinister and sharp whistling sound that shook people's hearts, causing their minds to involuntarily ripple. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was strong, so he wasn't confused by the lone soul black fog. However, the lone soul black fog that blocked Su Yan's path emitted a strong stench. In addition to the continuous attacks, it was still a big hindrance to Su Yan. Moreover, the lone soul black fog seemed to have intelligence. Seeing Su Yan's continuous attacks, several lone soul black fog instantly condensed into a giant ghost head. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed towards Su Yan. It was so fast that it was going to swallow Su Yan in an instant. Be careful. When the two monster palace maids saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly warned him. Although the two of them wanted to help, there were too many lone soul black fog around them. The two of them couldn't help Su Yan at all. They could only worry in their hearts. It's either I succeed or I die trying today. However, when Su Yan saw the giant ghost head rushing towards him, his expression didn't change at all. His face was cold. He didn't care about the ghost head's attack. He used the technique in his body and stepped on the sword dragon. He didn't have any intention of stopping. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Su Yan wielded the pagoda sword and slammed it into the ghost head. A gust of chilly wind drifted in the surroundings, and countless lonely souls condensed on Su Yan's body. These lonely souls were like vampires, attaching themselves to Su Yan's body and constantly absorbing Su Yan's blood and spiritual power. At the same time, it brought about waves of boundless pain. Su Yan's entire face was twisted because of this. However, Su Yan did not make a single sound. His distorted expression returned to normal in an instant. He was still as cold as ever, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. The two maids in the monster palace looked at Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, they admired Su Yan even more. It could be said to be admiration, but at the same time, it could also be said to be veneration. At this time, they completely ignored the fact that Su Yan was only a saint with 3 bloodlines, and his strength was even lower than theirs. They only saw Su Yan's strength. That's right, he was strong. Perhaps Su Yan's strength was not as strong as his, but the tenacity and perseverance in his body made the two of them admire him. This was because the two of them had experienced the pain of the lonely souls attaching themselves to their bodies. Now that Su Yan's entire body was being sucked in by the lonely soul, how much pain would he have to endure? Just thinking about it made the two of them tremble uncontrollably, not to mention that Su Yan was currently enduring this pain. Su Yan endured the great pain on his body, and at the same time, the spiritual power in his body slowly disappeared. Soon, Su Yan felt a wave of fatigue attack him, and his head fell into a daze. It was as if Su Yan relaxed a little, he would fall asleep. No, I can't admit defeat. I can't die here, I can't. Su Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept shouting in his heart, I can't die here, I can't, Su Yan shouted from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the spiritual power of the three holy meridians burst out at the same time. One of them contained countless sword essences, while the other contained the immense heat of the heavenly fire. The other emitted a strong stench, which was highly poisonous spiritual power. When it burst out, it directly swept toward the lonely souls blocking in front of Su Yan. Not only that. The moment the spiritual power in the three bloodlines burst out at the same time, Su Yan shouted again, break. Around Su Yan, in an instant, several rays of light flashed, like lightning, directly exploding towards the black fog of lonely souls. Flying swords, yes, flying swords. 6 flying swords. That was the maximum number of flying swords that Su Yan could control. Not only that, but at the same time, Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted. The pagoda sword in his hand suddenly burst out a sharp light. The golden light flickered, and the sword whistled loudly as it attacked directly. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning. Su Yan's entire body was like a gust of wind as he pounced forward. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats, Su Yan used all of his moves in order to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Bang! 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 Under Su Yan's all-out attack, the surrounding black fog of lonely souls was constantly being blasted apart. Black rays of light surged out, illuminating the entire area as if it was daytime. The two maids in the monster palace were completely shocked when they saw Su Yan launch so many attacks. Looking at the attacks that Su Yan launched, their faces were full of surprise. They even forgot to block the lonely souls that were constantly surging toward them. The two of them were celestial emperors. Their strength would always surpass Su Yan's, and they were confident that they could break through the ghost head just now with their own strength. But after that ghost head, what about the intense pain caused by the lonely souls being possessed by the black fog? And now, there were so many attacks. Although they were celestial emperors, they knew that under such circumstances, they would definitely not launch so many attacks. They looked at Su Yan. In addition to admiration, there was more disbelief in their hearts. Normally, the two of them would not even spare a glance at a three-line saint. However, he was able to launch so many attacks at this moment. Perhaps the two of them were confident that they could withstand these attacks. However, they knew that it was impossible for the two of them to launch so many attacks so fluently under such circumstances. Therefore, they were completely stunned, and they even forgot about the black fog that was constantly attacking them. Be careful. At that moment, a warning came from underground. The two maids in the monster palace only reacted when they arrived. They looked to the side and saw that the dense black fog of lonely souls had already drowned them. The two of them could not help but be shocked. They shouted and hurriedly tried to block it. Unfortunately, the black fog of lonely souls was too fast. In addition, they were already close to them. They could not resist at all. As long as the black fog of lonely souls came, they had no chance to escape. The two of them closed their eyes in fear, waiting for death to come. Bang! 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 At this moment, just as they were thinking about waiting for death, a series of explosions suddenly burst out around them. The black fog of lonely souls that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws all exploded at this moment. The continuous sound spread throughout the entire passage. The two maids, who had escaped death, looked at each other. Their eyes were full of doubts. However, the two of them quickly reacted. Both of them could not help but smile excitedly. They even forgot their identities and shouted, "He did it, he did it." At this moment, Chu Linger, who had just reminded the two of them to be careful, came in front of the two of them. After resting for a while, Chu Linger recovered a lot of physical strength and woke up. When she woke up, she saw the countless black fog of lonely souls rushing toward the two maids. She, who had a deep relationship with her maids, could not help but remind them in a panic. Now, she did not have time to care about the black fog of lonely souls that had suddenly disappeared. She stepped forward and looked at the two of them with concern, asking, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, are you okay?" "We're okay, we're okay." The two of them shook their heads. They could not hide the joy in their hearts and cheered, "Young Palace Master, he did it, he did it." Chu Linger had been unconscious the moment Su Yan appeared. However, in her mind, she vaguely remembered that at the moment when she was unconscious, someone seemed to have caught her. As for who caught her, she couldn't remember clearly. Hearing the two maids' words, she frowned slightly and asked, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, what did he do? Who is he?" When Sister Ping and Xiao Ju heard Chu Linger's words, they were slightly startled. They glanced at each other and laughed lightly. Then the two of them fought to be the first to tell Chu Ling about Su Yan's heroic actions and how he had saved them. How he broke the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation. A saint from 3 branches broke the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation. Chu Linger naturally did not believe the two maids' words. She looked at the two maids in confusion. The two female servants did not pay attention to Chu Linger's puzzled expression. They kept nodding and said, "Young Palace Master, it's like this. You didn't see how strong that person's explosive power was and how strong his endurance was." Chu Linger looked at the two of them who were like love-struck fools. She shook her head with a wry smile and asked, "Where is he?" "Him?" Hearing Chu Linger's words, Sister Ping and Xiao Ju realized that the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation had disappeared. Unfortunately, they did not see Su Yan. The two of them hurriedly looked around, but they could not find Su Yan. "Where is he? Where is the young man?" The two of them could not help but panic. At the same time, they blamed themselves. "It's our fault. We were too happy and did not pay attention to that young man." When Chu Linger heard their words, she knew that Su Yan was nowhere to be found. She frowned slightly. Although she did not believe that Su Yan, a saint from 3 branches, was so powerful, she still believed that someone had saved them after hearing Sister Ping and Xiao Ju's words. After all, Chu Linger knew very well that it was impossible for the 3 of them to break the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation. Of course, they did not know that the reason why they could not break the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation was not because they were weaker than Su Yan. The 3 of them were all emperors of Heaven Phase, while Su Yan was only a saint from 3 branches. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, he could not surpass emperors of Heaven Phase. The reason why they could not break the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation was because they could not see the formation eye. Chapter 169. Of course, the reason why Su Yan was able to open the 10,000 Ghost Seal wasn't just because he could see the seal. It was more because of Su Yan's perseverance and calmness. How many people could remain unmoved under such great pain? Now that the 10,000 Ghost Seal had been opened, Su Yan had disappeared. Sister Ping and Xiao Ju had completely accepted Su Yan in their hearts. They didn't even know that there were some feelings in their hearts that had never sprouted before. When they thought of Su Yan, they secretly sprouted. Although the two of them were both female servants of the Supreme Demon Palace, their appearances were also 1 in a million. On their delicate and pretty faces, there was not a single flaw. Now that the two of them saw that Su Yan had disappeared, they couldn't help but panic. Chu Linger was also worried about Su Yan. However, because she didn't believe that Su Yan could be so powerful, she also didn't see Su Yan. She was still suspicious of Su Yan. Even though she was worried about Su Yan, she was still much calmer than the two maids. She looked around and said, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, don't worry. This place isn't big. Let's look around." "Okay." When the two maids heard Chu Linger's words, they suppressed the worry in their hearts and carefully searched the surroundings. Unfortunately, they searched again and still couldn't find Su Yan's figure. They even wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. Where did he go? Where did he go? Xiao Ju and Sister Ping looked around. At this moment, their faces were like pear blossoms. If it weren't for the fact that they were usually strong, they would have cried out loud. Although Chu Linger didn't believe Su Yan, she also felt bad when she saw their sad faces. She frowned and looked around. This place is only so big. According to Sister Ju and Sister Ping, that person has already broken the 10,000 ghost seal formation. Where did that person go? Could it be? Chu Linger couldn't help but be startled. Looking at the two maids who were sad, she didn't dare to tell them this. She just sighed helplessly and shook her head. She was about to find a place to rest and prepare to go out. The moment she turned around, she saw something flickering in the void. Chu Linger looked at the flashing ground, and suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly shouted to the two maidservants, Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, quickly look over there. Xiao Ju and Elder Sister Ping were still sad. When they heard Chu Linger's words, they came back to their senses. They looked at the flashing ground and immediately became wild with joy. They excitedly shouted, "Passage! That's a passage! That's right! It's a passage!" Xiao Ju also echoed. "That must be a passage. That person must have gone out through the passage. Yes, he must have gone out." Elder Sister Ping also nodded. The sadness from before had also disappeared. When Chu Linger saw that the two of them had recovered, she smiled and said, "Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, since that person has gone out, let's go out too." Yes. This time, the two of them didn't have the slightest objection. They nodded and the three of them went into the passage. But was it really a passage to the outside world? I succeeded. Did I succeed? Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the pitch-black surroundings and muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a mournful laughter floated in the air. This voice was frightening. Just the laughter alone made Su Yan's heart tremble. Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Who is it?" He instinctively tightened his grip on the Buddha sword. Unfortunately, the moment he broke the 10,000 ghost seal, he had used up all his spiritual qi. At that moment, it was difficult for Su Yan to stand up. Even the Buddha sword in his hand was trembling slightly. However, Su Yan's eyes were still filled with determination. He shouted, "Who? Who is it? Come out." Ha ha ha, who? Who am I? I don't know who it is either. Just at this moment, a burst of laughter rang out, causing Su Yan's heart to tighten once again. However, this time, he was no longer as flustered as before. He calmly looked at his surroundings. Other than the pitch-black darkness, he could not see anything else. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He muttered softly, "Where is this? Didn't I break the 10,000 ghost seal?" As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the mournful laughter rang out. It was followed by a disdainful voice. "The 10,000 ghost seal? Kid, do you really think that a mere saint like you can break it?" "What? A mere saint can break it?" Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. His eyes were filled with confusion. He suddenly shuddered. Could it be that what I just broke wasn't the 10,000 ghost seal? After that, the disdainful voice rang out again. "Ha, you're dreaming if you think you can break the 10,000 ghost seal." Before Su Yan could react, the voice shouted again, "Kid, since you said you broke the 10,000 ghost seal, I'll show you what the real 10,000 ghost seal is." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a ghostly howl immediately rang out in the surroundings. The ghostly howl was much more mournful and sharp than the howls of the lonely souls that he had witnessed in the 10,000 ghost seal. It seemed to be omnipresent in his ears, sometimes near, sometimes far, and constantly changing. It was deeply rooted in his heart. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but growl. He shouted, "What the hell is this? Unfortunately, no one answered Su Yan this time. Only the mournful laughter answered him. At the same time, the ghostly howl did not stop. It was sometimes far, sometimes near, and constantly reverberated in Su Yan's ears. The ghostly howl was like countless sharp swords that pierced into his heart. Under the torment of the ghostly howl, Su Yan growled again. He felt that the qi and blood in his body were about to flow in reverse. No, I can't. Su Yan felt the qi and blood in his body churning. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He kept shouting, no, I can't be confused by this. I can't be bothered by this. I have to calm down, calm down. Bang, Su Yan murmured in his heart as he sat down cross-legged. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture began to circulate in his body. He turned a deaf ear to the ghostly howls as he continuously chanted the incantation of the cultivation technique in his heart. As Su Yan activated the cultivation technique, although there was no spiritual qi in his body, Su Yan slowly calmed down amidst the ghostly howls. The moment Su Yan calmed down, that laughter sounded again. Not bad, not bad. You can actually withstand my 10,000 wailing ghosts. With such a mind, if you are allowed to mature, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. TSK, what a pity. You shouldn't have entered the 10,000 ghost cave. So what if you have a strong mind? You still can't escape death. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As that mournful laughter echoed, a sinister wind suddenly blew in the surroundings. Countless ghostly auras were emitted from the surroundings. Before they even got close to Su Yan already felt a sense of eeriness. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. His mind was spinning rapidly. This place is so strange, and this person kept saying that he didn't pass the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation. Could this be? Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. If what he just passed was not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, then what was it? If that wasn't the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation was already so powerful, then what would the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation be like? As Su Yan thought about it, his heart couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he felt the sinister wind constantly blowing in his surroundings. His eyes narrowed and his heart was as firm as a rock. He shouted, no, I can't just give in like this. Even if this is the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, so what? I, Su Yan, will still break it. As he spoke, Su Yan quickly activated the cultivation technique in his body. At the same time, another crack appeared in the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The sinister wind and ghostly aura from the surroundings instantly flowed in. This, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Before he saw the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, Su Yan felt a force calling out to him in his body. At that time, Su Yan felt that this was the location of his fourth Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yan reached the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, this force disappeared. Su Yan had not used his cultivation technique to absorb it when he was dealing with the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation outside. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to. It was because Su Yan couldn't feel the presence of any aura. Now that the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was activated, Su Yan immediately felt the presence of that aura. Su Yan was overjoyed. In an instant, he activated the cultivation method in his body and circulated it at an even faster speed. He continuously absorbed the ghost qi from the surroundings. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, Su Yan's fourth saint vein was created in his meridians. What's going on? While Su Yan was absorbing the ghost qi that was emitted from his surroundings, the unceasing laughter also came to a stop. What replaced it was a shocked expression. What is going on? How is this brat able to absorb my ghostly qi? Could it be? As the laughter echoed in the air, it immediately turned into shock. Hearing the laughter turn into shock, Su Yan was secretly delighted, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated even faster. However, before Su Yan could feel proud, the arrogant laughter sounded again. "Ha, I understand, the heavens are really helping me, it's actually a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, ha ha ha. Ha, 5,000 years, this emperor has been here for 5,000 years, unable to see the light of day again. Now, I actually found a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, ha ha ha, just this one person is enough to make up for my 1,000 years of absorption." Chapter 170. Fourth Saint Meridian. Fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips greedily as an indescribable excitement surfaced on his face. As long as he could successfully convert the ghost chi into his own spiritual energy, he would be able to advance to a fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan clearly remembered that he had only been in the 10,000 Ghosts cave for slightly more than 10 days. To jump 3 levels in such a short period of time, even Su Yan himself felt that this cultivation speed was somewhat monstrous. "Kid, have you absorbed enough?" Just as Su Yan was immersed in the excitement of his impending breakthrough, that shrill and somewhat chilling laughter sounded again. "What?" Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard that. At that moment, bang, with a loud bang, a huge black boulder instantly attacked Su Yan. The huge black boulder was so fast that it swept over like a wave, accompanied by a powerful airflow. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked as his pupils suddenly constricted. At the same time, a red light leaped out. Although the huge black boulder was slightly slower, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest as he quickly swept back. He narrowly avoided the attack of the huge black boulder. Pfft! Unfortunately, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. At the same time, Su Yan also coughed violently. Su Yan had already exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body when dealing with the so-called 10,000 Ghost Seal formation. Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the Ghost Chi to advance to the fourth Saint Meridian in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the sudden appearance of the huge black boulder made Su Yan unable to dodge in time. The circulating cultivation method in his body was deeply suppressed, and the ghost chi that had just surged in also caused a backlash to Su Yan at this moment. This time, Su Yan could be said to be heavily injured. If it wasn't for Su Yan's astonishing willpower, he would have fainted long ago. So powerful. Now that I've exhausted the spiritual chi in my body, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death today. Su Yan looked at the pitch-black surroundings and frowned. At the same time, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated rapidly. He tried to recover some of his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, before Su Yan could recover a trace of spiritual energy in his body, a loud bang rang out, and another black boulder attacked Su Yan. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although the black boulder's speed had decreased a lot, Su Yan hurriedly tried to avoid it. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body, so Su Yan couldn't help but fall to the ground. All he could do was watch as the black boulder flew towards him. Bang! At this moment, a strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out. 2 figures in white appeared in front of Su Yan and blocked the black boulder. The 2 people were none other than the 2 maids, Xiao Ju and Sister Ping. Su Yan originally thought that he was going to die here today, but when he saw the 2 maids, he couldn't help but feel happy. He got up and cupped his hands towards the 2 of them. "Many thanks to seniors for saving my life." When the 2 maids saw Su Yan break the fake 10,000 ghost sealing formation, they had an indescribable feeling for Su Yan. Now that they saw Su Yan again, the 2 of them only felt joy in their hearts. Hearing Su Yan say this, the 2 of them couldn't help but laugh. "Junior, you're too polite. If you didn't break the 10,000 ghost sealing formation, I'm afraid that we would have already lost our lives there." Hearing the 2 maids mention the 10,000 ghost sealing formation, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Looking at the 2's happy expressions, he shook his head and said, "Seniors, the one outside is not the 10,000 ghost sealing formation." "What?" When the two maids heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Not only them, but Chu Linger, who had followed them, was also stunned when she heard Su Yan's words. "You're saying that the one outside is not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation?" Chu Linger was the first to react and asked Su Yan. "Yes." Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's deep eyes and nodded cautiously. "The one outside is not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, it is here." "What?" The three of them once again fell into a state of confusion. At the same time, they asked in astonishment, how is this possible?" "Ha ha ha, ignorant child, why is it impossible? If my 10,000 ghost cave could be broken through with the strength of the few of you, how could this 10,000 ghost cave be called the 10,000 ghost cave?" Just as the three of them were at a loss, that mournful laughter resounded in the darkness. Hearing this laughter, Chu Linger and the two maids were like Su Yan the first time. They jumped up and shouted, "Who are you? Come out." Unfortunately, that voice didn't appear at all this time. Only the sound of turbulence constantly resounded in the surroundings. When Su Yan heard the turbulence, he hurriedly reminded them, "Everyone, be careful. This place is extremely strange." Chu Linger and the two maids were well-known figures in the Monster Palace. Naturally, they were aware of everything around them. The moment the turbulence sounded, the three of them took out their respective weapons. At the same time, the spiritual energy in their bodies surged in an instant. "Ha ha ha, the 10,000 ghost cave hasn't been so lively in a long time. Today, I'll let you ignorant juniors experience the power of the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation." At this time, that voice resounded again. Bang! The moment the voice fell, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the side. Countless shiny black boulders attacked in all directions, rolling up a gust of wind. The speed was as fierce as the waves of the East Sea. Chu Linger and the other two maids couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy and retreated. Su Yan also frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body and couldn't resist in time. He could only watch as the shiny black boulders rushed over. He gritted his teeth and secretly hated the fact that he didn't have spiritual energy in his body. "Still can't escape?" Su Yan's heart was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Bang! Just when Su Yan thought that he was going to die, a figure suddenly flashed and hit the shiny black boulder with a palm. Puff! A loud explosion burst out and suddenly a burst of bright light was emitted, illuminating the dark curtain as if it was daytime. Poochie! At the same time, blood spurted out and spread in the void. A white-clothed figure was hit by the shiny black boulder and was sent flying. Little Ju! Sister Ju! Chu Linger and Sister Ping saw this scene and shouted in trembling voices. Su Yan was also stunned when he saw this scene. The moment he saw the white-clothed figure flying out, it was as if the whole world had stopped. Of course, he was more surprised in his heart. "This person is a stranger to me, but, Su Yan wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. His voice was choked with sobs. Although his body lacked spiritual energy, he still forced himself to walk toward the white-clothed figure. Why? Su Yan slowly picked up little Ju, who was on the ground, and his eyes were full of tears. Little Ju wanted to say something, but unfortunately, before she could say anything, another mouthful of blood spurted out. "Sister Ju, don't say anything, don't say anything." Chu Linger's face was also full of tears. She held little Ju's hand and choked with sobs. "Sister Ju, don't say anything, I will save you, I will save you." "Young palace master, it's useless." Xiao Ju shook her head and looked at Su Yan. Her eyes were filled with gentleness as she asked, "You haven't told me your name." After little Ju said this, another mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she died. Little Ju. Sister Ju. Chu Linger and Sister Ping both burst into tears. Su Yan also felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. He hugged little Ju's body and whispered, "My name is Su Yan, Su as in awakening, Yan as in flame." Ha ha ha. At that moment, the shrill laughter came again. "Ignorant children will always be ignorant children. A mere Emperor Tian Xiang wants to stop my onyx soul boulder? Who are you? Come out, come out." This voice reverberated through the air, instantly enraging the sorrowful ones. Chu Linger stood at the front and saw the darkness. She shouted, come out, I will kill you." Sister Ping also shouted crazily, come out, I will kill you today." Only Su Yan remained calm. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't sad. It was that Su Yan knew that it was useless to be sad. What he needed to do now was to recover his spirit energy. Only then would he have a chance to fight. While Su Yan was channeling his cultivation method, he held the scarlet fire sword box in his hand. Countless sword intents came out and turned into spirit energy that entered Su Yan's body. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and didn't know that Su Yan was recovering his spirit energy. She thought that Su Yan wasn't moved. She was already sad because of little Ju's death, so when she saw Su Yan's appearance, she couldn't help but angrily scold, "You heartless person, Sister Ju died for you, aren't you angry?" Su Yan didn't say anything and just quickly channeled his cultivation method. When Sister Ping saw Su Yan's appearance, she seemed to understand something. She hurriedly stopped Chu Linger, who was about to attack Su Yan, and said, "Young palace master, don't." Su Yan used too much spirit energy to break the formation. He is recovering his spirit energy now. Recovering spirit energy, although Chu Linger was angry, she wasn't an unreasonable person. When she heard Sister Ping's words, she suppressed the anger in her heart. She looked at the darkness and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Quickly come out and see this palace master." "Huh, palace master, interesting. When that mournful voice heard Chu Linger's words, it started laughing loudly again, infuriating Chu Linger. Sister Ping was also furious, but she was careful. She looked at Su Yan and slowly said, "Su Yan, recover your strength. I will block everything for you." Chapter 171. Huh, a bunch of scoundrels actually want to see this emperor? What a joke. Mournful laughter once again floated in the air, followed by a shower of rocks. That's right, it was a shower of rocks. Countless huge rocks pierced through the darkness, directly exploding on top of Su Yan, Sister Ping, and Chu Linger's heads. They were so densely packed that there was simply no way to block them. The three of them couldn't help but frown. "Break!" Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her body exploded. She waved the magic weapon in her hands, and with a flash of light, she blocked all the rocks. Chu Linger's speed was not slow either. The moment her spirit chi surged, she struck out with one hand. In an instant, a powerful spirit chi burst out and whirled up. The surrounding stone rain was moved away by this whirling force. Only Su Yan remained unmoved, and worked hard to absorb the sword intent in the red parting sword case to quickly recover his spirit energy. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to stop it, but that Su Yan knew that only by recovering his spirit energy would he have a chance to escape. Of course, Su Yan wasn't doing nothing. Looking at the falling rocks, the blood dragon pupil quickly rotated, and the falling rocks slowed down. Faster. Su Yan urged himself in his heart, and the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra was also activated to the extreme. As long as he recovered his spirit energy, there was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, even with the sword intent emitted by the 10,000 spirit swords in the red parting sword case, Su Yan's spirit energy was still unable to recover quickly. Moreover, the falling rocks were too fast. Even with the blood dragon pupil slowing them down, he still couldn't make it in time. "Su Yan, be careful." At this moment, Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her hand instantly flew out, directly towards Su Yan's head. At the moment the magic tool flew out, a majestic spiritual energy burst out. In an instant, a ray of light flashed, blocking the rain of stones that were about to fall on Su Yan's body. Immediately after, Sister Ping's body also landed beside Su Yan. She stood in front of Su Yan, protecting him. Her entire body emitted a faint purple light. The strength of a celestial emperor burst forth at this moment. Under her efforts, the rain of stones was swept away. A disdainful smile flashed across Sister Ping's cold face. She looked at the black screen and shouted, "You're just SOSO." Pfft! Before Sister Ping could finish speaking, a huge black hand suddenly appeared from the darkness. The black hand passed through Sister Ping's body. In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Sister Ping. When Chu Ling saw that, her pupils immediately shrank. As she moved her feet, she hurriedly rushed towards Sister Ping, wanting to help her. But the giant black hand was too fast. After it passed through Sister Ping's body, it quickly pulled away and disappeared into the darkness. The moment it quickly pulled away, Sister Ping's entire body trembled. Ah! The immense pain of having her body penetrated immediately spread throughout Sister Ping's body. Pfft! In an instant, Sister Ping spat out another mouthful of blood. Her entire body went limp on the ground. Sister Ping. Chu Linger went forward to catch Sister Ping. Her face was filled with tears. Sister Ping, you can't die. You can't die. Young Palace Master, I won't be able to accompany you in the future. Sister Ping gasped for breath and weakly said to Chu Linger. At this moment, Su Yan also recovered his spirit energy. He walked over and looked at Sister Ping. A surge of anger surged in his heart. Su Yan. Sister Ping turned her head to look at Su Yan. I'm here. When Su Yan saw Sister Ping's appearance, his heart ached. He hurriedly walked to her side and said, Sister Ping, I'm here. What do you want to say? Su Yan, take the young palace master out for me. Sister Ping held back her last breath and said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded without hesitation. He held Sister Ping's hand and said, Sister Ping, don't worry. I will definitely take the young palace master out. When Sister Ping heard Su Yan's words, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Her head tilted. A generation of Emperor Tian Xiang had fallen. Sister Ping. Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping's body and cried loudly. Su Yan looked at Sister Ping's body. He also felt a burst of sadness in his heart. Although Su Yan had only just met them today, they had experienced life and death together. They had also faced all these dangers together. The trust from fighting side by side had long connected their hearts together. Looking at Sister Ping, Su Yan did not feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. Only his heart shook with endless pain. Of course, more than that, it was anger. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan activated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. Suddenly, a burst of powerful spiritual energy erupted. He angrily shouted toward the darkness, "Come out, I don't care who you are. Come out for me." Ha, ha, you recovered your spiritual energy so quickly. Not bad, not bad. No matter how Su Yan shouted, he still could not see anything in the darkness. There was only that mournful laughter. It sounded again in the darkness, "Not bad is not bad. Unfortunately, you will die here in the end." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the giant black hand that had appeared earlier once again tore through the darkness and charged towards Su Yan's body. The huge black hand was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The moment it cut through the darkness, it was as if everything in the surroundings had sunk into a dead silence. There was even a faint chill. This time, the furious Su Yan did not have any fear. Looking at the black hand, his eyes flashed. He shouted, "It's like this again. Let's see how strong you are." Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in his body surged. His body rushed out, holding the pagoda sword in his hand. He did not dodge, but rushed toward the huge black hand. The huge black hand was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan was not slow. His body surged like a running cheetah. His eyes were like torches as he slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, the sound of the sword reverberated. The sword flashed like a swift dragon and slashed toward the black hand. Break! Su Yan shouted loudly as he slashed his sword towards the black hand. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The moment the pagoda sword slashed down, a powerful wave of energy surged out. Su Yan's body involuntarily trembled as he was greatly alarmed. Bang! At the same time, he was sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. What a powerful force! Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the huge black hand. He slowly regained his composure. Of course, the anger in his heart was still there. However, his calmness told Su Yan that if he lost his mind in this situation, he would not have the chance to walk out. Only by calming down would he have the slightest chance. After the gigantic black hand attacked Su Yan, it disappeared as well. The entire black screen regained its tranquility, as if there was no danger at all. Only the cold intent that constantly spread in the surroundings indicated that this was an extremely dangerous place. Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping and cried for a while. She slowly recovered. There was not a single trace of expression on her handsome face. Her clear eyes were emitting killing intent, venting the anger in her heart. Su Yan also looked around coldly. His mind was spinning quickly, trying to find a way to break out of this place. Unfortunately, the surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see anything at all. Moreover, there were dangers lurking everywhere. They were constantly changing. It was impossible to see through the mystery of this place. If this is really the 10,000 Ghost Ceiling formation, then there must be a way to break the formation. However, this place is pitch black and I can't see anything at all. How can I find the eye of the formation? Su Yan looked at the pitch black surroundings and couldn't help but frown. Not only her, but Chu Linger was also frowning. Bang! At this moment, a sound exploded again. In the darkness, countless huge black swords attacked Su Yan and Chu Linger. Because of his blood dragon pupil, Su Yan could see more clearly in the darkness than Chu Linger. When he saw the countless huge swords rushing toward them, he hurriedly warned, "Be careful." After Su Yan said this, he realized how unnecessary his warning was. Although Chu Linger did not have Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, she was the Emperor of Heaven. She was much stronger than Su Yan. The moment the huge swords appeared, the spiritual energy in Chu Linger's body exploded. She jumped up and dodged the huge flying swords. Although Su Yan's strength was inferior to Chu Linger's, his speed was not the slightest bit slow because he possessed the blood dragon eyes. With a sweep of his body, he dodged the huge flying sword. The speed at which the flying swords appeared was too fast. If it were not for their reaction speed, they would not have been able to dodge at all. Now that they dodged, the two breathed a sigh of relief. But before the two could catch their breath, bang! Another loud sound rang out. Countless flying swords condensed in the darkness and flew toward the two like a rain of swords. The two of them frowned, but there was no trace of panic on their faces. Instead, their expressions became even colder. Looking at the flying swords that appeared, they quickly circulated their cultivation techniques and a majestic spiritual energy burst out. Bang! Bang! The moment the flying swords attacked, the two moved. Su Yan used his blood dragon pupil to continuously dodge. Chu Linger was not only stronger than Su Yan, but she was also able to fight against the huge black flying swords while dodging. Unfortunately, there were too many flying swords. After blocking one, another one would come. It was like a rain of swords. even though the two of them were the best of the best among martial artists. Unfortunately, under such a fierce attack, they still suffered different injuries. Su Yan, in particular, was only a three-bloodline saint. Under the rain of swords, the white robe on his body was still torn. His body was also bleeding in many places. He was in a very sorry state. Chapter 172. Fortunately, this sword rain lasted for a while before it finally ended. Su Yan and Chu Linger both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, the shrill voice that made the two of them angry once again sounded, "After playing for so long, I believe you two are tired. Let's end it. Let's end it." These were originally very calm words. However, the moment those words left his mouth, Chu Ling, and Su Yan both felt a chill pressing down on them. Their entire bodies began to tremble because of those words. In the darkness, an invisible pressure was pressing down on them. The two of them both felt as if their bodies were imprisoned in place. A sense of fear gushed out from their hearts. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The two of their pupils instantly widened. What the hell is going on? The two of them were both shocked and stuck to the ground in a daze. Bang! At this moment, the huge black hand instantly appeared and directly attacked Chu Linger. Be careful. The moment Su Yan saw the huge black hand appear, he hurriedly shouted to Chu Linger. Unfortunately, Chu Linger seemed to be stunned. She did not move at all and did not react at all. Su Yan was anxious and wanted to go forward to save her. Unfortunately, he also seemed to be imprisoned in place and could not move at all. Looking at Chu Linger's beautiful face, looking at her pair of clear and charming eyes, looking at her graceful body, Su Yan did not know why but a strong desire to protect her welled up in his heart. This was different from the promise Su Yan made to Sister Ping. This desire to protect her welled up from the bottom of his heart. And if that black hand passed through her body, no matter how enchanting she was, no matter how moving she was, she would be destroyed, and everything would end. No, don't. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought. He looked at the huge black hand that was getting closer and closer. Ah, don't. Su Yan roared in his heart. As the great sun-colored glazed swordplay circulated within his body, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Without thinking, Su Yan rushed toward Chu Linger. He directly pushed Chu Linger out. That huge black hand directly pierced through Su Yan's chest. Puchi. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. No, at this time, Chu Linger also recovered her ability to move. Seeing the scene of Su Yan being pierced by the huge black hand, a burst of sadness welled up in her body. Her figure flashed and hurriedly flew over to catch Su Yan. Looking at the dying Su Yan, she asked, Why? Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's beautiful face and smiled. Before he could explain anything, he fainted. Seeing that Su Yan had fainted, Chu Linger's eyes burst into tears again. She originally did not have any feelings for Su Yan. After all, in her eyes, Su Yan was just a stranger. Not only that, Chu Linger even hated Su Yan a little, because her servant Xiao Ju had died to save Su Yan. But now, Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's handsome face and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She cried, Why did you save me? Why? I'm not familiar with you. Why? While Chu Linger was still grieving. In the darkness, there was a whistling sound again. The invisible giant black hand appeared again and attacked Chu Linger. Chu Linger felt it, but she did not move. It was not that she could not move. The moment Su Yan pushed her away, she recovered. But she did not want to move. Because she knew that it was too strong. Even if she dodged it, she would not be able to escape death in the end. Moreover, seeing Xiao Ju, Sister Ping, and Su Yan fall in front of her one after another was a huge blow to her heart. She did not want to move. Let the giant black hand attack her. If she died here, all the sadness would come to an end. It's over. It's all over. The harvest this time is really big, really big. The moment the black hand moved, the shrill laughter sounded again. There was a trace of excitement and joy in the laughter. As long as I absorb your bodies, and a few more, I will be able to leave. I, the great demon king, will be able to see the light of day again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, laughter rang out, echoing continuously in the darkness. But to Chu Linger, all of this was meaningless. Because everything was about to end. Seeing the black hand getting closer and closer, Chu Linger even showed a gentle smile on her face. She opened her hands and waited for the black hand to pass through her body. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy gushed out from the ground. This ray of spirit chi surpassed all of the others. When it appeared, it was as if everything around it was illuminated, and everything began to tremble along with it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Chu Linger. With a wave of his hand, the giant black hand was shattered. Mother! When Chu Linger saw the person who appeared, she could not help but be stunned. Hearing Chu Linger's words, the person who appeared had a face that was very similar to Chu Linger. However, there was no trace of expression on his face. He just looked at Chu Linger and said, "Let's go." At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing this light screen, Chu Linger suddenly came to her senses. She picked up Su Yan on the ground and walked into the darkness. The realm of circumference. When the giant black hand was destroyed, the laughter stopped abruptly. Then, it turned into a voice that said, "Since you've come, don't think about leaving." As soon as he said those words, Yi Zichen nodded. Suddenly, a strong pressure burst out from the surroundings. Pucci, in just a moment, Chu Linger felt her whole body shake. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. The person who appeared was also shocked. He pulled Chu Linger and shouted, "Let's go." With a push, Chu Linger and Su Yan were both pushed out of the light screen and disappeared. Only Chu Linger's mother, Princess Chu, was left inside. Looking at the huge darkness, she frowned. Her hands moved, and a powerful spiritual power surged out and hit the surroundings. "Humph, you want to stop me with just the realm of circumference?" The Demon King's voice sounded again. At the same time, a huge black hand fell from the sky and directly hit Princess Chu. Pucci, even the powerful Princess Chu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the Princess Chu did not give up because of this. Her hands continued to move. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold and she shouted, "Supreme Demon's secret technique, break." Suddenly, a huge force surged up. Lightning flashed, and the entire darkness was illuminated by this force as if it was daytime. A huge explosion followed. Countless explosions could be heard. The Princess Chu also followed out of the light screen. Only the Demon King's angry roar was left in the darkness. "Monster Palace, it's actually the Monster Palace. You dare to ruin my good business. Wait until I, the Demon King, get out. I will definitely destroy your Monster Palace." No matter how the Demon King shouted, it was a pity that his voice could only stay in the Myriad Ghost Cave. The East Sea was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties. However, the Monster Palace was located on an island in the East Sea. Although it was called an island, this island was larger than the Hidden Demon region. On this island, the brilliant crystal walls of the building emitted a bright light under the scorching sun. This was the Monster Palace's main hall. The Monster Palace was located. In the main hall of this palace, a crystal bead was constantly rotating, emitting a bright light. The light curled up, illuminating the already brilliant main hall of the Monster Palace, making it even more brilliant and beautiful. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound burst out from the crystal bead. 3 figures jumped out and fell to the ground. These 3 people were none other than Su Yan, Chu Linger, and the Princess Chu. Pucci, as soon as the Princess Chu came out, she did not sit down. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Chu Linger was shocked and hurried forward. Mother. The Princess Chu waved her hand and sat down cross-legged. She operated her cultivation method and healed herself for a while. Her pale face slowly recovered a bit of color. She opened her eyes and looked at Chu Linger angrily. Who allowed you to enter the myriad ghost cave without permission? Chu Linger was checking on Su Yan's injuries. When she was reprimanded by the Princess Chu, she was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She looked at her mother and said with an aggrieved face, I heard you say you needed the myriad ghost soul pearl, so I wanted to get it for you. Nonsense. The Princess Chu shouted again, if the myriad ghost soul pearl was so easy to get, would I need to worry about it? Even I don't dare to enter the myriad ghost cave. You, a mere Tianxiang emperor, dare to enter? You're courting death. Hearing Chu Wangfei's words, Chu Ling felt a wave of sorrow. Thinking of how her stubbornness had caused the deaths of her 2 servants, she felt even sadder. She immediately burst into tears and knelt on the ground, saying, Mother, I was foolish and ignorant. I trespassed into the 10,000 ghost cave and caused the deaths of Sister Xiao Ju and Sister Ping. Please punish me. Sigh. The Princess Chu saw Chu Linger's sad appearance and her heart softened. She sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. Stand up. Xiao Ju and Xiao Ping have already died. It's useless to be sad. When the 2 servants were mentioned, Chu Linger became even sadder. She kept crying. The Princess Chu kept shaking her head. Only now did she notice Su Yan. She looked at him and frowned. Who is this person? Why is he in the myriad ghost cave? This person. Chapter 173. Because Su Yan had risked his life to save Chu Linger at the last moment, her opinion of Su Yan had changed slightly. When she talked about Su Yan, her evaluation of him was naturally quite high. After hearing Su Yan's words, the Princess of Chu frowned slightly, and there was some disbelief in her eyes. A saint with 3 bloodlines. If he can really erupt with such powerful strength, he can be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Yes. Chu Linger nodded repeatedly when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan and pleaded, Mother, he was injured because of me. I hope you can save him. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's pierced heart and frowned slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes again. When the Princess of Chu heard Chu Linger's words, she glanced at Su Yan and sighed helplessly. Sigh, since this boy risked his life to save him, as your mother, I will naturally save him. Unfortunately, this boy's heart has been pierced. Even a golden immortal may not be able to save him. What can I do? When Chu Linger heard that even her mother could not save Su Yan, the tears in her eyes instantly fell. She walked up to Su Yan and cried bitterly when she saw Su Yan's pierced chest. In fact, Chu Linger had long known that Su Yan would not survive. After all, no matter who it was, no matter how powerful a person was, once their heart was pierced, they would definitely die. It was just that Chu Linger was unwilling to believe it. Moreover, because the Princess of Chu had always been an omnipotent existence in Chu Linger's heart, Chu Linger was also willing to believe that her mother would give her a miracle. Now that she heard her mother say so, she felt sad. Only then did the sadness in her heart rise. She hugged Su Yan's body and cried loudly. Yes, her relationship with Su Yan was not as deep as her relationship with Sister Ping and Xiao Ju. However, when she thought about how Su Yan had died for her, she clearly remembered that Su Yan had risked his life to save her at the last moment. His calm and handsome face. That smile was deeply imprinted in Chu Linger's mind, and she could not forget it. The guilt in her heart was indescribable. Now that she saw Su Yan's body in front of her, how could she not be sad? The Princess of Chu felt sad when she saw her daughter's sad expression, especially after hearing Chu Linger's description of Su Yan's heroic performance in 10,000 Ghosts Cave. She also had some expectations for Su Yan. She also wanted to let Su Yan come back to life and see how strong Su Yan was. After all, it was enough to surprise anyone that a three-bloodline saint could unleash such a powerful attack. Unfortunately, death was the end. Whether it was sadness, doubt, or reluctance, in the face of death, it was difficult to defy the heavens. Linger, since this boy died for you, he also wanted you to live well. You don't have to be sad. You have to live well and work hard to become stronger, so that you can comfort his soul. The Princess of Chu persuaded Chu Linger when she saw how sad Chu Linger was. She was most worried that this matter would leave a fetter in Chu Linger's heart. If that was the case, Chu Linger's cultivation would not improve in the future. Chu Linger nodded when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan's body and his eyes that were still open. She reached out to close his eyes and muttered to herself, "Su Yan, don't worry. One day, I will definitely return to 10,000 Ghosts Cave and break the 10,000 Ghost Seal formation to avenge you." With that, Chu Linger closed Su Yan's eyes. The moment Su Yan's hand touched Su Yan's nose, Chu Linger's entire body shook. Her eyes widened and she shouted emotionally, "Mother, this Su Yan is still breathing. He's still breathing." What? The Princess of Chu was stunned. She immediately shook her head and said, "Impossible. This person's heart was pierced. He is definitely dead. How can he still be breathing?" "It's true. It's true." Chu Linger saw that her mother did not believe her and shouted emotionally. Sigh. When the Princess of Chu saw Chu Linger's reaction, she thought that Chu Linger had not walked out of the fetter in her heart. She sighed helplessly. However, when she saw her daughter's emotional appearance, she could not bear to let her continue like this. She slowly walked forward and reached out to feel Su Yan's pulse. When she touched him, the Princess of Chu was also shocked. She muttered to herself, "Impossible. This person's heart was also pierced. How can he still have a pulse? Mother, what I said is true. I didn't lie to you." Chu Linger saw the Princess of Chu's expression and said emotionally, "Yes." Compared to Chu Linger's excitement, the Princess of Chu was much calmer. She was more surprised and puzzled now. She nodded slightly and a moment later, her divine sense surged out and penetrated Su Yan's body. When the divine sense swam through Su Yan's heart, the Princess of Chu immediately understood, so someone is protecting his heart. The moment Chu Wangfei understood, she fell into a state of confusion at the same time. This person was able to emit spirit qi to protect his heart meridian at the last moment. How strong is this person? And there doesn't seem to be anyone else in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Who was it that protected his heart meridian? Could it be this person himself? The Princess of Chu immediately rejected this idea. This method of protecting his heart and the density of the spiritual energy is definitely not something a three-meridian saint can do. There must be someone else. As the Princess of Chu thought, her divine sense swam through Su Yan's body again to observe the situation in Su Yan's body. Her frown deepened. This person's three saint meridians are actually different. How can it be so strange? Just as the Princess of Chu's divine sense swam through Su Yan's dantian, the Princess of Chu's mind shook. She hurriedly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She looked at Su Yan in surprise. What is this majestic power? The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's body and frowned. This person is actually so mysterious. Just who is he? Chu Linger did not know that the Princess of Chu had so many doubts. She only asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu constantly frowning, "Mother, how is it? Can Su Yan be saved?" "He can be saved, but what?" Chu Linger asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu's hesitation. The Princess of Chu sighed inside when she saw how anxious her daughter was. "Should I save him or not?" If there were no secrets in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu would definitely save Su Yan without hesitation. However, because of the strange existence in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu hesitated. Moreover, she agreed with what Chu Linger said. After observing the situation in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu believed a lot more. Such a person must be a monstrous existence, and his identity is unknown. If we save him, he will not be able to contribute to the monster palace in the future. He will definitely be a scourge. As the palace master of the monster palace, the Princess of Chu naturally knew that since a genius could not be used by her, the best way was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. She was the palace master of the monster palace. Originally, she did not have to fear a small three-bloodline saint like Su Yan. However, the strange phenomenon in Su Yan's body made the Princess of Chu feel a sense of fear. "Mother, what's the matter? Say something." Chu Linger did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking. She looked at the huge wound on Su Yan's chest and asked anxiously. The Princess of Chu looked at Chu Linger's innocent look and the pear blossoms in her eyes. The Princess of Chu could not bear to see her like this. "Forget it, forget it. Anyway, this child is only a saint now. He is also under my control. I'll save him first and see what happens." The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan before turning around. She gently stroked Chu Linger's hair and said, "Ling, don't worry. With mother here, he won't die." "That's great, that's great." Hearing her mother's affirmative answer, Chu Linger was as happy as a child. She jumped up and down in the palace. In fact, Chu Linger was really just a child. After all, she had just turned 18 and was still in the prime of her life. Seeing how happy her daughter was, Chu Wangfei's tightly furrowed brows also relaxed. However, she didn't tell Chu Ling about the worry in her heart. What a pitiful parent's heart. Since the Princess of Chu had decided to save Su Yan, she did not delay. She took out some holy healing medicine from her storage ring and fed it to Su Yan. A wisp of spiritual energy surged out of her palm and entered Su Yan's body. The moment the spiritual energy surged, fresh flesh grew on Su Yan's chest at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Linger watched this scene without blinking. When she saw the Princess of Chu withdraw her hand, she asked, "Mother, is it done? Is he done?" Chu Wangfei wiped the sweat off her forehead and nodded. She looked tired. With her strength, healing this kind of injury should not have been enough to tire her out, but because of what had happened in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, in the Ghost Cave, the Princess of Chu was also heavily injured. Thinking about that final attack, the Princess of Chu still felt a lingering fear. She muttered in her heart, "The demon in the Ghost Cave has already grown to such a degree. I wonder when he will break through the Ghost Seal. When that time comes, I'm afraid the world will fall into chaos again." Of course, the Princess of Chu did not say these thoughts to Chu Linger. After all, to her, Chu Linger's age and Chu Linger's strength were not enough to know these things. Chu Linger stared at Su Yan. After a long time, she did not see Su Yan wake up. She could not help but frown and ask the Princess of Chu, "Mother, why hasn't he woken up yet?" "Silly Linger, how could it be so fast?" Hearing her daughter's words, the Princess of Chu could not help but smile. "Linger, go rest first. In 3 days, you will naturally see him wake up." "Oh." Chu Linger originally thought that Su Yan would wake up immediately. When she heard her mother's words, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, this trip to the Ghost Cave had truly tired her out. Whether it was her mind or body, they were both exhausted to the extreme. Hearing her mother say this, she did not stay any longer and followed her out of the palace. Su Yan and the Princess of Chu were left behind. The Princess of Chu watched Chu Linger leave. When she looked at Su Yan and the white water chestnut on Su Yan's head, she frowned again. This child's water chestnut. Could it be that he is also a descendant of my monstrous beast? But why is there no monstrous beast bloodline in his body? Chapter 174. 3 days seemed to pass slowly, but it also passed quickly. Su Yan was arranged to stay in an independent disciple's room in the monster palace. He slowly woke up during Chu Linger's daily visits. Awake, awake. Chu Linger saw that Su Yan had woken up, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. The young man standing next to her looked at Chu Linger's happy appearance, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but it quickly dissipated. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Junior sister, the palace master has said that he will wake up in 3 days, so he will definitely wake up in 3 days. Chu Linger nodded, and her eyes never left Su Yan. This made the young man's face flash with a displeased expression, but Chu Linger had been staring at Su Yan, so she didn't notice. However, Chu Linger didn't notice, but Su Yan saw it clearly. The moment Su Yan opened his eyes, he saw the young man's gloomy face. In a daze, Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around, frowned, and asked, "Where is this?" "The monster palace." Chu Linger saw Su Yan speak, and immediately replied, "Su Yan, we are safe. My mother saved us." "Your mother?" Su Yan furrowed his brows again. He could still remember the last moment when the gigantic black hand pierced through his heart and the shadow of death pounced on him. At that time, Su Yan felt that he was going to die. But at the last moment, Su Yan felt as if something was protecting his heart. At that time, Su Yan had doubts in his heart, but before Su Yan could think about it, Su Yan had already fainted. Now that he heard Chu Linger say this, Su Yan seemed to understand something. "Su Yan, do you feel uncomfortable?" Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's blurred eyes and asked nervously. Looking at Chu Linger's clear eyes, like a little girl next door, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and said, "No." When Chu Linger heard that Su Yan was fine, she was overjoyed. She didn't have the calmness she had in the 10,000 Ghosts cave, and she didn't have the majesty of the Emperor Tianxiang. She was like a little girl. Su Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He didn't have the slightest bit of regret for saving her that day. At this moment, the gloomy young man standing beside Chu Linger saw Su Yan staring at Chu Linger. He squeezed out a smile and stepped forward. "Hello, Su Yan. I heard you saved junior sister." "Thank you." Su Yan looked at the young man. Although the young man was smiling, Su Yan didn't have a good impression of him. He just nodded and didn't say anything. Chu Linger looked at the young man and said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, let me introduce you. This is our East Palace's eldest senior brother, Qin Luo, senior brother Qin." Hearing Chu Linger's enthusiastic introduction, Qin Luo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was because in terms of how much they knew each other, Su Yan wasn't familiar with Chu Linger. He didn't even know Chu Linger's name. Now, he was introducing Qin Luo to him. Su Yan blushed with shame. But out of courtesy, and knowing that this was the Supreme Demon Palace, which was someone else's territory, Su Yan clasped his hands toward Qin Luo. "Greetings, senior brother Qin." Qin Luo nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Su Yan didn't pay attention to his expression. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger and said embarrassedly, "I don't think I know your name either." Chu Linger was stunned, then laughed and said, "Look at me, I forgot. I didn't introduce myself to you. I'll tell you now, I'm Chu Linger." Chu Linger introduced herself. She didn't introduce herself as the young palace master of the monster palace. This made Su Yan have a better impression of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger's girl next door appearance, an inexplicable desire to protect her welled up in his heart. That was indeed the case. At that moment, Chu Linger was completely different from when she was in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. She no longer had that calmness, that killing intent, and that anger. She only had that innocent expression. Coupled with her angelic face, anyone who saw her would have the desire to protect her. In the following time, Chu Linger told Su Yan some things about the Monster Palace. Originally, Chu Linger and Qin Luo wanted to take Su Yan around the Monster Palace to let Su Yan familiarize himself with the Monster Palace. However, before Su Yan could leave the room, Su Yan was summoned by Princess Chu. In the Monster Palace's East Palace main hall, there were only Su Yan and Princess Chu in the huge palace. On the high platform, there was a huge chair. Princess Chu sat steadily on it. Her face was very similar to Chu Linger's, but she didn't have Chu Linger's innocence. Her eyebrows emitted a pressure. Even though Su Yan was dozens of meters away from her, he could still feel the pressure coming from her body. "Tell me, where did you come from?" When Princess Chu saw Su Yan, her expression didn't change at all. Instead, she asked coldly, "Why are you in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave?" "In Jianghu City, I was chased by enemies and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave." When Su Yan heard Chu Wangfei's words, he didn't have any doubts. He answered honestly, without any falsehood. However, Princess Chu didn't believe him. She shouted softly, "Accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave? Do you think I'll believe you?" As Princess Chu shouted, a pressure suddenly approached Su Yan. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. A sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, even so, Su Yan was unmoved. This was because of the trip to the Monster Palace. Su Yan had long understood it in his heart. However, Su Yan never expected that he would come to the Monster Palace in this way. Of course, Su Yan was quite satisfied with this way of coming to the Monster Palace. After all, he had gained the trust of the Monster Palace's young palace master as soon as he entered. This way, it would be more convenient for him to travel to the Monster Palace in the future. In the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan already had a plan. Therefore, in the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan still said calmly, "Palace Master, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave is one of the most dangerous places in the 5 counties. I, Su Yan, am only a saint with 3 bloodlines. How could I have the strength to enter the 10,000 Ghosts Cave? I entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave because I was chased in the Hengduan Mountain and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave." While Su Yan was talking, the Princess Chu kept staring at Su Yan's eyes. She saw that Su Yan's eyes were full of determination. It was impeccable. If it were someone else who entered the Monster Palace and saved her daughter's benefactor, the Princess Chu would definitely not ask too much. However, the strange existence in Su Yan's body made the Princess Chu feel a little uneasy. This made the Princess Chu more cautious. Now that she saw Su Yan's firm eyes, she didn't know how to ask. She could only choose to believe Su Yan and change the topic. "Okay, I'll believe you for now. Then let me ask you, where did you learn from and why were you chased?" When Su Yan heard the Princess Chu's question, he didn't hide anything. He honestly told her about his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb, how he offended the Guyu sect, how he was chased by the Guyu sect, and how he accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. This was because Su Yan was speaking the truth. Facing Chu Wangfei's sharp gaze, he did not avoid her gaze at all. This made the Princess Chu unable to find any clues about Su Yan. She could only ask again, "Okay, then let me ask you, why were you chased out of the Hidden Sword Tomb? What's the matter with the water caltrip on your head?" When Su Yan heard this, he knew that they were finally talking about the main topic. Su Yan could tell the truth about those things, but he couldn't tell the Princess Chu about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Monster Palace. However, Su Yan had already thought of a way to deal with these things before he entered the Monster Palace. When he heard the Princess Chu's question, it was easy for him. Su Yan helplessly pointed to the water caltrip on his head and said, "Because of this water caltrip." "Why do you say that?" the Princess Chu asked. Su Su Yan pretended to smile bitterly and said, "When I entered the hidden sword tomb, I didn't have a water caltrip. Unfortunately, after cultivating for a period of time, I suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon in my body. This water caltrip slowly grew out. When the elders in the hidden sword tomb saw it, they all thought that I was a monster beast, so I was driven out of the sect." When the Princess Chu heard Su Yan say this, her heart couldn't help but shake. As the palace master of the monster palace, she naturally knew that people like her were special. They weren't liked in this world, and many times, they would be mistaken for monsters. This was also why the monster palace was so powerful, but they still lived in the East Sea and rarely went out. It was precisely because many people discriminated against the supreme monster clan that the people of the monster palace didn't want to walk in this world. Now that Su Yan said this, it could be said that he spoke to the Princess Chu's heart. The Princess Chu couldn't help but have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, they were both monsters. In her heart, her vigilance toward Su Yan also decreased a bit. Su Yan looked at the Princess Chu's appearance and knew that she believed his words. He hurriedly asked, "Palace Master, before I left the hidden sword tomb, I heard some elders say that only the monster palace can accommodate me. What is going on? And what's going on with my water caltrip?" The Princess Chu smiled at Su Yan's previous question, but didn't say anything. However, she answered Su Yan's next question, "You have a late awakening bloodline." A late awakening bloodline. Su Yan still pretended to be stunned. In fact, when Su Yan planned to come to the monster palace, Su Yan had a certain understanding of the monster palace, especially the monster palace's monster bloodline. Su Yan specifically looked into it. He knew that there were two types of bloodlines in the monster palace. One was the early awakening bloodline. This type of bloodline looked like a monster at the moment of birth. Only through continuous cultivation, after a period of time, would they transform into a human form. Chapter 175. Under Su Yan's realistic acting, the Princess of Chu finally believed Su Yan. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, a strand of divine thought entered Su Yan's mind. "Su Yan, from today onwards, you will enter my monster palace and become a disciple of my East Palace." Although the Princess of Chu believed Su Yan, she still looked at Su Yan with an expressionless face and a trace of indifference. Su Yan didn't care. When he felt the memories in his mind, he quickly knelt and said, "Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness in accepting me." The Princess of Chu nodded and waved her hand impatiently, "Go. The divine thought that I just passed on to you contains everything about the monster palace. I hope you can serve the monster palace in the future, otherwise," the Princess of Chu didn't finish her words. Only a mournful expression passed through her face, making people shudder. At the same time, the Princess of Chu disappeared from the palace, leaving Su Yan alone in the huge palace to sort out the information that the Princess of Chu had just passed on. Although Su Yan entered the monster palace only for the matter of the monster palace seal and his father. However, Su Yan knew that if he wanted to investigate these matters in the monster palace, then he must truly become a disciple of the monster palace. As for the future, Su Yan didn't have any plans. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had left an imprint in his body. Right now, Su Yan only wanted to understand all of the monster palace's matters. After sorting out the memories that the Princess of Chu gave him, Su Yan understood the power of the monster palace. In the past, although Su Yan knew about the existence of the monster palace, he also knew some things about the monster palace. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Through these memories, Su Yan truly understood the existence of the monster palace. Although the Supreme Demon Palace was a sect. However, within the monster palace, there were four main palaces: East, West, South, and North. These four great palaces also belonged to one side, and each palace had a palace master. However, the East Palace had always been the main palace. Although the Princess of Chu was only one of the four palace masters, she was the master of the entire monster palace. In other words, the other three palaces were only subsidiary palaces of the East Palace. Of course, being a subsidiary was one thing. Every year, the four great palaces would fight both openly and covertly for the position of the ruler of the entire palace. It was only because of the existence of the Princess of Chu that for many years, the East Palace's position among the four great palaces had never been shaken. In the memories, the Princess of Chu also taught him about the open and covert struggles of the four great palaces. Other than facing external enemies, the four great palaces basically did not interact with each other on a daily basis. Even the people of the four great palaces often had some fights. Of course, these things only happened in the other three palaces. Because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, very few people would attack the East Palace. After all, because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, the people of the East Palace had a sense of superiority. Not only that, this sense of superiority was also a symbol of strength. However, this symbol of strength was only among the palace masters. Among the disciples, the East Palace did not have this sense of superiority. Of course, these things were not in the memories. Su Yan still did not know. Su Yan now understood that there were many benefits in the Monster Palace. These benefits would always surpass the Hidden Sword Tomb. The Hidden Sword Tomb was divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. However, there was no such thing in the Monster Palace. In the Monster Palace, all the disciples were treated equally. Only strength was king. The strong were the senior brothers, and the weak were the junior brothers. This made Su Yan involuntarily think of the gloomy Qin Luo he saw in the room just now. According to Chu Linger, Qin Luo was the eldest senior brother in the East Palace. Qin Luo was the strongest among the disciples of the East Palace. The strongest among the disciples. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought, this Chu Linger is already the emperor of Tianxiang. If Qin Luo is the strongest, then his strength. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought about it. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest, he had always been an existence favored by the heavens. But now? Su Yan felt a sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness was caused by the strength of these disciples to Su Yan. In the Monster Palace, saints were everywhere, and the Emperor of Tianxiang could only be regarded as outstanding. This made Su Yan, who was only a 3-meridian saint, feel a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Thinking of Qin Luo's strength, for some reason, Su Yan's heart surged with a desire for strength. The Emperor of Tianxiang. Su Yan thought as he licked his lips, and a look of determination burst out from his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan also thought of a very serious problem. In the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Su Yan had tried to break through the 4th Holy Meridian. Unfortunately, when he was absorbing the ghost energy, he was interrupted. This caused Su Yan to fail in forming the Holy Meridian. However, the ghost energy had opened up the Holy Meridian in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan wanted to form the 4th Holy Meridian now, he could only rely on the ghost energy to do so. Ghost energy was originally a rare thing in the world. Now that he was in the Monster Palace, Su Yan really did not know where to find the ghost energy to form his 4th Holy Meridian. If this 4th Holy Meridian was not formed, he would not be able to break through the next Holy Meridian. Thinking about these problems, Su Yan could not help but frown. This is a troublesome matter. However, Su Yan did not pay much attention to it. Although there were very few places in the world with ghost energy, Su Yan believed that as long as he looked for it, such a place would definitely exist. He sorted through the memories that the Princess of Chu had passed to him. Su Yan had a general understanding of the entire Monster Palace. In addition to the existence of the 4 great palaces in the Monster Palace. In each palace, there were several large and small palaces. For example, the place where Su Yan was standing now was the Monster Palace. The East Palace main hall was also the residence and cultivation place of the palace master. Here, unless there was an important matter to attend to, or if the palace master allowed it, one could not enter casually on normal days. Su Yan did not know this rule just now. Now that he knew this rule, he could not help but look around a few more times. The cultivation method in his body was activated, and he absorbed the spirit energy around him. He could not help but smile. This place is indeed where the East Palace main hall is located. The spirit energy here is probably dozens of times denser than the immortal sword peak in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan felt the spirit energy around him, but he did not absorb it. His fourth holy meridian had already been formed, so it was useless even if he absorbed the spirit energy. In addition to the main hall, there were also various large and small palaces. For example, in the Monster Palace, some disciples who had made great contributions to the Monster Palace were given personal palaces by the Monster Palace. In these palaces, there were slaves. In addition to these, the palaces were also divided into the Elixir Palace, the Martial Arts Palace, the Hidden Sword Palace, the Sword Forging Palace. All kinds of palaces used for ordinary disciples to cultivate were clearly divided. Thinking of so many palaces, Su Yan could not help but be amazed by the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, when Su Yan was in Jianghu City, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jianghu City. Now, compared to the Monster Palace, Su Yan knew that the Hidden Sword Tomb was nothing compared to the Monster Palace. In fact, regardless of the size of the Monster Palace, just from the strength of the disciples of the Monster Palace, it was enough to see the power of the Monster Palace. Qin Luo and Chu Linger were only disciples of the Monster Palace, but they were already emperors of heaven. They were many times stronger than the true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Of course, these palaces were not the only ones in the Monster Palace. There were also many forbidden areas. In the memories given by the Princess of Chu, there were some introductions to these palaces, but there were only a few sentences about the forbidden areas. Forbidden areas, only the palace master of the palace can enter. With just a few sentences, Su Yan could feel the Monster Palace's strict prohibition of the forbidden areas. At the same time, it was also because of this restriction that Su Yan had some expectations for the Forbidden Lands. After figuring out the general situation of the entire Monster Palace, Su Yan reluctantly left the main hall. If possible, Su Yan really wanted to stay here and not leave. After all, the East Palace main hall was the place with the densest spirit aura in the entire Monster Palace. It was very beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, if there was nothing wrong with the main hall, he could not enter it casually. Who knew when he would come back again after leaving this time? Reluctance was one thing. Su Yan still resolutely left. After all, spirit aura was useless to Su Yan now. Su Yan had to find ghost aura now. Where in the world is there ghost aura in this Monster Palace? Su Yan muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. As soon as he walked out, he saw Chu Linger waiting for him. Looking at Chu Linger's innocent face, all the irritation in Su Yan's heart disappeared at this moment. He greeted Chu Linger and asked, "Young Palace Master, why are you still here?" "I'm waiting for you," Chu Linger said without hiding anything. She was obviously very happy to see Su Yan. Then, she asked Su Yan, what did my mother say to you?" "Nothing. She just wanted me to become a disciple of the Monster Palace," Su Yan said faintly. He did not say a word about the Princess of Chu's question. When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, a smile appeared on her face. "Hehe, Su Yan, now that you have become a disciple of the Monster Palace, you will be my junior brother from now on." While speaking, Chu Linger pretended to be an adult. She tiptoed and patted Su Yan's head. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. At the same time, looking at Chu Linger's appearance, Su Yan suddenly sighed in his heart. Why do people live in this world? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Su Yan knew that he could not be as innocent as Chu Linger and live a happy life every day. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the reason Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly was because in 3 days, the princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of her in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Only the memories of Su Yan saving her were left. Even the memories of her, Xiao Ju, and sister Ping were left. In fact, the princess of Chu had originally wanted to erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. However, when she thought about the strangeness of Su Yan's body, the princess of Chu had another idea. That was why she did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. That was why Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly. That was why Chu Linger did not have any restraints in her heart. Chapter 176. Without the sadness of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Chu Linger was like a snow lotus. She was so bright and lovable. Looking at Chu Linger, Su Yan didn't know why he thought of the red-clothed figure on the heavenly sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. Thinking of that red-clothed figure, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but frown. She asked, "Su Yan, what's wrong? Don't you want to be my junior brother?" Su Yan was stunned, then smiled and said, "No, why wouldn't I like it? Hello, senior sister." When Su Yan called her senior sister, Chu Linger immediately giggled. She happily pulled Su Yan's hand and said, "Let's go, junior brother. I'll take you to receive this month's offerings." "Okay." Su Yan nodded and followed Chu Linger. Offerings were a benefit that every Monster Palace disciple could enjoy. The only difference was that it depended on one's strength. Su Yan was now a Monster Palace disciple, so he naturally had his share of offerings. The two of them walked and chatted as they walked, laughing and laughing. Suddenly, they attracted the attention of many disciples. "Well, who is that person? Why is he so close to junior sister?" Many disciples didn't know about the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, and they didn't know Su Yan. Now that they suddenly saw a stranger walking so close to Chu Linger, they couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. After all, Chu Linger was born beautiful, lively, and cute. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. Now that they saw their goddess walking with a stranger, they were naturally angry. Su Yan felt the hostile gazes from the side and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Senior sister, I'm afraid my days in Monster Palace won't be easy in the future." "What?" Chu Linger obviously didn't understand the meaning behind Su Yan's words. She tilted her head and blinked her eyes at Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned when he saw Chu Linger's expression. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Chu Linger was obviously very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. She muttered, muddle-headed, "You really are a silly junior brother." With that, Chu Linger skipped ahead. Along the way, she kept greeting the seniors and juniors around her. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Clearly, Chu Linger was very popular in the Eastern Palace. Actually, that was not the case. Not to mention Chu Linger's identity as the young palace lord, just Chu Linger's naive and innocent appearance was the object of many people's love. Su Yan looked at her appearance and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Why did I say this to her? Isn't it good to let her be an innocent girl?" Su Yan thought with a smile and followed Chu Linger. Soon, the two of them walked and arrived at the palace where the offerings were distributed. Because the Monster Palace had a fixed time to distribute offerings every month, and this time was not the time to distribute offerings, there were not many people in the palace. Soon, Su Yan received the offerings and came out. There were 100 spirit stones and various elixirs to assist in cultivation. Although they were only elixirs to assist in cultivation, Su Yan couldn't help but admire the power of the Monster Palace. With such offerings, one a month, it was probably not something that any sect could afford. Moreover, these offerings were only for Su Yan, the saint, and did not include the offerings that Emperor Tianxiang received. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace mainly because of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. While enjoying these offerings and being accompanied by a cute little girl next door, Su Yan suddenly thought that it would be a good choice to stay in the monster palace. Of course, this was just a thought. Su Yan knew that the monster palace was destined to be a place for him to pass through. It was not even comparable to the hidden sword tomb. This was because when he joined the hidden sword tomb, he was not the successor of the Buddha sword sect. At that time, Su Yan was only focused on the hidden sword tomb. At that time, Su Yan did not even think that one day he would be expelled from the hidden sword tomb. Little junior brother, this offering needs to be handed over. As soon as Su Yan came out with the offerings, Chu Linger mischievously came up and extended her hand to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned, but seeing Chu Linger's expression, he could not bear to refuse her. He obediently handed over the offerings that he had just received to Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was so cooperative, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and scold him. "I was just kidding. What a silly junior brother." Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. He really did not know how to get along with Su Yan's personality. Along the way, Su Yan had always been a lone traveler. Even with Lu Fei, Ouyang Tiancheng, and some other friends, they did not talk much. When he was with Lu Fei, it was Lu Fei who kept talking. Su Yan had always been a man of few words. Every time he heard Lu Fei's nagging, Su Yan had the urge to beat him up. Now that he suddenly had a girl next-door friend, Su Yan really did not know how to get along with her. It was no wonder that Chu Linger called him silly. Silly junior brother. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's embarrassed smile, she could not help but scold him again. Then she said, "Silly junior brother, senior sister will naturally not take your offerings, but you have to be careful. Other senior brothers are not as kind as senior sister." When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he could not help but frown. He did not understand the meaning of Chu Linger's words. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's appearance and did not keep him in suspense. She smiled and said, "Silly junior brother, in our monster palace, when the offerings are distributed every month, the senior brothers will compete with each other. The loser has to obediently hand over the offerings. Can't I refuse?" Su Yan asked. "Yes, why not? But who is willing to be a coward?" Chu Linger said as she blinked her eyes. She looked at Su Yan with a surprised expression and said, "Silly junior brother, are you going to be a coward?" Su Yan couldn't help but blush with shame. He coughed dryly and thought about the matter of his ghost chi. He changed the topic and asked, "Senior sister, do you know where there are more corpses in Supreme Demon Palace? Places with more corpses." When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she could not help but be surprised. She did not directly answer Su Yan's question. Instead, she looked at Su Yan with a strange expression and said, "Silly junior brother, what do you want to do? Why do you want to go to a place with more corpses?" When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's question, he did not know how to answer. After all, the matter of him cultivating a unique holy bloodline was too strange. Su Yan did not know how to explain it to Chu Linger. However, before Su Yan could answer, a voice came from the side, "The place with more corpses is naturally the dock. Second senior brother." When Chu Linger saw the person who came, she jumped up to greet him. Then she explained to Su Yan, "Silly junior brother, this is our Eastern Palace's second senior brother, Nangong Xiangming." "Second senior brother, hello." Su Yan cupped his hands towards him. His expression did not change at all. He still maintained his cold expression. However, when he felt the faint spiritual power flowing through Nangong Xiangming's body, Su Yan could not help but tremble in his heart, another emperor of heaven. Nangong Xiangming did not care about Su Yan's actions. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger tenderly and said, "Little junior sister, a big play is about to start at the drama hall. Do you want to go together?" Okay. Chu Linger immediately clapped her hands. Her face was full of expectation, but she did not forget Su Yan. She turned to Su Yan and said, "Silly junior brother, do you want to go together?" Before Su Yan could answer, Nangong Xiangming heard how Chu Linger addressed Su Yan. He could not help but frown. Although Chu Linger was not the strongest among the disciples of the Monster Palace, she was not the weakest either. According to the rules of the Monster Palace, the stronger one was the senior brother. However, Chu Linger had always asked others to only address her as junior sister. Because Chu Linger was like a little sister next door, everyone was willing to call her junior sister. However, Chu Linger was now calling Su Yan junior brother. It was originally an ordinary form of address, but this unique form of address caused Nangong Xiangming to feel a trace of dissatisfaction, especially when he heard Chu Linger's invitation. Nangong Xiangming immediately cast a threatening look at Su Yan. Su Yan originally did not want to go. After all, the so-called big show was nothing more than some entertainment. Its purpose was to please everyone and add some fun to the boring cultivation life. Su Yan did not want to waste any more time. But looking at Nangong Xiangming's threatening look, Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with pride. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's go together." The moment Su Yan agreed, Nangong Xiangming's killing intent surged out of his body. Chu Linger did not notice, but when she heard Su Yan agree, she smiled happily and said, "Okay, let's go together. Let's go together." After saying that, Chu Linger took the lead and led the way. Only Nangong Xiangming and Su Yan were left behind. When Nangong Xiangming saw Chu Linger walk forward, his face suddenly sank. A powerful spiritual energy forced Su Yan to shout, "Boy, you'd better know your place. You'd better stay away from junior sister. Otherwise, I will definitely teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the strength of the Emperor Tianxiang suddenly pressed down on Su Yan. Su Yan suddenly felt the blood and qi in his body surging. He was stunned on the spot. Nangong Xiangming looked at Su Yan and smiled coldly. Then, he caught up with Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that only Nangong Xiangming was coming up, she frowned slightly. She turned to Su Yan and shouted, "Silly junior brother, hurry up. What are you waiting for?" When he heard Chu Linger's words, Su Yan resisted the surging blood and qi in his body and shouted, "Senior sister, I won't go. You guys go. It's really strange that you don't want to go." Chu Linger scolded, but didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She left with Nangong Xiangming. Puchi, as soon as Chu Linger left, Su Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The reason why Su Yan didn't go was not that he was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but he didn't want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. Chapter 177. Su Yan did not intend to go with Chu Linger. It was only because of Nangong Xiangming's threat that Su Yan agreed to go. Now that Su Yan was injured by the spiritual pressure, he did not go. It was not that Su Yan was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but Su Yan did not want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. He did not want the innocent Chu Linger to know about the darkness. He also knew that if Chu Linger knew about the matter between him and Nangong Xiangming, Chu Linger would definitely help him talk to Nangong Xiangming. This was not what Su Yan wanted to see. Matters between men should be resolved by men. Nangong Xiangming's threat did not make Su Yan feel fear. Instead, it made Su Yan's desire for power reach the peak. Su Yan's eyes were filled with determination and malevolence. What Su Yan needed the most now was ghost qi to break through his fourth Saint Meridian. Only by forming his fourth Saint Meridian would he be able to do so. Su Yan's strength would he be able to improve. Although Nangong Xiangming told him that the place with the most corpses was the dock, Su Yan was not in a hurry to go. Although the dock did not sound dangerous, Su Yan knew that since Nangong Xiangming told him about it, it was obviously not a good place. If Su Yan was not injured, it would be fine. Under the pressure of Nangong Xiangming's spiritual qi, Su Yan's internal injuries weren't small. Su Yan had to restore himself. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Yan didn't know where the sea dock was. He had to find someone to ask. Of course, Su Yan did not choose to heal himself here. Instead, he went to his assigned disciple hall. Su Yan had just joined the Monster Palace, so he did not have much to contribute to the Monster Palace. The Monster Palace would not give him an independent disciple hall. Instead, it was the younger brother's hall. Although this was also a huge palace, there were many disciples living in this palace. Compared to the luxurious palace where one person could enjoy an entire palace, this palace only had one room per person. Obviously, it was much more miserable. Fortunately, Su Yan did not have many requirements for these living places. As long as there was a place to stay and allow him to have an independent space, that was enough. Relying on the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu, Su Yan quickly found his residence. However, before Su Yan could enter, many people surrounded him. They all looked at Su Yan with murderous eyes. Clearly, they were up to no good. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled calmly. He didn't want to pay any attention to them, so he took a detour. Unfortunately, these people did not intend to give Su Yan a chance to leave. They went forward to block Su Yan's path. A disciple with countless scales on his face blocked Su Yan's path. He looked at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Are you a new disciple? Hand over today's offerings." Su Yan looked at this disciple with countless scales on his face. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "Why?" The disciple with countless scales on his face was straightforward. He smiled coldly and clenched his fist. "No reason. Because I am the palace master, and I am stronger than you. I am your senior brother. Is that so?" Su Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the disciple who was covered in scales. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that you are my match? Stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly. In the future, stay away from our junior sister. Otherwise, we will teach you a lesson today. Yes, stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly if you know what's good for you." This time, the scaly man didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, the people around him started to shout. When Su Yan heard this, he smiled indifferently. "What? You want to bully me with numbers?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the scaly man waved his hand and the surroundings immediately quieted down. "Brat, don't say that we are bullying you with numbers. Can you handle me alone?" As the scaly man spoke, his spiritual energy suddenly surged and a majestic spiritual energy rushed towards Su Yan. The aura of a saint from the 5 bloodlines was so strong and so threatening. Under the pressure of the boundless spiritual aura, the white clothes on Su Yan's body started to flutter. However, Su Yan remained unmoved. Only his eyes, which were looking at the scaly man, continued to emit a resplendent glow. He faintly opened his mouth and asked, "Can I kill people here?" When the people around him heard Su Yan's words, they were stunned. However, they quickly recovered and shouted one after another. "What an arrogant brat! You want to kill a saint from the 3 bloodlines? Yes, do you want to kill senior brother Yu Xiang?" Countless voices sounded. Some people looked down on Su Yan, while others shouted for the scaly man to teach Su Yan a lesson. "Senior brother Yu Xiang, quickly teach this brat a lesson." "Yes, senior brother Yu Xiang, beat this brat up. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense." When the scaly man heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but feel a burst of anger. However, he was calmer than the others. He looked at Su Yan and said slowly, "In the Monster Palace, when disciples fight, if the weaker one wins, the winner can kill. Can I?" Hearing this, Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly as an evil grin appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yan's smirk, Yu Xiang was furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, do you still want to kill me?" "Yes." Su Yan shouted and patted his storage bag. The ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. Suddenly, a ghost howl sounded and emitted an eerie aura. When Yu Xiang saw Su Yan's ghost howl sword, he could not help but frown. Obviously, he was surprised that the Ghost Howl sword could emit such power. However, this surprise quickly disappeared. His eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at Su Yan and said disdainfully, "Brat, since you want a beating, don't blame me, go to hell." Su Yan had always been a person who did not like to waste words. Without waiting for Yu Xiang to finish speaking, he shouted coldly and his body suddenly rushed forward. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand directly pierced towards Yu Xiang. His speed was as fast as lightning. So fast. With just one sword, everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Su Yan, a saint with 3 bloodlines, could burst out with such speed. Yu Xiang was also taken aback. However, he was a saint of the 5 veins after all, so he quickly reacted. His figure quickly flew backwards and narrowly avoided Su Yan's sword. The look of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan was no longer one of disdain. Instead, it had turned solemn. "Good boy, your speed is not bad, but I don't know how strong you are," Yu Xiang said. At the same time, he shouted and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, there was a ritual instrument in his hand. Monster Palace was different from other sects. If other sects had people who cultivated ritual instruments, they were all cultivators of ritual instruments. Sword sects, on the other hand, were all cultivators of swords. Monster Palace, on the other hand, had people who cultivated swords and magic weapons. Yu Xiang was obviously not a swordsman. He had taken out a magic weapon. This magic weapon was like a huge water fish. The moment it was taken out, the fish's mouth emitted a ripple. Obviously, it was also an extraordinary item. The moment Yu Xiang summoned his magic treasure, he didn't waste any more words and activated his magic treasure. Bang! With a loud bang, a powerful wave burst out from the fish's mouth. The moment the wave appeared, it suddenly exploded toward Su Yan. Its speed was fast, like the huge waves of the East Sea, directly covering Su Yan. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all retreated. Their faces were full of horror. "Senior brother Yu Xiang, this Yu Wuhan's magic weapon has been cultivated to the extreme." "Yes, you know that senior brother Yu Xiang is only a saint of the 5 meridians. If he becomes a celestial emperor, how powerful will this Yu Wuhan be?" Yes, this arrogant boy, under senior brother Yu Xiang's move, there is no way he can avoid it. Let's see what qualifications he has to be arrogant now. When the surrounding people saw the huge wave released by Yu Xiang's magic weapon, they were sure that Su Yan could not avoid it. Su Yan looked at the huge wave that was surging towards him, but he was very ferocious. But Su Yan did not have a trace of fear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body suddenly jumped up, raised the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, and slashed down. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. In an instant, countless ghostly cries filled the air. The Ghost Howl sword emitted a powerful black fog, which instantly condensed into a huge ghost head. The moment the ghost head appeared, it opened a huge mouth and bit toward the wave. Bang! A loud boom rang out as the wave and the enormous ghost head collided and exploded. This is, everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan could burst out with such a powerful move and block Yu Xiang's attack. Yu Xiang could not help but be stunned. But at the moment he was stunned, a sword light flashed in front of him, and Su Yan appeared in front of him. Yu Xiang was shocked. He shouted and hurriedly raised the magic weapon in his hand to block. Clang! The Ghost Howl sword struck Yu Xiang's magic weapon, Yu Wuhan, and immediately burst out with a crisp sound. Yu Xiang was shocked and took a few steps back. Yu Xiang's face became even more surprised. He looked at Su Yan and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How is it possible? He is only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he burst out such powerful spiritual energy?" Yu Xiang was angered by this. His whole body trembled with anger. He operated his cultivation method, and the spiritual energy of a saint of 5 bloodlines also surged and pressed toward Su Yan. Under this powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan frowned slightly, but his body did not slow down. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and directly slashed at Wuxiang. Is it like this again? The moment Wuxiang's spiritual energy surged, his confidence increased a lot. With a cold smile, he stepped forward and raised Yu Wuhan in his hand to meet Su Yan. Chapter 178. That's it? When Su Yan saw the water pillar that was attacking him, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In an instant, the ghost howl sword in his hand started to dance rapidly. Immediately, a sword cry resounded. The constantly moving sword light was so fast that it seemed to have transformed into countless long swords. Crackle, crackle, the water column was sliced off section by section until all of it slid down. You think that's it? Of course, Wuxiang was a saint of 5 veins and his strength was not limited to that. The moment Su Yan blocked the water column, Wuxiang suddenly leaped up and made a hand seal. A powerful water column burst out from Yu Wuhan. The moment the water pillars appeared, a series of loud booms rang out and fell down. Su Yan frowned, but he did not have time to block them. His entire body was enveloped by the water pillars. Humph, you still dare to think that's it? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Wuxiang's mouth when he saw that Su Yan was enveloped by the rain of water. If it was any other time, then Wuxiang would have stopped because even a saint of the 5 bloodlines wouldn't be able to escape if they were struck by his rain of water. But today, it was probably Su Yan's arrogance that provoked Wuxiang's anger. Wuxiang did not stop because of this. The moment the water column burst out, Wuxiang roared again and waved his Yu Wuhan. In an instant, countless water waves surged. Like 1,000 layers of huge waves, they pounced on Su Yan and covered Su Yan's entire body. The onlookers were all horrified when they saw this. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan who was surrounded by the water column and the huge waves and gloated, now this kid is definitely dead. How dare he be so arrogant in front of our senior brother Wuxiang? That's right. Even our senior brothers don't dare to fight senior brother Wuxiang. With his strength of 3 veins, he's courting death. When he heard the surrounding crowd's words, the corners of Wuxiang's mouth lifted into a pleased smile. He looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by water pillars, and coldly laughed, "Brat, you are courting death. Don't blame my senior." Is that so? Before Wuxiang could finish speaking, an evil voice came from within the rain of water pillars. Coincidentally, at that moment, the water pillars and waves retreated. Su Yan's body slowly appeared. His entire body was emitting a powerful golden light. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dazzling. How? How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he still stand under the water column attack of senior brother Wuxiang? Impossible, this can't be real. When the surrounding people saw that Su Yan was still standing there, their faces were filled with horror. Most of them couldn't believe what they were seeing. They all thought that Su Yan was going to die. Even if Su Yan did not die, he should be lying in a pool of blood. However, Su Yan was still standing there, unharmed. Even his clothes were not damaged. How could they believe this? Wuxiang looked at Su Yan and was stunned. How? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Yan looked at Wuxiang and smiled coldly. His body suddenly surged forward, as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Wuxiang. The ghost howl sword in his hand was pointed at Wuxiang. The sword light flashed and was already at Wuxiang's throat. Although Wuxiang could still attack, he did not expect Su Yan to be able to stand under his ferocious attacks. Moreover, Su Yan was able to attack so quickly. The sword light flashed and the ghost howl sword was already in front of him. There was no time to dodge. Wuxiang screamed in fear and fell to the ground. He watched as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through his body. When the people around saw this scene, they were so scared that they screamed. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Just as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through Yu Xiang's throat, Su Yan stopped and withdrew the sword. He said coldly, "Killing you will dirty my hands." Yu Xiang screamed in fear. Something flowed out from his crotch and wet his pants. The onlookers were also stunned. They looked at Su Yan as if they were looking at a monster. A 3-meridian saint. Su Yan was only a 3-meridian saint. How could he do that? Su Yan did not pay attention to their gazes. He withdrew the ghost howl sword and turned to walk away, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. They did not react until Su Yan was far away. They all ran to help Yu Xiang. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just left, suddenly turned around. The few of them were so scared that their bodies trembled. A trace of disdain flashed across Su Yan's face as he said word by word, "Remember, my name is Su Yan. I am not someone you can easily bully." Su Yan's name was forever engraved in their hearts. They did not dare to challenge Su Yan again. For Su Yan, this was just a small episode. Although he was only a 3-meridian saint, 2 levels lower than Yu Xiang, Su Yan had the invincible golden body, the blood dragon pupil and the flying sword in the red fire sword case. Su Yan was confident that he could even fight a 6-meridian saint. A saint was no longer Su Yan's target. Emperor Tian Xiang was Su Yan's target. Su Yan's eyes glowed red when he thought of Nangong Xiangming's last look and Qin Luo's gloomy expression. His desire for strength reached its peak. Of course, Su Yan was still calm despite his desire. Su Yan's mind had passed through the endless corridors of the Buddha sword and comprehended it at Cho Bo's place. Ordinary people could not compare to him. The angrier Su Yan was, the calmer he became. Although Su Yan was angry at the humiliation Nangong Xiangming had brought him, his heart was still as clear as a mirror. If he wanted to move forward, he had to find the ghostly qi. He had no other choice. Only ghostly qi could help him recondense his 4th Saint Meridian. Su Yan believed that Nangong Xiangming had not lied to him about the dock. However, Su Yan also knew that Nangong Xiangming would not be so kind as to warn him. Since he was able to warn him, it meant that the dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan thought about the dock. He sat cross-legged and ran his cultivation method. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy to restore the spirit energy in his body and heal the injuries Nangong Xiangming had caused him. Because of the sword intent of the red fire sword case and the abundant spirit energy in the monster palace, Su Yan recovered to his peak state in less than an hour. Since he had recovered, Su Yan planned to go to the dock. Su Yan had a rough understanding of the monster palace with the memories given by the princess of Chu. However, there was no memory of the dock in the memories. The island of the monster palace was so big that it would not be easy to find the dock. Su Yan did not know who to ask for help. Just as Su Yan was in trouble, there was a knock on the door. Su Yan frowned slightly, but he still got up to open the door. Seeing that it was Yu Xiang and his followers, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, "Are you still not convinced? Senior brother Su, it's a misunderstanding." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, his whole body suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, "Senior brother Su, we are here to offer this month's offerings." As he spoke, Yu Xiang held the offerings he had received this month and presented them to Su Yan with both hands. Su Yan looked at the offerings in Yu Xiang's hands and frowned. He thought to himself, "I just entered the monster palace and am not familiar with many things. If I have these people running errands, it will save me some trouble in the future." Su Yan made up his mind and looked at the offering in Yu Xiang's hand. He waved his hand and said, "This offering is for you to keep by your side. As long as you listen to my orders in the future, it will be fine." When Yu Xiang and the others heard that Su Yan did not take the offerings, they were overjoyed. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior Brother Su, from now on, all the disciples of this palace will obey your orders. From now on, you are the palace master of this palace." Okay. Although Su Yan was not interested in being the palace master, he did not refuse and nodded slightly. Seeing that they were still afraid of him, Su Yan waved his hand and said, "Come in." Hearing that Su Yan wanted them to go in, the few of them tiptoed in. Su Yan looked at their fearful faces and said slowly, "Since you have chosen to obey my orders in the future, you don't have to be so afraid. As long as you don't disobey me in the future." "Yes, yes." Yu Xiang and the others hurriedly nodded, but their fear of Su Yan did not change. Su Yan looked at them and did not say anything. Instead, he asked, "Do you know where the sea dock is?" The sea dock. When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he was shocked. "Senior Brother Su, why do you ask about the sea dock? I have my own plans." Naturally, Su Yan wouldn't tell them why he wanted to go to the sea dock. Looking at them, it was obvious that they weren't strangers to the sea dock. He opened his mouth and asked, "I asked about the sea dock. Tell me where it is." Su Yan paused and hesitated for a moment. He said, "And where is the sea dock?" "Okay." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he did not dare to ask more. Instead, he introduced the sea dock to Su Yan. "Senior Brother Su, you have just entered the monster palace, so you don't know. The sea dock is a dangerous place. If the monster palace disciples are not forced to, no one is willing to go to the sea dock." "What do you mean?" Su Yan asked again. "The entrance to the sea dock is in the suburbs of the Western Monster Palace. The sea dock is said to lead to the East Sea. There are countless dangerous sea beasts there. Some of the Monster Palace disciples want to hunt sea beasts and enter the sea dock, but most of them do not return. And the sea dock is not only home to sea beasts. The East Sea often has tsunamis that will sweep through the sea dock. This makes the sea dock even more dangerous." Su Yan listened and understood. Obviously, the sea dock is like the Hengduan Mountain, but the Hengduan Mountain is densely covered with monsters, while the sea dock is filled with sea beasts. Chapter 179. After listening to Yu Xiang and the others, Su Yan fell into a moment of hesitation. After all, from Yu Xiang's words, Su Yan could feel that the sea dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan did not want to rush into such an unknown place. Unfortunately, when he asked Yu Xiang and the others, they all said that they did not know if there were any other places with many corpses and ghostly auras. This left Su Yan with no other choice. It seems that this trip to the sea dock is inevitable. Su Yan muttered to himself. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. His eyes flashed and a red light surged out. "Sea beasts. I wonder if my blood dragon eyes have any effect on sea beasts." Sea beasts only existed in the East Sea. There were no sea beasts in other places. Su Yan had only seen rumors of sea beasts in books. He had never seen a real sea beast. However, he had never seen one before. Su Yan was also clear that sea beasts were much stronger than demonic beasts. "No matter what, I have to go to the sea dock." Su Yan thought about it and did not hesitate anymore. After all, he had no other choice. If he did not obtain a ghostly aura, he would not be able to form his fourth meridian. After making up his mind, Su Yan didn't plan on staying any longer. He resolutely stepped onto the path of the dock. The entrance to the sea dock was on the outskirts of the West Palace. Although they were all within the Monster Palace, because of the conflicts between the East, West, North, and South Palaces, there were very few interactions between the palaces. Moreover, the two palaces were located at the east and west ends of the West. They were the furthest apart. If Su Yan were to travel with his current strength, he might not be able to reach the sea dock even if he walked for several months. Fortunately, there were teleportation portals between the palaces. These teleportation portals belonged to the Monster Palace and were not guarded. Everyone in the Monster Palace could use them. Su Yan entered the teleportation portal to the West Palace. No one noticed. However, after arriving at the West Palace, Su Yan became much more careful. If he was discovered by the people of the West Palace, he would get into some trouble. More importantly, the disciples of the West Palace were much stronger than the disciples of the East Palace. If Qin Luo and Nangong Xiangming were to come out, Su Yan did not think that he would have the strength to resist them. As such, Su Yan was extremely careful as he walked through the West Palace. Fortunately, Su Yan was quite lucky. Along the way, no one from the West Palace noticed Su Yan. It was probably because very few people were willing to go to the sea dock that Su Yan was not discovered. With Yu Xiang and the others' detailed descriptions, Su Yan quickly found the entrance to the dock. Just as he approached the entrance, Su Yan felt a majestic power surge out of the dock. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Su Yan could not help but frown. He became more cautious about this trip to the sea dock. Since I've already come this far, how can I retreat? Su Yan steadied his mind and no longer hesitated. He strode toward the entrance of the sea dock. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Su Yan stepped into the entrance of the sea dock, a loud whistling sound suddenly entered his ears. That whistling sound was deafening. Su Yan could not help but be startled. He hurriedly used his qi to resist. The moment the qi protected his body, the ripples in his heart slowly calmed down. The sea dock really lives up to its name. Su Yan felt the power of the sea dock and could not help but nod. However, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His eyes shone with a firm gaze as he resolutely stepped forward. He had already learned from Yu Xiang that the sea dock was actually a huge passage that kept going forward. It was only at the deepest part of the sea dock. Yu Xiang meant that no one had ever reached the deepest part of the sea dock. Even the palace masters of the Monster Palace had never reached the end of the sea dock, so no one knew what the end of the sea dock was. Of course, Su Yan was not interested in the end of the sea dock. Now, Su Yan wanted to find a place where ghost qi existed. In fact, ghost qi was everywhere in the world. As long as someone died unjustly, ghost qi would be formed. However, just a little bit of ghost qi was useless to Su Yan. What Su Yan needed was a lot of ghost qi. Only ghost qi that was as rich as spirit qi could allow Su Yan to successfully condense his fourth holy meridian. After walking for almost an hour, Su Yan did not encounter any ghost qi except for the fact that he did not encounter any danger. This made Su Yan anxious. I've been walking for more than an hour now, and I haven't seen a corpse or a wisp of ghost qi. Is there really ghost qi in the sea dock? Su Yan's eyes fell into a daze. If there was no ghost qi in the sea dock, Su Yan really did not know where he could go to get ghost qi. He definitely could not return to the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, even if he entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave 10 times, he would die 10 times. Plop, just as Su Yan was confused, there was a sudden loud noise. Suddenly, a huge sea beast rushed over. This sea beast was like a water snake, but it had 4 legs. Its body was smooth and without any markings, and its entire body was dark black. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly retreated. Sea beast. Although this was the first time Su Yan had seen a real sea beast, he was able to recognize it at first glance. However, he did not know the name of this sea beast, nor did he know the strength of this sea beast. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the ghost howl sword. At the same time, without giving the sea beast any chance to react, the blood dragon pupil turned and flashed forward. The ghost howl sword in its hand slashed down horizontally, emitting a mournful ghost howl. Plop, the water snake-like 4-legged sea beast was suddenly split into 2 and fell to the ground. Looking at the sea beast's body on the ground, Su Yan could not help but smile. It seems that sea beasts are only a so-so. However, before Su Yan could finish speaking, he looked at the sea beast's body on the ground and was stunned. The sea beast that looked like a water snake on the ground did not die because of the attack. Instead, it was split into two. The two halves of its body wriggled again and grew 4 limbs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like that, one sea beast became 2. Su Yan's scalp tingled as he saw this. The solar-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and quickly slashed at the 2 sea beasts. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises were heard and the 2 sea beasts were split into 4. However, with the previous experience, Su Yan was not happy. Instead, he stared at the sea beast's body. As expected, the sea beast's body grew again, from 2 to 4. With the previous experience, Su Yan was not as flustered as before. He only frowned slightly. The strength of sea beasts is indeed not something that demonic beasts can compare to. Su Yan thought as he rotated the blood dragon pupil. A red light surged out and shone on the sea beast's body. However, the sea beast was only stunned for a moment before it immediately recovered and went berserk. The 4-legged sea beast pounced at Su Yan at the same time. The blood dragon pupil is indeed useless against these sea beasts. Su Yan murmured. Seeing the sea beasts pouncing at him, he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly jumped up and slashed out with the ghost howl sword in his hand. Once again, he cut the 4 sea beasts in half. However, he still could not kill the sea beasts. Instead, more and more of them appeared, but their bodies were much smaller than before. Although this was the case, Su Yan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the increasing number of sea beasts. It seems that it is useless to cut them in half. Su Yan looked at the densely packed sea beasts and muttered. He put away the ghost howl sword in his hand. The blood dragon pupil rotated and his body quickly jumped up. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wisp of spiritual energy flowed out from his saint vein. This wisp of spiritual energy contained the heat of the molten green lotus fire. Su Yan slapped it away. Puff! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. The molten green lotus fire burned on the sea beast's body and turned into ashes in an instant. It was no longer reborn. After a few consecutive attacks, Su Yan finally cleared all the sea beasts. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Let's see how you will be reborn now. After Su Yan finished speaking, he panted heavily and could not help but smile bitterly. Just one sea beast is already so difficult to deal with. It's no wonder that the world is so fearful of sea beasts. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yan picked up the demonic core of the water snake and, without hesitation, proceeded forward. No matter what, Su Yan had already decided that he would definitely condense his 4th Saint Meridian today. Su Yan walked forward again. Another sea beast appeared. This sea beast was different from the one Su Yan had seen previously. It looked like a cheetah, but unlike a cheetah, it had no fur on its body. Instead, there was a wave of water flowing around it. Su Yan could not help but frown. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Looking at the cheetah-like sea beast, he suddenly swung his sword. Bang! Because he did not know the strength of the sea beast, Su Yan did not use his full strength. The moment he swung his sword, the sea beast suddenly exploded and slapped its palm towards Su Yan's ghost howl sword. Su Yan's body trembled. He quickly retreated a few steps. Looking at the sea beast, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. This sea beast is obviously much stronger than the previous one. Roar! The sea beast suddenly let out a low roar. In an instant, it pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but feel a burst of anger. He shouted, "Beast, how dare you take the initiative to attack?" While speaking, Su Yan's figure rushed out. Facing the attack of the sea beast, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. At the same time, the ghost howl's sword in his hand struck out. The moment the sword light flashed, a loud sound was immediately heard. It directly stabbed towards the sea beast's abdomen. Su Yan could not help but smile. Let's see how you block it. Bang! But just as Su Yan's smile appeared, the moment the ghost howl's sword struck the sea beast, Su Yan's smile suddenly froze. Originally, Su Yan wanted to cut open the sea beast's abdomen with one strike. However, the moment the ghost howl's sword pierced through the sea beast's abdomen, a powerful wave of water appeared under the sea beast's abdomen, directly protecting it. Not only that, a powerful force spread out from the water wave. Su Yan, who was holding the ghost howl's sword, suddenly felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He almost lost his grip on the ghost howl's sword. What a powerful beast! Chapter 180. The appearance of this cheetah-like sea beast also made Su Yan realize the true strength of sea beasts. Looking at this sea beast, Su Yan didn't attack rashly, but carefully observed its movements. Su Yan believed that even if this sea beast was powerful, it must have some flaws. Bang! While Su Yan was observing, the sea beast once again rushed towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Fortunately, Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, plus speed itself was something that Su Yan had always been proud of. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the attack of this cheetah-like sea beast. However, Su Yan knew that if he didn't quickly deal with this cheetah-like sea beast, if he let it continue to attack like this, then sooner or later, the spirit chi in his body would be exhausted by this sea beast. Let's test you again. Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast rushing towards him. His eyes moved quickly, and at the same time, the ghost howl's sword in his hand once again attacked, and directly broke the body of the cheetah-like sea beast. Bang! Unfortunately, at the moment when Su Yan's attack was about to hit, the body of the cheetah-like sea beast fluctuated, and in an instant, a water wave barrier appeared and blocked Su Yan's attack. At the same time, the water wave also attacked along with the ghost howl's sword. At the same time, a huge and strange force surged up. Su Yan was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl's sword, and quickly rushed back to avoid that force surging up. Is there really no way to break it? Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast and frowned. Although the attack of this sea beast wasn't very good, its defense was too abnormal. Moreover, the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, each attack was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, even if Su Yan could avoid the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast, but with the spirit chi in his body disappearing, if he couldn't kill this cheetah-like sea beast, then in less than half an hour, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body would be exhausted. At that time, it would be the end of Su Yan. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast's defense was too strong. Su Yan tried a few more times, but he still couldn't break it. Su Yan had raised his speed to the limit while dodging the attacks of the cheetah sea beast. Therefore, he had consumed a huge amount of spirit energy. Therefore, Su Yan was gasping for breath after doing this several times. Is there really no way to deal with this beast? Su Yan took advantage of the gap between the attacks of the cheetah sea beast, and gasped for breath. At the same time, he also observed the body of the cheetah sea beast, and wanted to find a flaw. I've already tried attacking its body, feet, tail, and head. They're all useless. Su Yan looked at the cheetah sea beast and tried to figure out its weak points. But before Su Yan could figure it out, the cheetah once again pounced at them. In desperation, Su Yan could only use his spirit energy to dodge quickly. He didn't dare to attack rashly because every time he attacked the cheetah sea beast, it would only consume the spirit energy in his body faster. Is there really no other way? I'm a dignified peak sword sage. Am I going to die in the hands of this beast? Su Yan's dodging became more and more powerless. There was a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast didn't show any sympathy to Su Yan at all. Instead, it had failed to hit Su Yan dozens of times. This had aroused its ferocious nature. Roar, it didn't give Su Yan any chance to catch his breath. With a low roar, it instantly pounced at Su Yan. Its huge bell-like eyes suddenly burst out with an ominous glint. Su Yan was already exhausted. He was quite helpless when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He turned his blood dragon pupil and was about to dodge. However, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the ominous glint in the cheetah sea beast's eyes. Eyes, yes, eyes. Su Yan was overjoyed in his heart. The exhaustion in his body seemed to have dissipated at this moment. A bright light surged in his eyes. He patted his storage pouch and took out the ghost howl sword. Su Yan didn't dodge when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He tightly grasped the ghost howl sword and calmly looked at the cheetah sea beast. Now's the time, Su Yan twisted his hands the moment the cheetah sea beast pounced on him. His body rushed forward. The ghost howl sword stabbed towards the cheetah sea beast's eyes at the same time. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Asterisk bang, asterisk a loud sound echoed. This time, there was no water wave defense. The ghost howl sword directly pierced through the cheetah sea beast's eyes. The cheetah sea beast roared violently. Its vigorous body suddenly fell to the ground and died with a mournful wail. It's finally over. Su Yan saw that the cheetah sea beast was finally dead. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, his body became soft and fell to the ground. However, Su Yan didn't dare to stop for a moment. He took out the green lotus core fire and the red parting sword box. He operated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to quickly absorb the heat of the green lotus core fire and the sword intent inside the red parting sword box. Coupled with the spirit chi of the world and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, he quickly recovered the spirit chi of his body. Although Su Yan recovered his spirit chi very quickly, but because he had been entangled with the cheetah sea beast for too long, Su Yan recovered for more than 2 hours. During this time, he also swallowed a lot of consecration pills that he had received in the monster palace. Only then did he recover his strength. The moment his spirit chi recovered, the exhaustion in his body also disappeared. His eyes regained the bright light. Just at the moment when he looked into the depths of the sea, Su Yan hesitated again. This sea dock is really extraordinary. It's as fierce as the legends say. But I didn't see any ghost aura. Was this trip worth it? Su Yan hesitated, but in just a moment, it was removed from his mind by Su Yan. No matter what, since I've already come here, how can I give up halfway? Su Yan said. He picked up the sea beast monster core dropped by the cheetah sea beast. His eyes regained the determination. He went all the way forward and encountered several sea beasts. The further they went, the more powerful the demonic beasts became. However, with the experience of killing the water snake demonic beast and the cheetah demonic beast, Su Yan also knew that these sea beasts were powerful because they had some special abilities. For example, the water snake sea beast could regenerate. And the cheetah sea beast had no effect on other parts of its body except for its eyes. Therefore, Su Yan was not in a hurry to attack the next few sea beasts he encountered. Instead, he first searched for their weak points or their strong points before launching an attack. The few times he encountered sea beasts, although there were some surprises, there were no real dangers. The moment Su Yan killed a sea beast, Su Yan finally felt a surge of ghost aura. Ghost aura. Feeling this ghost aura, Su Yan's tired posture suddenly swept away. His heart moved, and he immediately walked forward. However, just as he took a step, Su Yan stopped and sat down cross-legged. He began to absorb the spirit chi and sword intent to restore the spirit chi in his body. It wasn't until an hour later that Su Yan returned to his peak state. Only then did Su Yan take a step forward. The deeper he went, the thicker the ghost chi became. This ghost aura was an existence similar to spirit chi. It was an invisible existence. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to feel the ghost aura in such a place. They would only be able to feel the gloomy feeling. However, Su Yan was different. His fourth saint vein was condensed from the ghost aura. Now that he was close, Su Yan could clearly feel the dense ghost aura. Su Yan was overjoyed. However, amidst his joy, Su Yan quickly noticed the eerie white bones on the ground. His brows involuntarily knitted together. Since there are so many bones here, and the ghost aura is so dense, this is obviously a place of extreme evil. Su Yan thought to himself. His eyes became vigilant. He looked around and gripped the ghost hull sword tightly in his hand. Pudong, at this moment, there was a loud sound. Suddenly, 3 sea beasts rushed out from the side. That's right, 3 sea beasts. This was different from the sea beasts Su Yan had encountered previously. No matter how strong the sea beasts were, there would only be one of them. Now that there were 3 of them, each of them different. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. One sea beast was already difficult to deal with, let alone 3. If Su Yan hadn't felt the ghost aura earlier, he would have definitely turned around and fled. However, now that he felt the ghost aura, this place was exactly what Su Yan needed. Su Yan wouldn't run away no matter what. Looking at the 3 roaring sea beasts, Su Yan's eyes lit up. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly. Not only that, the moment Su Yan's blood dragon pupil turned, the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly erupted. With the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could control it freely. Because the dragon blood ice fire shield only had the ability to defend against the cold and heat of the world, it had no effect on other attacks. However, now that Su Yan had used it, it was obvious that Su Yan was going to go all out. Roar! The 3 demonic beasts let out a few low roars and attacked Su Yan in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it far surpassed the sea beasts that Su Yan had encountered earlier. Su Yan was shocked. The blood dragon pupil quickly turned. With a thought, the sword dragon flew out from the storage bag. Su Yan immediately jumped on it and quickly dodged the attack of one of the sea beasts. At the same time, Su Yan memorized the appearance of this sea monster in his mind, trying to find its weakness and its ability. Pudong, just as Su Yan dodged one of the sea beasts, another one pounced at him. Su Yan was shocked. He circulated his cultivation method and quickly dodged. The sea beast narrowly passed by Su Yan. Bang! Unfortunately, this time there were not only 2 sea beasts, but 3. When Su Yan dodged 2 of them, he was 1 step behind. In the end, he was still 1 step too slow and was hit by another sea beast. His entire body was sent flying backwards. The huge force suddenly shook Su Yan's body. Puchi, Su Yan only felt the blood in his body churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment. He hurriedly jumped up and looked at the 3 sea beasts. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The spirit chi in his body quickly surged and rushed into the ghost howl sword. Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Chapter 181. This was a sea beast that looked like a giant bear. Su Yan didn't know what kind of sea beast this was, nor did he know how much energy this sea beast had and why it had the special characteristics of sea beasts. If it was only one sea beast, Su Yan could still take advantage of his speed to observe the characteristics of the sea beast. However, at this moment, there were 3 sea beasts. Su Yan had nowhere to hide. He had no choice but to attack. A sword art whizzed out, and the huge ghost head instantly slammed into the sea beast that looked like a giant bear. This ghost head was the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan's ghost howl sword. This sword art was so powerful that Su Yan was confident that even a saint of the 5 veins wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, this giant bear-like sea beast didn't seem to care at all. However, it was as if he had completely disregarded it. He was completely unafraid of the huge attack that Su Yan had emitted. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in its crimson eyes. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, this sea beast was far more powerful than the sea beasts that Su Yan encountered just now. It even had some intelligence. Roar, the giant bear sea beast roared, and its body leaped up. Bang, in an instant, there was a loud bang, and it instantly tore apart the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan, and directly approached Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, the other two sea beasts also didn't stop because of the attack of the giant bear sea beast. As for the other two sea beasts, one was like a wild horse, and its speed was extremely fast. The moment it moved, its huge body had already collided with Su Yan. The other sea beast was like a hound, but it was much bigger than a hound. Its body was faintly exuding a hot light, and when the light was emitted, it could make people feel a heat flow in their body. Not only that, the hound sea beast's speed was not slower than the wild horse sea beast. As its four limbs moved, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Su Yan. Su Yan had just evaded the giant bear sea beast when he saw the two wild horse sea beasts and the hound sea beast attacking him at the same time. The blood dragon pupil was once again alarmed. The attack speed of the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast slowed down a lot. However, they still attacked as fast as lightning. With Su Yan's current strength, there was no way he could avoid it. Invincible golden body. Seeing this, Su Yan reacted quickly. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from Su Yan's body and enveloped Su Yan. Bang, the two sea beasts collided at the same time, and under the trembling of the golden light, both of them let out a painful roar and retreated a few meters. Although it was only a few meters, it gave Su Yan a chance to catch his breath. Su Yan hurriedly leaped onto it. As he panted heavily, he floated in mid-air. His eyes stared at these few sea beasts as his mind quickly spun. These three sea beasts are clearly much stronger than the ones I have encountered before. If there was only one, perhaps I would have a chance. However, there are three now. Then, Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. In order to avoid the attacks of these three sea beasts, Su Yan not only used the sword technique, he also used the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was Su Yan's strongest defense. It was also a life-saving skill that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, with Su Yan's current strength, he could only use the invincible golden body twice. Now, he had already used it once. Su Yan already felt that more than half of the spirit qi in his body had been consumed. If he were to use it again, Su Yan would definitely run out of spirit qi. In such a dangerous place, if I can't kill these three sea beasts, the invincible golden body obviously can't be used again. Su Yan's eyes turned slightly as he carefully observed the three sea beasts. He knew that he definitely couldn't use the invincible golden body to resist the attacks of these three sea beasts. Since that's the case, there is only one way left. Fight! Su Yan secretly shouted, and a bright light instantly emitted from his eyes. As the light overflowed, it projected a strong determination to kill. This wasn't because Su Yan wasn't afraid of the three sea beasts in front of him. But because Su Yan knew that since he was in such a predicament, the only way was to fight to the end to have a chance of survival. Bang! Without waiting for the three sea beasts to attack, Su Yan's body suddenly exploded. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and emitted a strong spiritual power. In an instant, sword light flashed. The ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand had turned into the pagoda sword. As the pagoda sword light flashed, Su Yan had already made his move. His body surged out like a flood dragon. His speed was so fast that it tore through the void and immediately stirred up a powerful airflow. Not only that, but the Buddha sword also slashed down. The sharp sword light burst out, and a loud whistling sound reverberated in the air. This was just a sword attack, and there was nothing fancy about it. However, the power was not inferior to the wailing of thousands of ghosts that Su Yan had just used the ghost howl sword. Not only that, at the moment when Su Yan rushed out, bang! There was a crisp sound. Several flying swords had already circled around Su Yan and rushed up to Su Yan's body. Go to hell! Su Yan shouted and pointed his sword at the giant bear sea beast. In the attack just now, Su Yan had already seen that among the three sea beasts, the giant bear sea beast was the strongest. Since it was the strongest, what Su Yan had to do was to kill the strongest one first. When the giant bear saw Su Yan rushing over, its scarlet eyes once again showed a look of disdain. Similarly, its body did not retreat half an inch. Roar! There was a low roar. Its four limbs suddenly stood upright, and it was only supported by its two hind legs. Its forelimbs were like human hands, and they directly slapped towards Su Yan. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! There was a loud sound as the giant bear's two palms directly slapped Su Yan's body. Su Yan's whole body was suddenly shaken and sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The flying swords that were revolving around Su Yan also fell. This giant bear sea beast is really strong. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately stood up and murmured. There was still no fear in his heart. Because Su Yan was very clear that if he was afraid, then only death would await him. Su Yan was not only not afraid, but also did not stop. As he waved his hands, the few flying swords that had just fallen instantly rose up again and attacked the giant sea beast. However, this time, before the flying swords flew out, the other two sea beasts had already moved. The hound sea beast and the wild horse sea beast were obviously speed attack sea beasts. The two sea beasts rushed towards Su Yan at the same time. Their speed was like lightning, and in an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the two sea beasts rushing towards him, but he did not panic at all. Instead, his face became calmer. Break! Just when the two sea beasts were about to collide with Su Yan waved his hands and shouted. The flying swords that flew out suddenly changed their direction, and directly attacked the two sea beasts. Obviously, sea beasts that had reached their level already had some intelligence. They never thought that Su Yan would use such a move. The two sea beasts were startled, and hurriedly retreated. Now! Su Yan saw the two sea beasts retreating, and coldly shouted. He clenched the Buddha sword in his hand, and his body rushed forward. Suddenly, he attacked the wild horse sea beast. In this dangerous situation, Su Yan knew that he had to go all out to have a chance. At this time, Su Yan also used all of his strength to the extreme. The moment his eyes surged, his speed reached an unprecedented speed. Like a dragon in the East Sea, he surged out. In an instant, the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand pierced towards the wild horse sea beast. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand directly hit the wild horse sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He lightly shouted, and his body directly pierced through the wild horse sea beast's body. Roar! The wild horse sea beast burst out a miserable cry, and its body also went soft, and fell to the ground. When Su Yan saw this, he wiped the sweat on his forehead, and slightly smiled, one down. However, before Su Yan's smile fell, the wild horse sea beast that had just fallen stood up again. Its body that was pierced by Su Yan was actually slowly recovering. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked, and said in surprise, This wild horse sea beast has the ability to regenerate. Xiao! While Su Yan was still in shock, the giant bear sea beast had already closed in on him. Its huge palm rushed towards Su Yan's body. Although the giant bear sea beast's speed was not as fast as the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast, its strength was much more powerful than the two sea beasts. Of course, its speed was only slightly inferior to the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast. Its real speed was not slow at all. The palm swept past like a hurricane. Su Yan was suddenly shocked, and his blood dragon pupil rotated, trying to dodge. However, it was impossible to dodge between the two palms of the giant bear sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Since I can't dodge, I will fight with you." While speaking, Su Yan quickly circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, and a powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted, exuding a dazzling light. He held the Buddha sword in his hand and directly stabbed towards the palm. Bang! The sword and the palm collided in the void, and suddenly a loud sound erupted. Su Yan originally wanted to pierce through the palm of the giant bear sea beast, but Su Yan found that the giant bear sea beast was not injured at all. At the same time, Su Yan could also feel a huge force coming from the Buddha sword. Pucci, under this powerful force, Su Yan suddenly felt a surge in his body, and blood spurted out. Chapter 182. Su Yan had only received one palm attack from the giant bear. However, the enormous power behind that attack had made Su Yan feel as if his internal organs had been shattered. Cough cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with the Buddha sword, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. The giant bear, the wild horse, and the hound weren't in a hurry to attack Su Yan. The three sea beasts were fighting against each other. They were looking at Su Yan with a mocking expression in their eyes. From time to time, they would issue low roars. It seemed as if they were discussing something. It also seemed as if they were looking down on Su Yan. Su Yan naturally didn't pay attention to the expressions of these three beasts at this moment. However, these three beasts weren't in a hurry to attack. This gave Su Yan a chance to rest. I can't continue like this. What should I do? Su Yan looked at the three beasts and frowned. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. Just one attack was enough to injure me severely. Su, will definitely die here today if this happens again. Then, I can't let them attack me again. I'll use my speed to entangle them. I'll also find out the weakness of these sea beasts. Speed, that's right, speed. Su Yan's eyes immediately condensed a burst of bright light as he thought about this. However, this bright light had just surged for a moment when Su Yan saw the restless wild horse and hound sea beasts. But, it immediately dimmed down. There was a self-mocking smile on his face. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Even if I can use my speed to entangle them, the spirit energy in my body, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body wasn't enough to support his speed under several all-out attacks. He couldn't even release the invincible golden body now. The injuries he had suffered had also slowed down the speed he was so proud of. Obviously, it was impossible to use speed to control the sea beast. This caused Su Yan to once again fall into a state of confusion. Looking at the three restless sea beasts, Su Yan did not have a trace of fear, but he was unwilling. He was unwilling to lose to the three beasts like this. He was unwilling to lose his life because of this. Roar! Before Su Yan could think further, a loud roar was suddenly heard. It was as if the three sea beasts had discussed something. The wild horse sea beast took the lead and attacked Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It flashed in the void, and arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and his pupils shrank. Unfortunately, it was too late. Speed was one of the abilities that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, when the wild horse launched its attack, Su Yan felt overwhelmed. In fact, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Even the blood dragon pupil couldn't catch it. Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, with a loud bang, Su Yan's body was sent flying again. Cough, 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 Su Yan coughed a few times, and another mouthful of blood gushed out. The spirit qi in his body was almost exhausted. How can this wild horse's speed suddenly become so fast? Su Yan looked at the wild horse. He was puzzled, but more than that, he was astonished. Su Yan had encountered many experts. Even Sovereign Linghai could catch a glimpse of its shadow because of the blood dragon pupil. However, Su Yan found that he couldn't catch a glimpse of the wild horse sea beast. How could Su Yan not be astonished? While Su Yan was still in a state of shock, a loud bang was heard as the hound sea beast moved out once again. Although the hunting dog's attack speed wasn't as fast as the wild horse's, it wasn't slow at all. Moreover, at the moment when the hound sea beast attacked, Su Yan unexpectedly felt a burning sensation. Before the hound sea beast could attack Su Yan suddenly stopped. Su Yan felt a surge of energy in his body, as if it was burning. Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly urged the molten green lotus to resist. Unfortunately, because of the lack of spirit qi, Su Yan felt a burst of pain in his body before the molten green lotus could surge. At the same time, a huge force attacked him. Puchi, Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying back dozens of meters. This time, before Su Yan could stand up, the giant bear sea beast roared. Its forelimbs stood upright, and with a bang, it smashed towards the ground. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds were heard, and the entire sea dock's passage trembled as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan was lying on the ground. Because of such an earthquake, his internal organs felt as if they were about to explode. Puchi! Puchi! Su Yan felt uncomfortable and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The condensed light in his eyes had already disappeared. There was only astonishment left in his eyes. He looked sideways at the 3 sea beasts. The wild horse sea beast's body was faintly surging with a dazzling power. The hunting dog sea beast's body was glowing with a fiery red light. The giant bear sea beast didn't have anything on its body, but at a glance, it gave people a heavy feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. He suddenly remembered a legend he had read in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble as he imagined the description in the book and the power of the 3 sea beasts just now. Wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan's heart trembled as he thought about it. He looked at the 3 sea beasts, and there was unprecedented fear and surprise in his eyes. There had always been very little information about sea beasts. Before coming here, Su Yan had also never seen a sea beast before. However, Su Yan clearly saw the records of the legendary beasts in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak's Immortal Sword Peak's Immortal Sword Peak. Although there was no description of the appearance of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts in the records. However, there was a description of the characteristics of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Wind, just like the wild horse sea beast just now, was as fast as the wind, and couldn't be captured at all. Fire, in the attack, had the fire attribute, which could make people's internal organs burn because of it. Strength, was infinite strength. The power contained in it was not clearly recorded in the book, but it was written that if the sea beasts were to show their power, they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They could overturn the East Sea and cause tsunamis. A sea beast could set off the sea and cause tsunamis. How much power did it have? Su Yan didn't dare to imagine. And now, looking at the characteristics of the 3 sea beasts, they were the legendary beasts of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Especially when Su Yan's sword pierced through the wild horse sea beast just now, the wild horse sea beast was able to recover quickly. This made Su Yan even more convinced that these were the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly as he thought, I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky as to encounter the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Before Su Yan knew about these 3 sea beasts, he still wanted to try his best to kill his way out. But if these 3 were really the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts, Then there would be no chance at all. Although Su Yan was arrogant, it didn't mean that he didn't know his own limits. Even if a spiritual sea or square circle realm expert came here, they wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan was only a saint with 3 meridians. In addition, he lacked spiritual energy in his body. It was simply impossible for him to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. Looking at the light surging in the red eyes of the 3 sea beasts and their playful expressions, Su Yan was even more certain that they were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. It seems that I'm going to fail miserably here today. Su Yan looked at the 3 sea beasts and smiled bitterly. The light condensed in his eyes just now also dimmed. After all, the wind, fire, and other sea beasts were legendary existences. Since he had encountered them today, it would be a blessing to die in their hands. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Sigh. Su Yan sighed. The fear he had when he first learned that the 3 sea beasts were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts was gone. There was only unwillingness. He was unwilling to lose his life like this. I'm not willing. Su Yan held his breath and raised his head to shout. Looking at the 3 sea beasts that were glaring at him, his eyes suddenly lit up. If these 3 sea beasts are really the wind, fire, and other sea beasts, then wouldn't it be as recorded in the book? These 3 sea beasts are playful by nature, not bloodthirsty, and have no enmity towards humans. They would even promote some experts that they like. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he thought about it. Although he didn't know the personalities of the 3 sea beasts, Su Yan already had an idea in his mind. I'll give it a try today. Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the Virokana-colored glazed sword in his body. Of course, he didn't attack the 3 sea beasts, but quickly absorbed the ghostly aura around him. Not only did he absorb the ghostly aura around him, but Su Yan also took out the red parting sword case. The Virokana-colored glazed sword quickly circulated, healing his injuries and condensing his 4th Saint Meridian. Su Yan was betting that these 3 sea beasts were the legendary wind, fire, and other sea beasts. He was also betting that these 3 sea beasts would spare him after seeing his performance. Su Yan was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to escape from the 3 sea beasts. Therefore, Su Yan could only gamble. Ao, as Su Yan sat down cross-legged and absorbed the ghostly aura around him to condense his 4th Saint Meridian, the 3 sea beasts looked at each other as if they were discussing something. Su Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly closed his eyes and ignored the 3 sea beasts. He focused on absorbing the spiritual and ghostly aura around him to recover his strength and condense his 4th Saint Meridian. Ao, seeing Su Yan like this, the 3 sea beasts kept growling as if they were discussing something. Suddenly, the giant bear sea beast turned abruptly. Pang! Another giant palm slammed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan sat on top of it and felt all the meridians in his body explode. Puchi. Chapter 183. Puchi, Su Yan spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. The blood and qi in his body tumbled. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. The stinging pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. The pain exceeded any pain Su Yan had ever endured. Every meridian, every inch of skin, every piece of flesh felt like it was about to be torn apart at this moment. Ah, Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. His eyes suddenly opened, but his gaze was like a torch. Because Su Yan knew that if he admitted defeat like this, he would really lose today. Then, he would become a trace of ghost energy in the dense ghost energy here. Master 3 Cs, Su, came here today to absorb the ghost energy here. I hope you can help me. Su Yan said to the 3 sea beasts with difficulty. Then, he closed his eyes again and quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy and ghost energy. He endured the great pleasure and kept absorbing the ghost energy. The converted spirit energy passed through the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to all parts of his body. Slowly, a stream of spirit energy surged. However, when the three sea beasts saw it, they were obviously stunned. They looked at each other and kept roaring. But this time, they didn't disturb Su Yan anymore. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with interest and watched quietly from the side. After about half an hour, it seemed as if the three sea beasts had sensed something. Suddenly, the giant bear slapped the ground again. And the earth started to shake violently once again. The spirit energy that Su Yan had just absorbed dissipated again in this earthquake. Pucci, at the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be torn apart again. Ah! Su Yan roared and gritted his teeth. He endured the great pain in his body and urged the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to absorb the ghost energy and spirit energy around him. At this moment, bang! 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 The giant bear sea beast showed its power again and shook the ground a few times. The constant tremors caused Su Yan to feel dizzy. He felt like his entire body was about to explode. However, Su Yan's eyes were still as bright as a torch. He didn't ask, nor did he say another word. The spirit chi in his body was scattered, but it condensed once again. Once, twice, countless times, Su Yan's entire body was close to numbness, but his eyes were still like torches. He did not show any signs of wavering as he continued to absorb the surrounding ghost chi. Unfortunately, the three sea beasts did not let Su Yan go. While the giant bear was constantly harassing Su Yan, the other two sea beasts were simultaneously attacking Su Yan. In this endless torment, Su Yan's entire body was about to explode. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. I refuse to accept this. Su Yan let out a low roar as he fell to the ground and fainted. Looking at the three sea beasts, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Monster Palace was one of the three major sects in the 5 counties. Because of the Monster Palace's special reasons, the Monster Palace lived on the outskirts of the East Sea of the Monster Palace all year round. On the Great Monster Island, other than managing the matters of the Hidden Demon region, it could be said that they did not care about anything in the world. This also caused the Monster Palace to have many civil wars. After all, every cultivator had the blood of battle flowing in their veins. In addition, the Monster Palace had 4 major palaces. This made the Monster Palace's civil war atmosphere more serious than any other sect in the world. It could even be said that although the Monster Palace was only a sect, it was also one of the 4 major sections. It was divided into 4 major palaces, East, West, North, and South. Each palace master was a sect master. It was precisely because of such an existence that the civil war in the Monster Palace became more and more serious. The Monster Palace would often reveal which palace's disciples were beaten by which palace's disciples. On this day, the East Palace revealed that an East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple. That's right, he was not beaten, but killed. Although fights between palaces were a common occurrence here, the palaces fought against each other. After all, they all belonged to the same sect, so it was relatively rare for them to be killed. The East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple, which immediately caused a huge uproar in the East Palace. All the disciples of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. The Princess of Chu sat on the throne in the center. There was no trace of expression on her peerless face. Only her eyes emitted a cold gaze, which was enough to see the anger in her heart. All the disciples of the Monster Palace were not as strict as other sects, nor were there other sects where the disciples on each level had different uniforms. In the Monster Palace, there was no exclusive uniform. Even so, it could not be said that the Monster Palace did not have any level rules. At this moment, all the disciples and elders of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. From the position they were standing, it was enough to see that the monster palace was also a dignified sect. First, the elders of the East Palace stood at the front, followed by the senior brothers of the East Palace. At this time, they were gathered together, all of them had their heads lowered, and did not dare to breathe loudly. They quietly waited for the Princess of Chu to speak. The Princess of Chu looked at the crowd, swept a circle, and slowly said, "This time, the Nangong Palace disciple killed my East Palace disciple. Who can explain to me clearly?" Although the Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, it projected an irresistible majesty. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. In the crowd, suddenly, a trembling person knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, reporting to the palace master, "This matter was provoked by the people of the Nangong Palace. This disciple attacked first." The people of the Nangong Palace attacked? The Princess of Chu still said coldly, but the aura emitted from her face made people feel a deep sense of fear. When the person heard the Princess of Chu's words, he suddenly trembled again and hurriedly kowtowed, "Palace Master, spare me, spare me. This disciple provoked first, but it was the people of the Nangong Palace who said that there was no one in the East Palace, so this disciple attacked." When the Princess of Chu heard this person's words, she was still expressionless, but the light emitted from her eyes became colder and colder. After a while, suddenly, a snort came out from her nose. "You were not wrong to attack, but I heard that there were only 2 people on the Nangong Palace side. Could it be, Palace Master, spare me, spare me." The person did not wait for the Princess of Chu to finish speaking, and his whole body trembled as he begged for mercy. The Princess of Chu could not help but frown. Originally, she wanted to interrogate this matter, but now, it seemed that the Princess of Chu already knew, so there was no need to interrogate this matter. Especially when she saw the person begging for mercy, she could not help but sigh in her heart. Although the East Palace is the ruler of the Monster Palace, the disciples of the East Palace are not comparable to the North, South, and West Palaces. They have tarnished the prestige of the East Palace. If this continues, the East Palace will be suppressed sooner or later. Sigh. When the Princess of Chu thought about the disciples of the East Palace, she could only sigh and sigh. Especially when she thought about the competition between the disciples of the 4 great palaces, she felt even more melancholy. Is there really no one in the East Palace? As the Princess of Chu lamented in her heart, she suddenly thought of a person, Su Yan. As the Princess of Chu thought about it, she looked down and did not see Su Yan's figure. She frowned and coldly shouted, "Su Yan, where are you?" "Palace Master, Su Yan went to the sea dock this morning." Someone who knew where Su Yan went came forward and reported. The sea dock. When the Princess of Chu heard this, she could not help but frown. Her heart was even more startled. She did not ask about the matter of the disciple being killed, and waved her hand to leave the main hall, leaving behind a group of astonished East Palace disciples. After the Princess of Chu left the main hall, she went to her own place of seclusion. She walked straight to a desk and looked at a crystal bead on the desk. With a wave of her hand, an image appeared on the crystal bead. The figure that appeared in the image was Su Yan. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan lying motionless on the ground, she frowned again. At the same time, she could not help but feel a surge of anger. This boy really overestimated himself. How dare he barge into the sea dock with the strength of a mere saint of 3 bloodlines? The Princess of Chu was furious and was about to go out. However, on second thought, she turned back. This boy is courting death. Why should I save him? Anyway, his origin is unknown and there are many secrets hidden in his body. It's better to let him stay in the sea dock. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not intend to save Su Yan. She just glanced at the image on the crystal bead and was about to turn it off. But just as she was about to turn it off, the Princess of Chu suddenly saw Su Yan move in the image. She could not help but be stunned. When she looked again, she saw Su Yan slowly getting up from the ground. The Princess of Chu could not help but smile. This boy is strong. Looking at the fierce battle in the image, coupled with the blood on the ground, it's obvious that he's heavily injured. I can't believe he's still alive. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not turn off the image. Instead, she watched with interest. In the sea dock, Su Yan naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was watching him. He slowly got up from the ground and touched his body with a look of horror on his face. I'm actually not dead. Su Yan was surprised. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly operated his cultivation method. An excited smile immediately appeared on his face. For bloodlines, Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. I've condensed the Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. Ha ha ha, Su Yan could not help but laugh. While feeling happy, Su Yan could not help but feel puzzled at the same time. I clearly felt that I was killed by the 3 sea beasts. What's going on? Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a divine thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Boy, your perseverance has affected the 3 venerables. Today, I'll spare your life. I'll also bestow upon you a special ability of the 3 venerables, the illusion technique. When Su Yan heard this voice, he suddenly trembled. At the same time, he immediately felt a memory flowing into his mind. It was the illusion technique. This illusion technique was a kind of secret technique. Through the bloodline, one could temporarily enter the illusion and transform into various forms. Of course, the form of this transformation was determined by one's cultivation. The form that one transformed into for the first time would be that form. Chapter 184. Illusionary Skill. Su Yan could not help but lick his lips as he combed through the memories left behind by the sea beasts. His eyes shone brightly, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Su Yan had never expected that his efforts would not only not cause him to die in the hands of the wind, fire, and fire beasts, but also bring him such benefits. Furthermore, he had successfully condensed his 4th Saint Meridian. How could Su Yan not be happy and excited? Anyone would be happy and excited. After all, it was already a blessing to be able to survive. Furthermore, he had obtained a secret skill that was definitely above the Xian level. Could this be the legendary saying that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future? Su Yan grinned. Thinking about it, even someone as strict as him couldn't help but mock himself. Right at this moment, another memory appeared in his mind. Lad, of course, the illusionary skill that you obtained was not given to you for free. After 10 years, you must return to this sea dock and accept my orders. What? Hearing the memories of the 3 seas giant beast, Su Yan could not help but be startled. That aura from just now was also covered up. Su Yan was truly grateful to the 3 seas giant beast for this matter. After all, if the 3 sea beasts had not shown mercy, Su Yan would have definitely died here and turned into a wisp of ghostly aura. Not to mention, the 3 sea beasts had given him the illusionary skill. One must know that the illusionary skill was something that Su Yan had only heard of in legends. Although Su Yan had not verified the strength of the illusionary skill, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary skill based on the complexity of the cultivation of the illusionary skill. However, no matter what, if it was a gift from the 3 seas giant beast, Su Yan would definitely accept this favor. However, if Su Yan were to return to the sea dock and accept the orders of the 3 seas giant beast after 10 years, Su Yan could never agree to this. It was not that Su Yan looked down on the 3 seas giant beast. As the saying goes, the strong are respected. The fact that the 3 seas giant beast was able to leave behind memories in his mind meant that it had gained sentience and was no different from a human. Instead, it was the unique arrogance that belonged to Su Yan. That was the arrogance of a man. Therefore, Su Yan definitely could not obey the 3 seas giant beast's orders. Not to mention Su Yan's current identity as the sect leader of the Buddha sword sect. Even if Su Yan was just a man, Su Yan would definitely not listen to the orders of others. I, Su Yan, have always been a lone wolf. I have never been tied down by anything. How can I be ordered around by others? Su Yan gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with unswerving determination. He wanted to refuse. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the 3 Seas giant beast in the vicinity. Su Yan did not even have the chance to refuse. 10 years. Su Yan gritted his teeth. It was not that he did not think about not coming back after 10 years. However, Su Yan knew that the 3 Seas giant beast was not afraid that he would not come back after 10 years. Su Yan even suspected that the 3 Seas giant beast had placed some kind of seal in his body. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not find any seal in his body after checking his body several times. However, Su Yan's action stunned the Princess of Chu, who was observing him in the East Palace. Did he find out that I planted a seal in his body? The Princess of Chu thought about it but quickly shook her head and rejected this idea. If Su Yan had reached her level, the Princess of Chu would believe it. However, Su Yan was only a 3-bloodline saint. The Princess of Chu did not believe that Su Yan could find out that she had planted a seal in his body. Of course, Su Yan really did not find out. After checking his body, Su Yan did not find anything strange, so he could only give up. Of course, not finding anything did not mean that Su Yan believed that the 3 Seas giant beast had not planted any seal in his body. After all, Su Yan knew himself very well. Su Yan knew that he was only a newborn calf in the eyes of many experts with his current strength. 10 years, 10 years, Su Yan murmured a few more times before finally thinking of something. His eyes immediately shone with resplendent light as he raised his head and said loudly, "Sovereign of the 3 Seas, Su Yan, am indebted to you today. I, Su Yan, will definitely repay you in the future. However, Su Yan, have always been a lone wolf. If you want me to return 10 years later and listen to your orders, Su Yan, will definitely not agree to it. Right now, regardless of whether the 3 of you can hear me or not, Su Yan, will definitely return to this place after 10 years and settle this matter today." After Su Yan finished speaking, he bowed to the air and stood up. His eyes shone with a never-before-seen determination. He thought to himself, regardless of whether there is a seal in my body or not, I will return to this place in 10 years. It wasn't that Su Yan wanted to come back and listen to the 3 Seas giant beast's orders. It was just that Su Yan was a person who valued friendship. He wanted to return this favor. Of course, these were all matters for the future. Su Yan did not dwell on it. After all, 10 years was still a long time. Right now, Su Yan was more concerned about the illusion technique. After reading the illusion technique again, Su Yan could not wait to sit down cross-legged and begin to cultivate. Although this transmogrification secret technique did not have a clear classification, Su Yan knew that if he cultivated this transmogrification secret technique, it would definitely become a great trump card for him in the future. The cultivation method in his body circulated, leading to the major meridians and condensing, constantly spreading to all parts of his body. According to the cultivation method of this illusion technique, it stimulated all of his skin. However, after just the first time, Su Yan felt that the spirit in his body was lacking. He had to stop, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This illusion technique is really mysterious. Su Yan said with a smile, no longer in a hurry to cultivate. After just cultivating, Su Yan knew that it was definitely not a day's work to successfully cultivate this illusion technique. At this moment, he was still in the sea dock. There were hidden dangers everywhere, so it was obviously not suitable for cultivation. After stopping his cultivation, Su Yan stood up and looked into the depths of the sea dock. He could not help but frown. I came here today for the ghost chi. Now that the 4th Saint Meridian has been condensed, this sea dock. Su Yan looked in front of him in a daze. Su Yan had seen how dangerous this sea dock was. However, looking into the depths, Su Yan felt that he would definitely regret it if he left today. This was an indescribable and mysterious feeling. Su Yan also did not know what was going on. Just by looking at each other, he felt that if he left today, he would definitely regret it in the future. Su Yan stood there and looked at each other for a while. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a sharp light shot out. I, Su Yan, have never done anything that I regret. Since I have this feeling today, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will take a look. After saying that, Su Yan did not hesitate in the slightest and resolutely stepped forward. In the eastern palace, Empress Chu, who was standing in front of the crystal ball, flew into a rage. You overconfident brat. You're already lucky to be able to come this far without dying. Yet you still have the guts to continue forward. You really don't know your place. In her anger, the Princess of Chu wanted to summon Su Yan to return. However, just as she turned around, she thought, this person has just entered the monster palace. I don't know anything about him. Why should I care so much about him? In fact, the Princess of Chu had been paying attention to Su Yan since the first time she saw the secrets hidden in Su Yan's body. Now that Su Yan had entered the sea dock, it naturally attracted the Princess of Chu's attention. This was because the Princess of Chu had gone deep into the sea dock before. At that time, the Princess of Chu was already a spirit sea knight. At that time, the Princess of Chu had not encountered the wind, fire, or the 3 sea beasts. She had almost died in the sea dock, so the Princess of Chu was very clear about the dangers of the sea dock. As for how Su Yan was able to reach this place, he was well aware of it. It was already a miracle that Su Yan could reach this place with his strength. However, Su Yan still wanted to go forward. How could the Princess of Chu not be angry? However, when she thought about how Su Yan had chosen this path, the anger in the Princess of Chu's heart lessened a lot. She did not leave, but quietly observed Su Yan in the crystal. Boy, since you want to go forward, it's good. Let me see how good you are. Let me see how good you are for Linger to think so highly of you. The Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, the Princess of Chu did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. In the past few days, Chu Linger's evaluation of Su Yan had become higher and higher. Moreover, when the Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's body that day, the Princess of Chu had unknowingly become more and more interested in Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the Princess of Chu was still looking at him in the Eastern Palace. If he knew, Su Yan would not go forward. After all, he had too many secrets. Su Yan knew that he did not have the strength to protect them, so Su Yan did not want to expose them to others. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not know that a pair of eyes were staring at him, and he walked forward resolutely. The moment he walked forward, the pulling force from before became stronger. Su Yan could not help but frown. What is in this dock? Why is there a force pulling me? Su Yan frowned, and his footsteps quickened. Of course, his whole body was in a state of alert. Su Yan did not dare to underestimate the dangers of the dock. After all, there could be sea beasts that were difficult to deal with here at any time. However, the more Su Yan was on guard against the appearance of sea beasts, the more he did not encounter any. Based on his previous experience, he was certain that there would be sea beasts within half a kilometer of the dock. However, Su Yan had already walked for half an hour, and he still did not see a single sea beast. This made Su Yan puzzled. What is going on? Could it be that there are no more sea beasts along the way? Hoo. Just as Su Yan was thinking, a whistling sound suddenly came, accompanied by a strong hurricane. Chapter 185. Rumble. Although the hurricane was not strong, the entire dock shook like an earthquake after a while. A loud noise followed, and as it got closer, one could vaguely feel the smell of the sea in the hurricane. Su Yan could not help but frown. This is, not only Su Yan, but Princess Chu, who had been using the crystal bead to observe in the East Palace, also frowned when she felt the tremors in the dock. However, as the tremors in the dock became more and more intense, Su Yan and Princess Chu seemed to have thought of something, and both of them could not help but tremble. Hurricane and tsunami. Princess Chu could not help but exclaim in her practice room, her beautiful face full of shock. Su Yan, on the other hand, let out a low growl from within the dock. On this handsome face, in addition to shock, there was more fear. Tsunami. Although Su Yan had never seen one before, he had read about tsunamis in a book. Tsunamis were the wrath of the Bohai Sea. This dock was located in the East Sea, and the eruption of hurricanes and tsunamis was the wrath of the East Sea. Not to mention the strong hurricane, the waves that were accompanied by were enough to shatter all living things, which was the most terrifying. It was said that even if the Supreme Spirit Sea encountered a tsunami, there was only one choice, and that was to run. And Su Yan was only a Formeridian saint. Then, rumble, at the moment when the powerful noise came again, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. The solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and he stepped on the sword dragon and rushed out. As for the force just now, Su Yan had long forgotten about it. Because Su Yan knew very well that no matter what kind of force was pulling him, he had to save his life. Su Yan rushed forward with all his strength, and his speed was like a bolt of lightning, and he was suddenly 100 meters away. Unfortunately, the loud noise behind him was getting louder and louder. Even though Su Yan was extremely fast, he still couldn't escape. The moment Su Yan turned his head around, a wave rolled over. As it rolled, the trees and rocks around the dock were instantly destroyed. Suddenly, the entire dock looked like it was doomsday. Su Yan stared blankly at the powerful explosive force of the hurricane and tsunami. However, while he was in a daze, the waves had already surged over, accompanied by a hurricane. This time, the hurricanes were no longer as weak as before. Every time a hurricane passed by, it would instantly cause a series of explosions. They were like sharp blades that directly cut through the skin. Pfft! In just a moment, Su Yan felt as though his entire body was being torn apart by the powerful hurricane. His body could not help but churn and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan was shocked. What a strong wind! Su Yan was shocked, but his reaction was also very fast. He hurriedly operated his cultivation method, and the powerful spiritual energy in his body quickly surged out to protect his body. Unfortunately, even so, Su Yan still felt as though his entire body was being cut by countless sharp blades. And this was only a hurricane, and there were no waves. The speed of the stormy waves was also astonishing. In an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he could not keep up with the speed. Fight! Seeing that there was no way to escape, Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly operated the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body. The powerful spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and a bright golden light was emitted from Su Yan's body. Invincible golden body. That's right, Su Yan was using the invincible golden body. Bang! Just as Su Yan used the invincible golden body, the stormy waves suddenly hit Su Yan's body, setting off a huge wave. All the surrounding vegetation and rocks were destroyed, and Su Yan was also enduring the attack of the stormy waves. Ah, that powerful force, even with the support of the invincible golden body, still caused Su Yan to feel as though countless sharp blades were cutting his body, and he felt a great pain. Bang! 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 The stormy waves hit Su Yan's body one after another. Su Yan's eyes were like torches, and there was no trace of struggle. Su Yan knew that only by persevering through these stormy waves could he survive. While Su Yan was enduring the onslaught of the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu, who was in the Eastern Palace, could see everything clearly. Seeing the countless stormy waves hitting Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan would not be able to withstand it, but Su Yan was still able to withstand it. This boy really has some ability. Although her daughter kept talking about Su Yan's merits in her ears, the Princess of Chu still did not believe that Su Yan was outstanding. Now that she saw Su Yan being washed by the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu finally had a whole new level of respect for Su Yan. This new level of respect was not only because of the secrets Su Yan had, but also because of the recognition of Su Yan's strength. The Princess of Chu watched as Su Yan, who was inside the crystal ball, became more and more difficult to withstand. The Princess of Chu could not help but feel compassion for him. There were thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. Even if it was the eldest disciple of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu still did not put them in her eyes. She treated them equally. But for some reason, when she found out about Su Yan's secrets, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan was not simple. Now that she saw Su Yan in the sea dock, she felt that Su Yan was not a simple person. His admiration for Su Yan deepened. At the same time, he had a vague feeling that Su Yan would become a dazzling new star in the Eastern Palace. Looking at Su Yan's expression that was becoming more and more difficult to hold on, Chu Wangfei's heart was moved and she wanted to save him. But in the end, she steeled her heart and said, "Su Yan, if you really have the ability, come out of the sea dock. When you come out, you will become the prince consort of the Eastern Palace." Although the Princess of Chu said this to Su Yan, in fact, it was also said to herself. The so-called pitiful hearts of parents in the world. No matter how high the Princess of Chu stood, she was just an ordinary mother in front of Chu Linger. The Princess of Chu knew very well that although the Monster Palace had not been involved in the affairs of the world for so long, because of the Monster Palace, one day it would go to the point where the world would kill it. She, the Princess of Chu, was not afraid. But she was not afraid. She was afraid. She was worried about her daughter. Although her daughter was talented and intelligent, she did not know the dangers of the world. A long time ago, the Princess of Chu wanted to find a good husband for Chu Linger. Unfortunately, there were many capable people in the Eastern Palace. There was still no one who could catch the eye of the Princess of Chu. It was not until Su Yan's appearance that the plan that Chu Wangfei had been plotting for a long time was born again. "Su Yan, I hope you can come out of here." The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's ugly expression in the crystal bead. She gritted her teeth and did not choose to go to the sea dock to help Su Yan. Instead, she stared straight at the crystal bead. She wanted to see if Su Yan was qualified to be the prince consort of the Eastern Palace. Of course, Su Yan did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking in her heart. He did not even know that the Princess of Chu was looking at him. Facing these huge waves, Su Yan only had one thought, and that was to survive. Under the attack of the huge waves, Su Yan's clothes had long been tattered, and his body was also covered with wounds. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted under the attack of the waves. However, the stormy waves did not stop because of this. "I have already used the invincible golden body twice, and now I am completely relying on the last trace of spiritual energy to support myself. If this spiritual energy is exhausted, Su will definitely die in these waves." Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the attack of the stormy waves. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to deal with it. "Even if I can withstand the attack of these waves, the entire sea dock will be submerged. I can't breathe, and I can't escape the fate of death." Su Yan frowned, and his mind was constantly thinking of a way. Su Yan was very clear that even if he could barely withstand the attack of the stormy waves, he would not be able to withstand it. However, even if he could withstand such a powerful hurricane and tsunami attack, the entire dock would be submerged. At that time, even if Su Yan could withstand it, he would not be able to breathe and would still die here. "What should I do? What should I do?" Su Yan growled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "The illusion skill, yes, if I can master the illusion skill now and turn into a dragon, can't I get out of here?" Su Yan thought, and a bright light suddenly gushed out of his eyes. When the last wave attacked, Su Yan held his breath, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly operated. At the same time, he silently recited the illusion skill's formula. His whole body quickly began to cultivate according to the transformation method in the illusion skill. because the entire sea dock was submerged by the sea. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was immersed in the water, and he could not breathe at all. No matter how strong a warrior was, if he lost air and breath, it meant that only death was left. Gulp. Gulp. Moreover, Su Yan's spiritual energy was scarce at this moment. In just a few breaths, Su Yan felt a surge in his body. He could not help but open his mouth, spitting out countless bubbles and swallowing a few mouthfuls of sea water. This made Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sea water. Su Yan's mind shook. Looking at the submerged sea dock, he saw a few sea beasts approaching him. Damn it! Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, could not help but curse when he saw these sea beasts coming in. He watched as these sea beasts slowly approached him. Su Yan wanted to resist them, but unfortunately, he did not have the strength to do so. At this moment, Su Yan, who was lacking spiritual energy in his body, was submerged in the sea water. He could not use any strength at all. He could only watch as these sea beasts approached him. If I don't transform today, I will definitely die. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he could not stop these sea beasts. The only way now was to successfully transform. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, Su Yan would have a chance. Chapter 186. Illusion Technique. When Su Yan had just obtained this technique, he had already determined the form he wanted to transform into. That was the world's greatest divine beast, the dragon. In his previous life, Su Yan was a descendant of the dragon. In this life, Su Yan was even more deeply indebted to the dragon. The blood dragon pupil had 2 dragons in it, which was why it had such a miraculous effect. And Su Yan's body had also been forged by the bone dragon. If Su Yan's body had not been modified by the bone dragon, Su Yan's body would have been destroyed by the powerful attack, even if he had an invincible golden body. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yan was deeply indebted to the dragon. In the first moment, the form Su Yan chose to transform into was already confirmed to be a dragon. However, the illusion technique was actually so easy to cultivate. This was a secret technique. Regardless of a warrior's knowledge of secret techniques, it was also a test of a warrior's talent in secret techniques. Su Yan had already cultivated it once just now, and knew that this secret technique could not be cultivated in a day or two. Su Yan chose to give up. However, Su Yan had no choice now. At this moment, Su Yan's body was lacking in spirit qi, and only by completing the illusion could he survive. This was the only way. Although Su Yan was seriously injured at this moment, his eyes were like torches. He knew very well that completing the illusion was his last chance. Submerged in the sea, Su Yan endured the immense pain of not being able to breathe. However, Su Yan's face did not have a trace of emotion, and the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly circulated. In his mind, he constantly recited the incantation of the illusion technique. Perhaps Su Yan still had some understanding of the illusion technique the first time, but this was the second time, and Su Yan had confirmed the form he wanted to transform into, and Su Yan himself had the bone dragon to refine his body. Coupled with the 2 dragons in his eyes, it was naturally much easier for him to cultivate the illusion technique compared to ordinary people. As he recited the chant, Su Yan's body slowly began to change. Su Yan could not help but feel overjoyed. Is it going to transform? The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was about to complete his transformation, but unfortunately, at the last moment. Pfft! Su Yan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood scattered in the sea like a bloody mist. What's going on? Su Yan was shocked and quickly realized the crux of the problem, because the illusion technique also required the support of spiritual energy. Su Yan's spirit qi had long been depleted while he was enduring those terrifying waves. Now that he had to resist the invasion of the seawater, the spirit qi in his body was depleted. How could he withstand the transformation? Illusion technique, dragon form, activate. Su Yan let out an unwilling roar and once again attacked the blood vessels in his body. Unfortunately, due to the lack of spiritual energy, not only did the attack fail to complete the transformation, it was instead attacked by a devouring force. Pfft! Su Yan could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Cough cough cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater, causing his already uncomfortable body to fall into a state of near death. However, Su Yan did not think about this. No matter how uncomfortable his body was, Su Yan could hold on. What Su Yan cared about now was how to get out of here and how to resist the incoming sea beasts. Could it be that I can't escape the fate of death today? Su Yan recalled that when he entered the sea dock today, he had been on the brink of death several times. At this moment, as he looked at the sea monster that was continuously approaching him, and his chest that was becoming more and more uncomfortable, Su Yan could not help but reveal a bitter smile. At the same time, a look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu looked at this scene and frowned slightly, but her face was still as cold as ice. She had no intention of rescuing him. She just looked at the sea beasts that were about to pounce on Su Yan and said to herself regretfully, "Su Yan, I have to admit that you are tenacious and indomitable. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant. You can only blame yourself for dying in this tsunami today." As the Princess of Chu spoke, she closed her eyes. There was regret and compassion in her eyes. Of course, her compassion was not for Su Yan's imminent death, but for her daughter. Su Yan was the only son-in-law that the Princess of Chu liked, but at this moment, everything was about to come to an end. "Su Yan, your origin is unknown. If you die in the dock today, I won't have to worry about you," the Princess of Chu muttered to herself. As she spoke, she waved her hand to close the image of the crystal bead. Because she had already seen the several sea beasts wandering in the sea have already pounced on Su Yan. In this situation, even if the Princess of Chu wanted to save Su Yan still could not escape death. For someone who was already dead, the Princess of Chu did not have the mood to pay attention to him. Bang! The moment the Princess of Chu waved her hand, the Princess of Chu was stunned. What is this? The Princess of Chu looked at the image in the crystal bead in astonishment. Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Princess of Chu's face was full of disbelief, but the image transmitted from the crystal bead was real. She saw that Su Yan, who was about to fall into the sea beasts' mouths, suddenly surged with golden light and burst out with a powerful force. Su Yan's entire body exploded and turned into a giant dragon. Transformation technique, this. How can this Su Yan know the long-lost secret technique of my monster palace? How is this possible? When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan transform into a dragon, her entire face was distorted. Her entire head was about to stick to the crystal bead. Her eyes were full of surprise. Could it be that this Su Yan stole the monster palace's transformation technique? As the Princess of Chu thought, she immediately shook her head and rejected the idea. The transformation technique had been lost for hundreds of years, and Su Yan was only in his early 20s. How could Su Yan have stolen the monster palace's transformation technique? Could it be that Su Yan encountered a fortuitous encounter? As the Princess of Chu thought, she was even more certain of this idea. Her eyes flashed, and she looked at Su Yan's eyes with a hint of charm, as if she had made up her mind. Naturally, Su Yan didn't know that he was being watched. At the last moment when the sea beasts rushed over, Su Yan continuously completed the transformation. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in his body was insufficient. Even if Su Yan had mastered the essentials of transformation, he still couldn't complete it. He watched the sea beasts open their bloody mouths to swallow him. Su Yan almost fell into despair. And it was in this despair that Su Yan suddenly felt a warmth in his dantian, and a wisp of spiritual energy surged up. Although this wisp of spiritual energy wasn't much, it was Su Yan's last ray of hope. Su Yan didn't have time to be surprised. Why did this spiritual energy suddenly appear in his dantian? He rushed up and completed the first transformation. Su Yan ignored the great pain in his body that felt like it was being torn apart, and ignored the fact that his whole body was about to explode. Only a burst of light surged in his red eyes, a burst of light of excitement. Under this light, all the pain seemed so insignificant. This was because Su Yan knew that he was about to complete the transformation. He was going to leave this place, and he didn't have to die here today. Roar, golden light flickered, and a tremendous force spread out like a tidal wave. The entire submerged dock was immediately shaken by Su Yan's low roar. The sea beasts that were swarming over were forced to retreat one after another under the pressure of this tremendous force. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. He let out another low roar and his dragon body, which had already completely transformed, swiftly moved out. Dragon, it was the ruler of all things. It could adapt to the sky, the earth, and the sea. At this moment, Su Yan, who had transformed into his dragon form, was like a fish in water within the sea. His speed had also increased by dozens of times. As he swam forward, his enormous front claws opened and directly tore two sea beasts into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the sea beasts that were chasing after Su Yan fled. However, Su Yan didn't intend to let them go. He swam, his speed was like lightning, and those sea beasts couldn't escape at all. In a few breaths, they were all torn into pieces. The transformation technique is indeed powerful. After tearing all the sea beasts into pieces, Su Yan couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Of course, this smile didn't blossom on his face at this moment, because Su Yan was no longer in human form. Instead, he was in dragon form. The huge dragon head cracked a smile, and only a roar could be heard. I don't know how long this transformation technique can last. It's better for me to go out first. After Su Yan dealt with the sea beasts, he also knew that the transmogrification technique would definitely have a time limit. Once it disappeared, it would be troublesome if he wanted to go out again. He didn't care too much and swam towards the dock's exit. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a pulling force surging towards him. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and a ray of light burst out from his storage bag. The powerful sword essence surged out, and the sound of the sword was loud. The heaven-destroying sword, actually came out by itself. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After obtaining the heaven-destroying sword in the sword collection tomb, Su Yan had never used the heaven-destroying sword. It wasn't just because the heaven-destroying sword had lost its sword spirit, blade and sword tassel. It was because Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he still couldn't control the heaven-destroying sword. After all, the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon. Now that he wasn't powerful enough, and the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon, it would attract too much attention and attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when Su Yan obtained the heaven-destroying sword, he had never used it. Now that he saw the heaven-destroying sword surging out by itself, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Why did the heaven-destroying sword come out by itself? Su Yan frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Could it be? At this moment, Su Yan saw a ray of light in the sea. The heaven-destroying sword swam up by itself, and directly merged with the ray of light. As it merged, a powerful ray of light burst out. The ray of light overflowed, and countless sword essences surged out. Chapter 187. Roar. In the face of such a powerful sword essence attack, Su Yan still felt a tremor in his body even though he had the sword essence holy meridian. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. The roar spread out in the sea. It immediately formed a huge wave that attacked the surroundings. However, the moment it got close to the Zhu Tian sword, it was absorbed and exploded. Countless waves surged. Even though Su Yan was in a transformed state, the moment the waves surged, the huge power still made Su Yan feel that his whole body was about to be unstable. He kept retreating. What a powerful power! Su Yan was dumbfounded. In the East Palace of the Monster Palace, there was a person who had the same expression as Su Yan. Godly sword weapon. The Princess of Chu looked at the Zhu sword with a surprised expression. Of course, while she was surprised by the Zhu sword, the Princess of Chu was more surprised by Su Yan. Su Yan was highly praised by her daughter. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Yan's secrets were enough to make the Princess of Chu worried. In addition, Su Yan had entered the sea dock. Not only could he reach the sea dock, but he could also survive the hurricane and tsunami. This was already a miracle. Not only that, but Su Yan also mastered the Monster Palace's lost transmogrification secret skill. If the Princess of Chu hadn't been so smart, it would have been difficult for her to accept. Now, Su Yan had taken out another godly weapon. How could Chu Wangfei believe it? But between disbelief and disbelief, she had no choice but to believe it, because the scene in the crystal pearl was real. Who is this Su Yan? Originally, the Princess of Chu had a look of approval for Su Yan. After all these years, she had never looked at the younger generation in a different light. Now, she saw Su Yan in a new light. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu had made Su Yan the prince consort of the Monster Palace. At that time, although the Princess of Chu had doubts about Su Yan's identity, the Princess of Chu was confident that she had placed a seal on Su Yan's body. No matter what Su Yan did in the future, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, the moment she saw the heaven-destroying sword, the Princess of Chu could not help but doubt. Would her prohibition really work on her? Thinking of this, the Princess of Chu became even more wary of Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan was still unaware of this matter. He just stared blankly at the heaven-destroying sword. After 10 breaths, Su Yan felt a wave of spiritual energy leaving his body. Is this a sign that the illusion technique is about to disappear? Su Yan frowned slightly. If the illusion technique disappeared, Su Yan would definitely not be able to get out. Why did the heaven-destroying sword suddenly release such a strange phenomenon? How long will this phenomenon last? Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the heaven-destroying sword. The loss of spiritual energy in his body became more and more obvious. The heaven-destroying sword did not have any intention of stopping. It continued to spin in the water, releasing a strong force that prevented Su Yan from getting close. No, I have to get out. If I don't, I won't have another chance. Su Yan felt the rapid loss of spiritual energy in his body. He knew that this was a sign that the illusion technique was about to disappear. Looking at the heaven-destroying sword that was continuously releasing a strong force, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Roar, with a low roar, it opened its huge claws and grabbed at the heaven-destroying sword. At the moment when the claws grabbed at the sword, a strong force suddenly surged. Su Yan felt as if his hands were being burned by a raging fire. That strong force was very intimidating. It caused the blood in Su Yan's body to circulate in reverse. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to want to break free from Su Yan's hands. Countless waves of force were spreading and destroying Su Yan's claws. Is the heaven-destroying sword trying to break free? Su Yan frowned. Ah! With a low roar, he grabbed the heaven-destroying sword with more force. The moment the force increased, the pain in his claws became more and more intense. However, Su Yan's eyes were still like torches and his face was expressionless. Let's go. Su Yan gritted his teeth and grabbed the heaven-destroying sword and stuffed it into his storage bag. Only then did the strong force stop. At the same time, Su Yan also felt that the spiritual energy in his body was being drained more and more rapidly. His entire body could not support it anymore. I have to get out quickly. Su Yan was very clear that this was an illusion technique and was about to disappear. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly swam out. His speed was as fast as lightning and he was already a few hundred meters away in an instant. However, because Su Yan walked too far in, even if Su Yan was moving at a very fast speed, he still could not catch up with the loss of spiritual energy in his body. Bang! With the sound of water splashing, Su Yan immediately returned to his original state. The feeling of chest tightness came again, and at the same time, Su Yan felt weak all over his body. Countless waves were like invisible pressure that directly pressed down on him. Su Yan suddenly felt dizzy. No! No, I have to get out. Su Yan almost fainted. At the last moment, Su Yan exploded with a loud sound. Ah! Su Yan let out a low roar as he used the last bit of strength he had to swim out. Bang! His whole body directly hit out and flew out of the dock and finally reached the ground. At the same time, Su Yan also fainted. It was not until half an hour later that Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Because this was the entrance to the dock and the dock was recognized as a dangerous place in the Monster Palace, there were very few people coming and going here. Su Yan fainted again for half an hour and no one disturbed him. Su Yan opened his eyes and wanted to stand up, but he felt that his limbs were weak. Just as he stood up, he fell to the ground again. It seems that this illusion technique is not without side effects. Su Yan quickly understood that this was the side effect of using the illusion technique. At that time, Su Yan originally thought that the illusion technique he learned would become a weapon for his attack in the future. But now it seemed that the illusion technique could only be used as his last trump card. Even so, Su Yan was still very happy. Especially lying on the ground and looking at the white clouds in the blue sky, Su Yan could not help but smile. It's good to be alive. In this enlightenment, Su Yan also learned about the dangers of the dock. If there is nothing in the future, I really should not go to dangerous places. This time, if it was not for a coincidence, I really would not have been able to come out. Su Yan looked at the dock and sighed. Then, he thought of the sky-destroying sword. He patted his storage bag and the sky-destroying sword suddenly appeared. When it appeared, countless rays of light jumped up and a strong sword cry burst out. It was very different from before. Su Yan looked carefully and saw that there was an additional sword tassel on the hilt of the sky-destroying sword. Su Yan could not help but laugh. Haha, I did not expect the sword tassel of the sky-destroying sword to be in the dock. Ha, it was really easy to get it. When Su Yan obtained the sky-destroying sword, he already knew that the sky-destroying sword was missing a sword tassel, a sword blade, and a sword spirit. At that time, Su Yan was still thinking about where to find these three things. He did not expect to find the sword tassel when he came to the dock. Su Yan was wild with joy. He kept fiddling with the sky-destroying sword for a while before putting it back into the storage bag. After all, the sky-destroying sword was too eye-catching. But the moment the sky-destroying sword came out of the storage bag, there was already a strange movement. The sword light flashed and attracted the attention of the disciples of the West Palace of the Monster Palace. There were disciples rushing over. Of course, Su Yan did not know. At that moment, Su Yan was still immersed in the excitement of obtaining the sky-destroying sword tassel, leaping into the fourth line of saints, and obtaining the illusion technique. After being excited for a full hour, Su Yan finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. When I return to the East Palace, I have to enter the West Palace boundary. I have to quickly recover my spiritual power. As Su Yan muttered to himself, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to use the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual to recover the spiritual power in his body. The moment Su Yan recovered his strength, he did not notice that not far away, there were a few eyes staring at him. The disciple of the West Palace, Wu Yang, was one of the recognized geniuses of the West Palace. At the age of 15, he was already a 7-line saint. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was difficult to find in the entire Monster Palace. Wu Yang was a suspicious person and never did anything he was not sure of. Looking at Su Yan sitting cross-legged, Wu Yang did not rush forward. Instead, he watched carefully. Beside him, a disciple of the West Palace, Zhou Chen, a 5-line saint, saw Wu Yang hesitate and reminded him in a low voice, "Senior brother Wu, look at this kid's spiritual power fluctuations. He is only a 4-line saint. What is there to be afraid of?" A disciple of the Western Palace who was also a saint of the 5 bloodlines also chimed in, "That's right, Senior brother Wu. The phenomenon just now clearly came from here. It must be from this person. Senior brother Wu, let's go. What do you two know? Didn't you see the speed at which this kid is absorbing spiritual power?" Wu Yang heard their words and reprimanded them in a low voice. Only then did Zhou Chen and Zhou Chen notice the speed at which Su Yan was absorbing spiritual power. Spiritual power was originally an invisible thing. However, at this moment, they watched as Su Yan absorbed the surrounding spiritual power like a whirlpool, constantly surging into Su Yan's body. Zhou Chen and Lei Jun were shocked. Their jaws dropped, not daring to utter a single word as they waited for Wu Yang to speak. This person's cultivation speed is so shocking, but why is he only a 4-line saint? Wu Yang looked at Su Yan and could not help but frown. He naturally did not know that Su Yan had stepped into the legendary realm, and the difficulty of cultivation was dozens of times more difficult than ordinary people. It was not strange that he was only a 4-line saint. This person looks unfamiliar. He is obviously not from the West Palace. Wu Yang muttered in a low voice. After observing for a while and confirming that Su Yan was only a 4-line saint, he thought of the vision that had just happened here and stepped forward. Su Yan was recovering the spiritual power in his body. With the SwordWill in the red parting sword case and the rich spiritual power around him, he recovered quickly. In just a short while, he had recovered most of his spiritual power. Chapter 188. Who are you? Tell me your name. Wu Yang, who was dressed in white, asked as he looked at Su Yan with a cold expression. There was disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. This was the arrogance that belonged to a genius. Especially when he saw Su Yan's age, his disdain was even stronger. This was because to him, he was a genius, and Su Yan was just an ant. Not only him, but even the ordinary Zhou Chen and the graduate beside him looked at Su Yan with disdain because they were beside Wu Yang. "I am Su Yan, a disciple of the East Palace of Monster Palace." Su Yan did not care much about Wu Yang's attitude. Instead, he cupped his hands respectfully. A disciple of the East Palace? When Wu Yang heard Su Yan say his name, his eyes darkened as if he thought of something. His eyes moved again as he looked at Su Yan. He could not help but sneer. "Disciple of the East Palace, Su Yan? You and I, the East and West Palaces, have never been on good terms. Why are you here?" "I'm just passing by." Although Su Yan's face was humble, his words were extremely casual. Wu Yang had his pride, and so did Su Yan. When Wu Yang and the other two came over, Su Yan had already seen their strength clearly. A 7 bloodline saint and 2 5 bloodline saints. Obviously, Su Yan's strength was pressuring him to face the 3 of them. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, the bloodthirsty blood in his heart was boiling. If it were not for the fact that Wu Yang was still young, Su Yan would not be so polite to him. Of course, being polite was just being polite. Su Yan would not let him off easily. Moreover, he was a 7 bloodline saint. This was a very rare opponent. At least for Su Yan's current strength, Su Yan really longed for an opponent who could match him, who could make his blood boil, who could let him fight to his heart's content. Therefore, Su Yan's attitude towards him was also filled with his own arrogance. If Wu Yang did not look for trouble, then he would let it go. If he wanted to make things difficult for himself, then Su Yan would not condone it. It was obvious that Wu Yang, who had always been a genius, had always thought highly of himself. Hearing Su Yan's tone, he immediately snorted and shouted, how dare you be so arrogant when you set foot in my West Palace? When Su Yan heard Wu Yang's words, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Why do arrogant people always say that others are arrogant? Of course, Su Yan didn't say this to Wu Yang. He just smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm really just passing by. How can I be so arrogant? Who's your senior brother?" Without waiting for Wu Yang to speak, Zhou Chen and Graduate, who had been eyeing Su Yan covetously for a long time, shouted. "Aren't you?" Su Yan was not angry at their words. However, Su Yan knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Originally, Su Yan did not want to cause a commotion in the West Palace. After all, this was the West Palace's territory. If he fought here, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Su Yan longed for a strong opponent, but Su Yan did not have the tendency to torture himself. At the moment, as a 4-bloodline saint, Su Yan was confident that he could fight Wu Yang, who was a 7-bloodline saint. However, there were some experts of a higher level. That would be another matter. After all, the difference in strength was too great. If he encountered them, he would be courting death. Since you're not my senior brother, how should I address the three of you? Su Yan still maintained his indifferent expression. Cut the crap. Su Yan, hand over the treasure just now and we'll spare your life today. Zhou Chen was obviously impatient. He did not continue to deal with Su Yan, but directly stated his intention of coming here. Treasure? Su Yan frowned slightly. Then, he recalled the light that the sky-crushing sword had burst out again and understood in his heart. Originally, Su Yan thought that this was the West Palace's territory and that the three of them had come here unintentionally to meet him. Since this was the West Palace's territory, Su Yan did not want to cause too much trouble. However, Su Yan now knew that if he could not take out a treasure that the three of them were interested in today, it would be difficult for him to avoid a fight. A fight that would be difficult to avoid. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but lick his lips. He did not waste any more time talking nonsense. Instead, he channeled the Virokana-colored glaze swordplay in his body and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to return to his peak state. When Zhou Chen and Graduate saw Su Yan's behavior, they were instantly enraged. However, the two of them knew that Wu Yang was their boss. They turned around and pointed at Su Yan and said to Wu Yang, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is extremely arrogant. You see?" "Yes." Graduate also glared at Su Yan angrily and shouted, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is so arrogant." You see, compared to the two of them, Wu Yang's face still maintained the same indifferent expression. However, the moment his eyes moved, there was a surge of murderous intent. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Su Yan, I don't know what treasure you took from the West Palace, but I advise you to hand it over obediently." "I took a treasure from the West Palace?" Su Yan could not stop himself from bursting into laughter. However, he did not explain himself. He knew that no matter how much he tried to explain himself, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his breath, he might as well use this time to recover some of his strength. A 7-meridian saint was definitely a strong opponent. Although Su Yan was confident that he was invincible, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, this was a 7-meridian saint, which was 3 levels higher than him. Moreover, there were 2 5-meridian saints standing beside him. "Su Yan, what are you trying to do?" When Wu Yang saw that Su Yan actually ignored him, a fierce glint finally appeared on his calm face. "Nothing." Su Yan smiled faintly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the 3 of them. "Senior brothers, I, Su Yan, have already said that I am merely passing by this place. If you insist that I am here to take the Western Palace's treasure, what else can I do?" "Su Yan, stop pretending. We clearly saw the light of the treasure just now. How dare you deny it?" Zhou Chen pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan could not be bothered to explain. He shook his head and sighed, "Sigh, what a joke. What a joke." Zhou Chen became even more furious when he saw Su Yan's attitude. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you, a disciple of the East Palace, trespassed on the territory of the West Palace and took our treasure. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you." Zhou Chen said and looked back at Wu Yang. Wu Yang nodded. Zhou Chen's lips curled into an evil smile. He waved his hand and a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly appeared. "Su Yan, we originally wanted to let you go after you hand over the treasure because we are all disciples of the Monster Palace. However, since you're courting death, don't blame me for what happens next." As he spoke, the spiritual energy emitted from Zhou Chen's body suddenly became like a straight line and quickly attacked Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled slightly. At the same time, the sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body was activated. With a wave of his hand, the saint veins in his body were activated and a powerful force surged out. Bang! It collided with the spiritual energy emitted by Zhou Chen and a loud explosion sounded in the void. What? Wu Yang, Zhou Chen, and Lei Jun were stunned by this simple clash of spiritual energy. In particular, Zhou Chen's face was full of surprise. This kid is only a saint with 4 veins. How can his spiritual energy be denser than mine? Senior brothers, I'm really just passing by. Su Yan looked at the surprised expressions of the 3 and smiled slightly. You are courting death. Zhou Chen's attack had failed, and he had even failed at the hands of someone lower than him. This was already a great humiliation, and when he heard Su Yan's words, he felt like Su Yan was mocking him. He was enraged. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his magic treasure. It was an iron chain. It was completely black, and every section of the iron chain faintly emitted a deep aura. Clearly, it was an extraordinary item. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Although he was a sword cultivator, he was also clear about the quality of magic treasures. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, the confident smile immediately returned to his face. Su Yan, this magic treasure of mine is called the Heaven Shackling Chain. Even a saint with 5 veins would find it difficult to resist. If you are afraid, kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Then, hand over the treasures you obtained in the Western Palace and I may spare your life. Su Yan was stunned when he heard Zhou Chen's words. He then shook his head and smiled. How ridiculous. I already said that I was just passing by. Why don't you believe me? Good, good. Zhou Chen nodded at Su Yan's words. He looked at Su Yan and sneered. Su Yan, since you are courting death, don't blame me. As he spoke, Zhou Chen waved the Heaven Shackling Chain in his hand. The Heaven Shackling Chain was an extraordinary item. In addition, Zhou Chen was a saint with 5 veins. If he was in other sects, he would be considered a genius of the generation. The moment the Heaven Shackling Chain was waved, there was a loud explosion in the void. It was so fast that it was faintly discernible. It attacked Su Yan directly like a long snake. Not bad, not bad. When Su Yan saw Zhou Chen's move, he couldn't help but praise him. You know it's not bad. Hurry up and die. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, he thought that Su Yan was afraid. A complacent smile immediately appeared on his face. Unfortunately, before he could fully smile, he heard Su Yan say, not bad, but it's a pity that your speed is a bit slow. What? When Zhou Chen heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Suddenly, he felt as if his chest was about to explode. An intense rage surged within him. He waved the heaven-binding chain and shouted, Su Yan, go to hell. I already said that it's too slow. Su Yan looked at Zhou Chen's Heaven Shackling Chain and did not panic. His eyes narrowed as he jumped up and dodged Zhou Chen's attack. Plop, Zhou Chen's Heaven Shackling Chain missed and exploded on the ground with a loud explosion. Ah! Chapter 189. Speed and strength were relative. The stronger one was, the faster one's speed would be. However, every single one of Zhou Chen's attacks was dodged by Su Yan. Zhou Chen's attacks missed several times. If his opponent was stronger than him, he would have given up. However, his strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's by one level, but Su Yan dodged his attacks every time. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. Zhou Chen's entire chest was about to explode. Su Yan, I must kill you today. Zhou Chen growled and suddenly jumped up. His hands moved, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the heaven-shackling chain. The moment the spiritual energy fluctuated, it faintly emitted gusts of cold wind. Su Yan frowned slightly, and the corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. Are you going to fight for real? Zhou Chen's hands moved, and the heaven-shackling chain in his hands suddenly spun rapidly under the circulation of his spiritual energy. It formed a powerful hurricane that rushed towards Su Yan. Heaven-shackling chain, everlasting storm. Zhou Chen shouted out loudly. His entire body immediately emitted a powerful radiance. The heaven-shackling chain started to revolve, forming a hurricane. In an instant, it erupted like a mountain flood and rapidly surged towards Su Yan. Its speed was simply not something that Zhou Chen's previous ordinary attack could compare with. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, die. After exploding with his proud move, Zhou Chen immediately revealed a sinister smile. However, Su Yan looked at the everlasting storm without any change in his expression. If there was anything, it was only the red light that was emitted from his eyes. Everlasting storm is indeed powerful, but it's still useless against me. Su Yan sneered, and his body suddenly exploded. At the same time, the ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. In an instant, Su Yan waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. It spun like a whirlwind in Su Yan's hand, emitting a mournful ghost howl. The black sword light emitted under the scorching sun. Bang! With a loud bang, the boundless storm collided and was actually blocked by Su Yan's ghost howl. What? Zhou Chen was stunned. His proud move was blocked by Su Yan just like that. This. How is this possible? How did he block it? He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Graduate, who was beside him, was also surprised. Only Wu Yang was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yan block Zhou Chen's attack, but he quickly regained his composure. What other moves do you have? Su Yan actually managed to block the everlasting storm that Zhou Chen had unleashed. He asked with a devilish smile. Zhou Chen was almost driven crazy by Su Yan. This Su Yan was clearly weaker than him. However, why was it that Su Yan was able to dodge all of his attacks? Zhou Chen was confident that even those at the same level as him would not be able to take the everlasting storm head-on. How could Su Yan possibly do that? Arrogant fool, have a taste of my phantom gold lock. After hearing Zhou Chen's angry roar, Graduate instantly came to his senses. With a roar, he took out his magic treasure and attacked Su Yan. Obviously, Graduate was slightly stronger than Zhou Chen. The phantom gold lock was a huge golden lock. The moment it was taken out, it exploded with a dazzling light. Not only that, but Graduate was also much faster than Zhou Chen. With a leap, the spirit energy in his body surged. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. The phantom gold lock in his hand slammed down, directly smashing down on Su Yan's head. Die. Graduate had already recognized Su Yan's terrifying speed when he watched the battle between Su Yan and Zhou Chen. Originally, he didn't plan to hit Su Yan with this move. However, when he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he sneered. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For cultivators of Dharma treasures, every Dharma treasure had its own characteristics. The sky-shackling chain could bind people. Graduate's phantom gold lock was above strength. When it smashed down, it would be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even if Su Yan were to receive his phantasmal golden lock head-on, he was confident that he would be able to teach him a lesson. Just now, he was still worried that Su Yan would dodge with his terrifying speed. Now that he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he was naturally happy. Seeing that the phantom gold lock was about to hit Su Yan, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Graduate's mouth. Bang! However, at this moment, Su Yan slowly raised his hand. The ghost howl sword in his hand blocked the phantom gold lock. The collision of the phantom gold lock and the ghost howl sword caused a huge energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Graduate was stunned when he saw that Su Yan had blocked his phantom gold lock attack. However, he quickly reacted. The spirit energy in his body surged, and the phantom gold lock suddenly flowed out. It suppressed Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not move at all. With a faint smile on his face, he raised his hand and waved. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy burst out. Graduate had always been proud of the power of the phantom gold lock. However, under Su Yan's majestic spirit energy, he suddenly felt a huge pain in his arm. Bang! With another loud sound, his entire body suddenly flew backward. He staggered a few steps on the ground before coming to a stop. How is this possible? How is your strength greater than mine? Graduate looked at Su Yan with shock in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhou Chen's figure suddenly rushed out. He waved the heavenly chain in his hand and pounced on Su Yan. The heavenly chain exuded an awe-inspiring aura. In a short period of time, it wrapped around Su Yan like a snake. Graduate, let's attack together. If we don't kill this kid today, we won't be able to resolve the hatred in our hearts. Zhou Chen seemed to have admitted that he was not a match for Su Yan. The moment he attacked Su Yan, he shouted to Graduate. When Graduate heard Zhou Chen's words, he suddenly understood. He was not a match for Su Yan alone. If the two of them joined forces, let's see if Su Yan still dared to be so arrogant. Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Graduate growled. Suddenly, he waved the phantom gold lock and pounced on Su Yan. The two of them attacked together. Their attacks were much stronger than before. Moreover, it was obviously not the first time that the two of them worked together. One retreated while the other advanced, there were no flaws. The heavenly chain wrapped around Su Yan, and the phantom gold lock followed closely behind. Die, Su Yan! Zhou Chen and Graduate shouted at the same time. Su Yan looked at their ferocious expressions and smiled. He clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy surged out. The ghost howl sword immediately emitted a roar. At the same time, a black gas condensed from the ghost howl sword. Seeing Zhou Chen and Graduate approaching, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Rumble! A powerful explosion burst out. Ghost howl sword, wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan shouted and immediately slashed the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, the ghost howl sounded again and again. Black gas filled the air. In an instant, it condensed into a huge ghost head. Roar! With a low roar, the huge ghost head attacked Zhou Chen and Graduate. Not good. When Zhou Chen and Li Jun saw such a powerful move, they were shocked and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the ghost head was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. The two of them could not dodge at all. The two of them could only hurriedly withdraw their magic treasures to protect their bodies. Bang! The huge ghost head suddenly collided with the two of them. The two of them howled at the same time. Their bodies flew backward at the same time and fell to the ground with a bang. Although this move caused them to be seriously injured, it made them extremely embarrassed. Their faces were covered in dust and their clothes were tattered. Su Yan. The two of them looked at each other with anger in their eyes. They raised their magic treasures and were about to attack Su Yan again. At this moment, Wu Yang, who had been standing on the side and had not made a move or said anything, suddenly flashed and blocked in front of the two of them. Senior brother Wu. The two of them could not help but be stunned when they saw Wu Yang blocking in front of them. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Two saints of the 5 bloodlines were forced to this point by a saint of the 4 bloodlines. How can you still have the face to fight? Wu Yang raised his eyebrows and said coldly without even looking at the two of them. When the two of them heard Wu Yang's words, they immediately blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wu Yang did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan, I have to admire you. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, you actually forced Zhou Chen and Wen Li to this point. It's finally the real thing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. He only looked at the dazzling light condensing in Wu Yang's eyes and thought to himself. Wu Yang did not get angry when he saw that Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he continued, Su Yan, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you are only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. As he spoke, a burst of powerful spirit qi suddenly surged from Wu Yang's body, emitting a dazzling light. The moment the spirit qi surged, it quickly revolved around Wu Yang's body and headed straight for Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but frown slightly. Wu Yang's spirit qi was much stronger than Zhou Chen and Wen Li's spirit qi. It must be known that in the saint bloodline realm, the difference between each bloodline was a chasm that was difficult to cross. Wu Yang's spiritual energy was at least dozens of times greater than Zhou Chen's and Li Jun's. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual energy, Wu Yang couldn't help but take a few steps back. He quickly circulated his cultivation method, and his spiritual energy erupted. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. A saint of the 7 bloodlines is indeed not something a saint of the 5 bloodlines can compare to. Su Yan looked at Wu Yang and licked his lips. Feeling the powerful force, he was not afraid at all. Instead, the blood in his heart began to boil. Su Yan, I admire you. It's because I admire you that you must die today. Chapter 190. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. Wu Yang bellowed coldly. Suddenly, his figure surged forward at a speed far faster than both Zhou Chen and Li Jun. Like a bolt of lightning, he slapped his palm towards Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be slightly careless. After all, Wu Yang was a 7-meridian saint, a full 3 meridian more than Su Yan. Whether it was in terms of speed, density of spirit qi, or strength, Wu Yang far surpassed Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Wu Yang's attack coming, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and Wu Yang's speed immediately slowed down. Taking advantage of this slow speed, Su Yan hurriedly controlled the sword dragon and quickly swept backwards, avoiding Wu Yang's attack. Not bad. Having seen Su Yan's speed that did not match his strength, Wu Yang was not surprised that Su Yan could avoid this move. He only smiled coldly and moved his body in mid-air, slapping his palm towards Su Yan's chest. Su Yan saw that the blood dragon pupil shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. Xiao, Wu Yang's palm swept past Su Yan's side. Su Yan was secretly shocked. This 7-meridian saint is really strong. If I only rely on the blood dragon pupil to dodge, I will definitely not be his match. Su Yan was well aware of the strength of a 7-meridian saint. If he only relied on speed to dodge, he would definitely be at a disadvantage within 3 rounds. Of course, Su Yan was shocked, but there was not a trace of fear. Instead, his eyes were like torches. When Wu Yang attacked again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. At that moment, Xiao. Several flying swords suddenly surged out from Su Yan's body. The flying swords were like lightning. After attacking, they suddenly flashed and directly attacked Wu Yang. This is Wu Yang never expected that Su Yan would burst out with so many flying swords. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. Unfortunately, Su Yan's flying swords caught him off guard. Although Wu Yang's speed was amazing, he was still a bit slower. Whoosh! A flying sword directly cut through the clothes on Wu Yang's shoulder. Wu Yang looked at the torn pieces of his clothes, and killing intent surged in his eyes. What a Su Yan, what a Su Yan! Be careful! Just as Wu Yang was still angry about his clothes being torn, Zhou Chen and the other two hurriedly reminded him. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand and leaped down from the sky. His body was like a great rock as the ghost howl sword in his hand emitted countless rumbling sounds and instantly pierced towards Wu Yang's head. Wu Yang was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly. He slapped his storage bag and hurriedly summoned his sword, waving it to block Su Yan's attack. Clang! The two swords collided, and suddenly there was a burst of energy fluctuation. Zhou Chen and the other two standing at the side couldn't help but retreat a little. The two collided and immediately separated. Wu Yang raised the sword in his hand and looked at Su Yan, his eyes becoming colder and colder. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to force me to use the spirit crossing sword. Very good, very good. Obviously, Wu Yang was the same as Su Yan, a sword cultivator. Su Yan's face was expressionless. Only his eyes were still filled with a resplendent light. Die! Wu Yang roared, and the majestic spirit qi in his body surged. The next moment, he held the spirit crossing sword in his hand and attacked Su Yan. The speed of the 7 Meridian Saint was fully displayed here. The spirit crossing sword was like a long snake as it surged out. The surrounding air immediately filled with a series of rumbling sounds. Su Yan frowned, but his speed wasn't slow. The spirit qi in his body surged, and his body suddenly met Wu Yang's attack. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved out, and countless black sword shadows burst out. Bang! The two swords collided, and once again there was a terrifying explosion. Both of them were sword cultivators. Wu Yang relied on his strength, and the spirit crossing sword in his hand flashed out, as fast as lightning. Although Su Yan's strength was a little weaker than Wu Yang's, Su Yan relied on the special effect of the blood dragon pupil, and the speed that Su Yan was proud of, so he wasn't slower than Wu Yang. The ghost howl sword constantly blocked Wu Yang's attacks. After a few rounds, although Su Yan was at a disadvantage, he was still able to stand in an invincible position. Su Yan, you must die today. At this time, Wu Yang's attack had erupted to the extreme. The spirit qi in his body burst out, and swept up Su Yan. The powerful spirit qi pressure and the majestic spirit qi that was 3 meridians higher than Su Yan's instantly surged onto Su Yan's body. Under the powerful spirit qi pressure, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, and Su Yan also slowed down a little. And it was because of this delay. Wu Yang's spirit crossing sword had already closed in, and directly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. A 7 Meridian Saint is indeed powerful. Su Yan was shocked, and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword to protect his chest. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several meters away. Not only that, Wu Yang's attack didn't stop. Wu Yang's body suddenly leaped up, waving the spirit crossing sword in his hand. In an instant, there was a sound, and the surrounding air seemed to condense together. Die, Su Yan, Sword King Chop. Wu Yang roared, and the spirit crossing sword in his hand instantly slashed horizontally. Rumble! At the moment when the spirit crossing sword slashed horizontally, there was suddenly a burst of roars, and the whole sky seemed to have darkened. A powerful qi energy erupted from the spirit crossing sword. It formed a huge wave of spirit qi that directly hit Su Yan. The speed was swift and violent, and was not the slightest bit weaker than the tsunami that Su Yan encountered in the dock. The moment the qi energy surged, there was suddenly a burst of sand and stones, like a tornado. Sword King Chop. Su Yan frowned slightly, and didn't have time to think, and quickly operated the great sun-colored glass sword manual. With a bang, a golden light flashed, and fell from head to toe, wrapping Su Yan in it. Bang! At the moment when Su Yan's invincible golden body leaped up, Wu Yang's attack had already exploded on Su Yan's body, and suddenly there was a surge of fog, wrapping Su Yan in it. Looking at the surging fog, the corners of Wu Yang's mouth rose slightly. You overestimate yourself, so what if you're strong? After all, you're a saint with 4 bloodlines. When Zhou Chen and Li Jun saw the mist, they laughed happily. Ha ha ha, brat, you're arrogant, you're arrogant. And just when they all thought that Su Yan would definitely be injured or killed by this move, a bright light flashed. Suddenly there was a burst of bright light in the fog, and suddenly a scarlet light surged out, attacking Wu Yang like a bolt of lightning. Wu Yang was shocked, and wanted to dodge, but the speed of the red light was too fast, and there was no way to avoid it. Bang! The red light directly exploded on Wu Yang's body. Although it didn't kill Wu Yang, it pierced a huge hole in Wu Yang's white clothes. The fog gradually fell, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared. What? How is this possible? How is he not dead? When Zhou Chen and graduates saw Su Yan's figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although Wu Yang's face didn't change, from the murderous intent surging in his eyes, he was obviously surprised that Su Yan could dodge his sword king chop. Su Yan, you're really something. Wu Yang said coldly, and suddenly he raised the spirit-crossing sword in his hand to attack Su Yan. Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this. As he spoke, the sword flashed and arrived in front of Su Yan. Ghost Howl Sword, Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Seeing Wu Yang's attack, Su Yan's eyes turned, and he quickly circulated his cultivation method. Countless amounts of spirit power surged out and passed into the Ghost Howl Sword. Suddenly, ghost howls sounded, and a black fog surged, forming a huge ghost head that attacked Wu Yang. Su Yan, do you think this will work? Wu Yang had just seen Su Yan use the Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts sword technique, so he wasn't surprised at all. He didn't panic either, and he sneered and waved the spirit-crossing sword in his hand. His whole body rotated, forming a hurricane that directly hit the Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Su Yan was expressionless as he looked at Wu Yang. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and his body suddenly rushed out. The spirit power in his body suddenly surged out, and a green flame suddenly attacked and burned Wu Yang's body. Wu Yang didn't expect Su Yan to emit such a flame, and the high temperature immediately roasted Wu Yang. Fortunately, Wu Yang was a saint of the 7 bloodlines. When the flame burned on his body, Wu Yang instantly dispersed the spirit power in his body and extinguished the flame. However, his clothes were burned black and white, which made him look very ugly and extremely embarrassed. The scorching heat from earlier had caused Wu Yang to endure quite a bit of pain, causing Wu Yang's previously unmoving face to appear slightly exhausted. Su Yan, you actually have the heavenly fire. Wu Yang stared at Su Yan with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang's words, but carefully observed Wu Yang. After using the sword technique twice and the invincible golden body once, the spirit power in Su Yan's body also fell into a state of exhaustion. This saint of the 7 bloodlines is really capable. If I continue like this, I will definitely lose. Su Yan thought to himself. Without waiting for Wu Yang to make the first move, he held the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and attacked Wu Yang first. Seeing this, Wu Yang shouted coldly, "You're courting death." He raised the spirit-crossing sword in his hand and followed Su Yan. Suddenly, the sword light flashed in the void above. Go to hell. Wu Yang swept his sword and slashed towards Su Yan. It was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan wasn't slow either, and quickly raised his sword to block. Humph, Su Yan, you think this is it? When Wu Yang saw Su Yan raise his sword to block, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a sneer. The spirit-crossing sword that was chopping down on Su Yan suddenly changed direction and swept towards the other side of Su Yan's body. Chapter 191. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? You are courting death. Seeing that Su Yan was hit by his sword, Wu Yang smiled coldly and leaped forward at an even faster speed. Bang! He directly kicked Su Yan's shoulder. Su Yan, who was already injured, couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Wu Yang's kick. Immediately, a huge pain came from his shoulder. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual power, the blood in his body surged. Puchi! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was also sent flying backwards. Die! Seeing this scene, Wu Yang coldly shouted. He didn't stop his attack and leaped toward Su Yan again. The spirit-crossing sword in his hand directly chopped toward Su Yan's head. Seeing this scene, Su Yan was suddenly shocked. The Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. He tightly grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and swept it horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power surged out. Ghost howl sword, 10,000 ghosts out of the cage. Suddenly, a gust of wind and clouds filled the air, forming a huge black curtain in front of Su Yan. The black curtain directly rushed toward Wu Yang at a speed as fast as the tide of the East Sea. What? Seeing this move, Wu Yang was shocked. He quickly retreated and looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise. You don't have enough spiritual power. How can you still burst out the sword skill? Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang. Taking advantage of the second move of the Ghost Howl sword skill and the 10,000 ghosts out of the cage attack, the blood dragon pupil instantly rotated and the Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. Su Yan instantly stepped forward and rushed toward Wu Yang. As the Ghost Howl sword moved, the sword light flashed and the sound of the sword shook. The long sword rushed forward like an arrow leaving the bow, extremely fast and fierce. I only have this one chance, only one chance. Su Yan stared at Wu Yang with narrowed eyes. He knew that this was his only chance to attack. Su Yan had used the invincible golden body once, used the sword art twice, and fought against Wu Yang for a long time. The spirit qi in Su Yan's body had long been exhausted, so this move was Su Yan's last resort. One sword to decide the universe, Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the surrounding air condensed, and the majestic spiritual energy erupted from the Ghost Howl sword. This sword technique was not a sword technique. It was merely a single move, but the explosive power of this move was extremely shocking. As the sword descended, a series of loud noises immediately erupted. What? What's going on? Wu Yang was stunned to see that Su Yan could unleash such a powerful attack with just one move of his swordsmanship. Then he reacted and smirked, "Humph, Su Yan, you're only a fourpole saint, but you can unleash such a terrifying power. You've really impressed me. But do you think it's useful? Today, let me, Wu Yang, show you what absolute strength is." Wu Yang looked at Su Yan's sword and a murderous look immediately surged in his eyes. With a roar, he suddenly stepped forward and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand leaped out like a long dragon. For a moment, the sword radiance overflowed and the sword hummed. Its power was equally amazing. Zhou Chen and Li Jun were stunned to see this, but when they saw Su Yan, a wicked smile immediately appeared on their faces. Su Yan will definitely die today. Bang! As the two of them spoke, Wu Yang's and Su Yan's swords collided in midair. A strong spiritual energy fluctuation erupted and invaded the surroundings. The surrounding vegetation was destroyed in an instant. The muddy water on the ground also rose, and a burst of bright light burst out from both of them at the same time. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's useless. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan's increasingly pale face and laughed. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from Wu Yang's body. Die! Wu Yang laughed ferociously. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly hit. Puchi! Another mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan and laughed. Suddenly, he saw that the pair of eyes on Su Yan's pale face no longer emitted a bright light, but a deep evil meaning. Wu Yang was stunned. Whoosh, a dazzling light spread out, and Wu Yang was suddenly startled. Unfortunately, it was too late. Pudong, with a loud sound, a flying sword cut through the void and directly pierced through Wu Yang's shoulder. The huge force attacked and Wu Yang's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Bang! Bang! Wu Yang and Su Yan fell to the ground almost at the same time, and there was a loud explosion. Senior brother Wu Zhou Chen and the other two looked at each other and hurriedly came to their senses and ran in Wu Yang's direction. Puchi! Puchi! At the same time, Wu Yang and Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Senior brother Wu, how are you? Zhou Chen asked Wu Yang with concern. Get out of my way. Wu Yang waved away Zhou Chen's arm and slowly stood up. He looked at Su Yan with killing intent in his eyes and smiled ferociously. Su Yan, I didn't expect that I, a 7-meridian saint, would be injured by a 4-meridian saint like you. Su Yan, you must die today. Wu Yang roared and almost fainted. He was a proud son, and even the Emperor Tianxiang of the Western Palace dared not offend him easily. However, he had been defeated by Su Yan, a 4-meridian saint. Humiliation. To Wu Yang, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. Unfortunately, the sword had injured him quite badly. As he roared, Wu Yang suddenly felt his qi and blood surging in his body. Puchi! He spat out another mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, unconscious. When Su Yan saw that Wu Yang had fainted, his qi and blood also surged in his body. Puchi! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. He was about to pass out. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was amazing. He forced himself not to pass out. This was because Su Yan knew that if he passed out, he would definitely die today. After all, this was the Western Palace's territory. When Zhou Chen and the graduate saw that Wu Yang had passed out, they were shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in their chests. They waved the artifacts in their hands and pointed at Su Yan, shouting, Su Yan, how dare you injure our senior brother Wu? Let's see if I don't kill you today. Kill me? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. The two of you have already lost to me. This time, you're only injured because of me. Don't tell me that the Western Palace has such scoundrels. Su Yan had always been unwilling to waste his breath with others. However, now that he was injured, Su Yan had to use words to stall for time. After all, if he were to fight Zhou Chen and the graduate now, he would definitely not be able to escape death. As expected, when Zhou Chen and the graduate heard Su Yan's words, their faces immediately flushed. They stood there, not knowing whether to move or not. Su Yan saw the two's attitude and smiled slightly. However, Su Yan knew that the two of them were definitely not chivalrous people if they could join forces to deal with him. His words were definitely useless against the two of them. He had to threaten them. As Su Yan thought about it, he suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and pointed at the two of them. Although I, Su Yan, am injured today, if the two of you want to die, I, Su, don't mind sending the two of you to heaven. Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, a domineering aura was faintly emitted from his eyes. The dragon might within his blood-red dragon eyes caused Zhou Chen and Wen Li to be involuntarily stunned. Originally, the two of them really wanted to disregard their status and directly kill Su Yan. However, now that they saw Su Yan like this, they were really afraid and did not dare to move. Although they did not dare to move, their mouths were unforgiving. They looked at Su Yan and roared angrily, Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. Do you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you? So what if there's no one in the Western Palace? Su Yan said contemptuously. He did not put Zhou Chen and the graduate in his eyes at all. Although Su Yan knew that he was not a match for the two of them due to his injuries, he was still arrogant. However, with Su Yan's arrogance, he definitely wouldn't submit to people like Zhou Chen and Wen Chun. This wasn't because he was struggling, but because he was Su Yan. Well, Su Yan. Zhou Chen looked at Su Yan. He was so angry that his whole chest was about to explode. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, since you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you today, I'll let you see the strength of the Western Palace disciples." As he spoke, Zhou Chen suddenly made a hand seal. The moment the spiritual qi surged, a red light suddenly spread out from his palm and spread in the sky. As the red light spread out, in less than a few breaths, there was a sudden noise in the surroundings. Dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around. "Zhou Chen, why are you in such a hurry to use the Western Palace assembly token?" When dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around, a young man in a black robe walked faintly. Obviously, he had reached the strength of an Emperor Tianxiang. He was also the leader of the group of disciples. He stepped forward and asked Zhou Chen. "Senior Guan, this boy is a disciple of the Eastern Palace. He stole the treasure of the Western Palace and injured Senior Wu." Zhou Chen first greeted Guan Xiaojie, then pointed at Su Yan and said angrily. When Guan Xiaojie heard Zhou Chen's words, he first checked on Wu Yang's injuries. When he saw that he was only injured, he turned to look at Su Yan. Originally, there was a surging murderous intent in his eyes. After all, the major sects in the Monster Palace had always been at odds with each other. Usually, there was a lot of open and covert fighting. The disciples of the major palaces usually saw each other as enemies. Moreover, now that he heard that the treasure of his palace had been stolen and that one of his disciples had been injured, he was furious.